Okay. I think we're here. I think we're good. I look very live. Very live currently. What's going on, guys? What's happening? What's the word? What's the word on them streets? All good. How are you? I feel like I say this every week, but it's gotten like really bad lately. I'm tired. I'm tired, man. Like I genuinely thought that I would be able to fix my sleep schedule by just making sure that I just work out, right? Like that was my main thing. Like as long as I do not under any circumstances miss the fucking gym, that I should be able to get good sleep, right? And the last 2 weeks have been bad. This week is particularly probably the worst. I had two days last night, and then I think it was the night before it that I was awake until like 5. And like for no reason. For like no reason at all. I have no idea why. I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you in the slightest. just awake. You ever checked out the band Obliviscaris? I don't think I've seen that before, no. Throw a link to one of the music videos in the Discord and I'll take a listen to it. Insomnia can be a cruel mistress. I'm not used to that. Subnautica 2 is suffering from publisher hell. We're going to talk about that today. I want to look into that. That seems like a really interesting story, basically through and through. That's the kind of stuff that kind of, you know, gets me interested. It's just, I can't, and I'm a pedestrian on this, so it's me walking into a publisher that I'm unfamiliar with, and it's me walking into a, you know, I'm obviously, we've played Subnautica, right? But regardless, the thing is that I don't really know what the situation is there, and I don't know if it's just... I don't know who's at fault or what's going on. So it's just kind of got to look into it. You know what I mean? I used to have blackout curtains, melatonin, and L-theanine. No light for an hour before bedtime, other than a small reading light. So I have like relatively dark curtains. My room gets dark enough, I think. Probably not as dark as it needs to be. And I've been taking melatonin, but it just like 10 milligram, and it's just not doing it. I don't know what it is, man. I gotta figure something out though. Liquid melatonin works better than the pill form. I've been using like the chewables, so maybe that's just not the way for me to go. Maybe I need to use something a little bit stronger. Need some Ambien. so you know what I mean? Like, get me. That's what I need right now. I respect it. Take your time to be critical. Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. One of the things that I have to come to realize and just recognize and be okay with is that, it's pretty much across the board. And it's not anything that you can actually really explain to viewers all that well. But like, you keep in mind, I've only been doing this for like a year and a half, right? So like, I'm not completely familiar with every single publisher, everything that they've done, everything that's going on. That's one of the reasons why the YouTube videos end up being as detailed as they are, and not only like their takedown, but also just like how descriptive that I get, because in a lot of cases, what you guys are seeing over the course of, 100 some odd videos by now is it's active research. It's me researching a topic or researching a publisher or researching a game or whatever it is, basically like, step by step, coming to more revelations and opinions, and that opinion then kind of evolving over time as it goes from like game to game. Some people have been extremely have an extreme sensitivity to the light. Even the smallest lights can keep me up for hours.
doesn't have to be big amounts.
Use CBD or edibles? Maybe I should try something like that. I don't even know if I'm even allowed to talk about that kind of stuff on YouTube. It got so bad that I did go and get like I got like a Benjamin, you know what I mean? Just to like see if that would work, and it hasn't. It didn't work. It didn't work. So stress, it could be stress. It definitely could be. I mean, like, the thing is that when you get into this, I think that initially a lot of people kind of take it for granted because they look at it and they see it as being like easy, right? They see it as being easy. And then what ends up happening is it's not. At least for what I do, right? Like, I don't I don't know. Like, I guess it's probably the way that I make content and also like the length of the content that I make that probably adds more to the stress than necessary. If I probably try to cut it down a little bit, but I just don't like not having context. And I tend to have like a fucking dozen ideas when I start talking about something, you know what I mean? Have you tried Gorilla Smack? What's the... I'm trying to think of like... I'm trying to think of some of the names and stuff from Schedule 1. Right? I can't remember. I'd have to like look up and actually see some of this stuff. Hey, Drops, what's up? Oh, I recognize your name, by the way. You're one of the folks... There's been like a bunch of people that have been trying to like add me on Discord. It's rule number 8 on the Discord. Do not try to just friend me immediately. My friends list is basically for like business, or it's for, you know, like insider developer stuff, or it's for friends, direct friends. Like if it's something that's like developer related or advice or whatever like that, you can ask the moderators and they can contact me, but I don't just like take random friend requests. Not like that. And on top of that, I'm literally in the Discord at any time. All you got to do is just ping me. He recognizes the Discord usernames. I have a weird memory. Like, there's certain things like names, like usernames and stuff like that. That stuff, like, it sticks in my brain. I don't know why. Tri-indica, sativa is more of a stimulant. I see. I don't even really get into. I don't even really get into that heavy, right? I don't even get into it that heavy. I don't even think about that kind of stuff. Sticky icky. I guess so. I guess so. Do you know what you should try? Raid Shadow Legends. That would probably put me to sleep for sure. Yeah, without a doubt. Do you think the games industry is resetting itself? Sure, the establishment is struggling, but there are many fresh companies creating quality. So here's my take on the direction of where things are going. Thoughts on Ghost of Yotei? I haven't seen it yet. We'll have to watch that today. I forgot all about that. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. Sugar overdose? I don't have a sugar overdose. No. What is this? Russell Entertainment, thank you for the 10, brother. Xbox is... Oh, wait.
Marketing was all over the place after the 360. Aside from Game Pass, they rarely have a recognizable product on the front.
Xbox issues comes down to removing the bro out of the dude bro console. Marketing was all over the place after the 360 alongside Game Pass. They've rarely recognizable product in the front. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. The thing is that there was that like early 2000s energy that the Xbox 360 had, and over time all of that's been lost. Like, all of it's been lost. That energy is just fucking evaporated. And I think it's something that, as crazy as it is, I think that it's something that is universal beyond just a single generation. It's not something that's, like, just limited to Halo or just limited to millennials or anything like that. I think that, like, anybody can get behind that kind of stuff, and they just didn't want to lean into it at all. And So I'm preparing a video on this. It's taken me a little while to get my ideas and all my thoughts and stuff like that together. Whether or not I'll actually be able to get it out next week or not is going to be a completely different story. Just as a warning, I am going on like a slight vacation. I'm just going to visit family next week. And so I'll be taking time off. I won't be streaming next Friday because I'll be out of town. But one of the things that I noticed, and this is a really good example of this, is that like sometimes people will make the criticism that I'm being a little bit too broad in the way that I describe things. So as an example, to say something like they're sanding down the edges of these games and they're trying to make them appeal to the broadest audience possible, right? Like I say that quite frequently. I don't ever really fully describe what that means in a lot of cases or point out the very specific things. I think a really good example of this is something like Doom, because it's very acute. Right? Yeah, acute's the word that I'm looking for. Because it's a really acute example. Changing the name of the easy difficulty from I'm too young to die to Aspiring Slayer. That is a move that you make, and it was a move that they themselves came forward to say was because they felt like it could offend people. It's a game about killing demons in the most brutal way possible, and your character is essentially just a death machine. And the idea behind that is, and the reason why they make those changes isn't because they're actually afraid, like feelings-wise or empathy-wise, afraid that they're going to hurt somebody or hurt somebody's feelings or make somebody feel bad for choosing the easy difficulty. They do it because they think that those things act as barriers from bringing in people that would want to play those games. These publishers and studios on the top end, I think in a lot of cases, they look at a lot of these different games and they think to themselves, you know, where can we get rid of points of friction? All kinds of friction, any type of friction, to be able to make it the game that these people that aren't interested in games will play. I don't think that they're aiming for audiences that are playing different games. I actually think in a lot of cases, they're actually playing games, or they're actually trying to make games that appeal to audiences that don't actually play them. But the problem is that I don't think that's the best strategy to go with. I take it back. I think it's a good strategy to want to try to bring people in that don't play video games into the video game market, because that is a massive untapped potential audience that you could make a lot of money off of. But at the exact same time, that's not the way you do it. That's the way I should say it. That's just not the way that you do it. I think probably the best way, I wonder if anybody here knows what I'm going to end up saying. What do you guys think is the best way? There's a few, actually. But right now, what do you think is the best way to bring in people that aren't normally video game players into playing a video game? You can't? Oh, yeah, you can. Nostalgia? Nostalgia doesn't work if you're not a gamer. There you go. Yellow Dozer said it. TV shows and movies. Yeah. TV shows and movies. We have a shitload of really good examples of it now. I think that Cyberpunk Edge Runners is a really good example. I think that the Fallout TV show was an incredible example. The sales for Fallout games shot up through the fucking roof. Holy, that shit went crazy, dude. Now, obviously, that can work both ways, right? If you make a low-quality television show, which a lot of them do, then it's not going to work to your advantage, right? Like you're not going to get a lot of people that are going to want to come and that are going to want to play that game. So you have to make like a banger TV show or a banger movie or an anime or whatever it is, and that's going to bring some people in. The Last of Us. The funny thing is that even for a lot of people that didn't like the casting for The Last of Us, most people are generally positive about the first season. Second season, they're not going to be all that positive because, well, most people didn't like the second game. So why would you like the second season? There's a little drama about Cyberpunk right now when people call the main character a lolly. We don't even know what the fucking... I don't even know if the main character... I don't even know anything about it yet. A lot of bad writing on movies and television shows lately. Yeah, a lot of that stuff's hit or miss. I to be honest with you, I just really haven't been like super dialed into Western media over the past like couple of years. I've been basically hooked on like watching old anime, like early 2000s or 90s or even 80s anime. Lately, I've been watching sports anime. I've been hooked on Major. Super good. Super good. You basically get to follow like the baseball career of like the main character from the time that he's like in Little League all the way through into like from Little League into middle school into high school into the like all the way. Dude, it's so cool. It's so cool. Like every single season is like the next step in his journey or whatever, and it's very cool, man. Rambling Entertainer with the $10. Is this like what happened to God of War? We went from jumping in the air to ripping enemies in half, showering in blood and healing, to walking through a forest, listening to conversations. So I mean, like I don't necessarily not like what God of War is today. I don't think it's all that bad. But at the same time, I see where you're coming from, because like that style of character action game is like relatively dead now. Like in a lot of cases, not a lot of people are really hooked on that kind of stuff, right? But God of War 2 is so boring. I will admit that Ragnarok, once you've already played God of War 2018 and then you go to play Ragnarok, it literally just feels like you're playing an expansion. And I think that like that style of combat and that style of action combat that they have for that game only really survives in like one iteration before you need to move and like try something else entirely. Right? Like you need to switch it up a little bit. You need to switch it up.
Just saw your Microsoft video. I'm a game designer and I think you've got the best takes on the game industry right now. I know I'm not alone in my profession with that feeling.
You didn't like the Spear and Atreus? I like the Spear and Atreus. And here's the thing. Like this is the other thing. And I actually said this on I was talking about this in one of the other videos. I like the father-son dynamic. I do. I like the father-son dynamic. I think that's something that's not really explored in a lot of modern games anymore. I think like traditional family values are just largely removed from modern games today. And going back and exploring that stuff, I think is really important, especially today, with a lot of people that are like pulling away from that stuff. And I want to see more of that. I can't be the only one that notices like how often we have these very narcissistic, self-important stories that are about orphans or about somebody that's abandoned or about, you know, the lone hero or what all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's all of that. It's all of that. Here, I missed a couple here. What is this? I can't even fucking chat's out of control. Okay. What is it? Okay, I'm over it. For some odd reason, my app won't let me like scroll up and like look and read chats and whatnot. Any games on your radar right now? Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I'm looking forward to that shit. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that shit. I mean, it's just my jam. That's just my shit, man. I don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? Plus, on top of that, like, even though like I know there's a bunch of dudes that like aren't like a huge fan of like female leads or whatever like that, I kind of like character action games with like, you know, I don't know, I just like that shit. It's the best way to say it. Mobile gaming market has hit saturation, but there's room to reach new audiences with proper grown-ass man video games. Yeah. Yeah. Blood Message? We don't even know when that's going to be out yet, but it does look good. It does look good. Control your gooning? It's not gooning, dude. It's not like I'm sitting there like fucking, oh god. Pull that sword out. Yeah. Keep an eye on Wayward Realms. I don't know what that is. Don't play Woowa. I don't know if I could. What am I saying? What am I saying? I have been like on the side. I like when I'm just like trying to like burn time. I've been playing that dumbass fucking horse girl game. Like I got pushed to play it on fucking stream, and then now ever since then, like while I'm just like reading or like you know like just like burning time or whatever, I'm like, I'll race these dumbass horses. Like, but I don't know if I can play that kind of stuff. The gameplay always looks good. The gameplay always looks good for like Wuthering Waves, right? That's what Woowa is. But the problem is that like those kind of games, they end up just becoming like they just become a rat race where constantly you need to be like upgrading characters, getting the new ones because yours are pushed out of the meta. And yeah, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of how like, in a lot of ways, it reminds me of like how, you know what it is? It is the modern MMO cycle of gameplay monetized. That's what it is. It's the modern cycle of MMO gameplay, but monetized. Where it's like, oh, hey, here's the next raid tier. All of your shit is completely fucking useless. You need to go get the new stuff. Now all that shit is going to be useless in a couple months, so you need to go get the new stuff. It's the same thing. Like WoW? Yeah, World of Warcraft is... WoW, as much as I hate to say it, even though I personally... I personally think that Final Fantasy XIV does it a little bit better. They both do the exact same thing. Where like everything you earn is just worthless within like a couple of months. But the difference is with Final Fantasy is that they put a lot more focus on the actual engagements, like on the actual fights and the mechanics and the dance of learning how to play the game, rather than the actual gear or anything like that. Because there's no like real gearing in Final Fantasy, right? You're not like enchanting your gear. I mean, like technically you have melds, but like everybody just uses the optimal thing. And since all of the gear is the same and there's no variation, it doesn't really matter what ends up happening, right? What is this? What do you think of people saying you're biased for your sponsored content for Blood Message? Jesus fucking Christ. I've been seeing these fucking messages and people like trying to ping me and talk to me about this stuff. It is the most pearl clutching bullshit I have ever fucking seen. I have had one of the most consistent stances when it comes to these Eastern games where I want to see them succeed, and more so, if it's a single-player game, I want high-quality AAA single-player games coming out of the East, challenging the norms and challenging the trends in the West to just make games better overall. I want that competition. Thought so, nothing burger. It's just it's ridiculous, dude. I saw people like crying about wait till Aspen finds out. He took the same sponsor. And he had the same fucking takes I did. It's just like, I was sitting there seeing this shit and I'm like, man, it's so funny how people can get whipped up over fucking nothing. And it's just like, and then the other thing is too, is it's like this idea that I hate AAA. I hate the people that run AAA. And I think I make that painfully fucking obvious. And I think I make it painfully fucking obvious. Like, I want their games to be better. That's kind of the whole point. So in a lot of cases, when it comes to me making a video or if it's like a sponsor, of course I'm going to be fucking positive. Like, nobody's gonna pay you to fucking shit all over their game, right? Like, very few occasions you're going to have some people there to come across and literally just give you, say whatever you want, but no. Nuance flies over people's heads. And, like, the other thing is, too, is that, like, the problem is that if you present something like that or an idea like that, what ends up happening is people are going to immediately take it at face value when it requires the entire nuance of watching, like, a fucking garbage ton of my videos and content and hearing, like, the nuance of takes all the way across the board, right? Fuck, I was already getting accused of being a Chinese shill when I was making videos being positive about Black Myth Wukong. Like, it doesn't matter what the fuck you do on the internet. Being obsessed or being worried about people that are gonna fucking criticize you or call you a hypocrite or whatever else they're gonna fucking do, it just doesn't fucking matter, and it's just not worth your fucking energy. It just really isn't, man. And plus, on top of that, the thing is that even just the general criticism of being a hypocrite is so fucking hypocritical because we all are. Like, that is the nature of being human. We very rarely are consistent with everything that we say or everything that we do, right? It's just not, it's not how people work. It's not how people work. No gamer sub sponsor yet? Is that the one that would let me get like a big titty cup? Because I kind of want that. That actually be kind of sick, right? That actually be kind of sick, right? Hold on, let me look at this. Oh, I got super chats. I didn't mean to skip over some other people's stuff. I missed out on some of these. Kaiben with the $10 says. Kaiben with the $10 says, just saw your Microsoft video. I'm a game designer, and I think you've got the best takes in the game industry right now. I know I'm not alone in my profession and feeling. Keep up the good work. All good, brother. Keep doing your thing. Keep your head down to the ground. And my best advice to game developers today, at least like, and this is just from like an employment perspective, right? Like, I'm not a game developer. My gaming knowledge is limited to the 6 months that I lasted in fucking, no, actually it was like a year. My first year of game design school that I then dropped out and failed. Well, I failed and then dropped out. But when I look at the state of the industry, simply from an employment or a business perspective, the best thing that you can do is try to target studios that it's to target independence. Right now, I just think that overall, like, just the publisher landscape, the AAA publisher landscape is just super volatile, and it's in a really bad position right now. And it's going to take a while for these guys to be able to course correct. And in some cases, I don't know if some of these companies can. It's just the nature of being publicly traded companies. And there's just a general degradation to their overall brand because of the path that they've taken. This is just not the consistent industry where you can be like, hey, we are a AAA game company that puts out nothing but bangers. And it's just like, I mean, there's a couple, right? But like, it's even those guys are eventually going to have a game that's just going to fall flat, right? Like, you're gonna lose steam at one point in time. Like, am I to believe that Larian Studios' next game is going to be Oh, okay, that's probably not a really good example to use. I personally, I have a lot of faith that like Larian's next game is just going to be like blow the fucking doors off because of how many people absolutely love Baldur's Gate 3, and also how popular Baldur's Gate 3 still is to this very moment. I think that like Baldur's Gate, it's still hitting peaks of like 60,000 players daily. What the fuck? Sorry. I don't know why I was muted. I'm sorry about that. Rambling Entertained, thank you for the $2. You should keep an eye on Wayward Realms. Oh, I read that one. Okay. Bender, the Offender, $10. Are you optimistic about Borderlands 4 with how much marketing they've been pumping into it? I think that one, they are fucking up by pumping that much money into marketing. These guys are like, and it's all shit that like nobody cares about, right? Like I had seen this, I was looking at it recently, and I cannot imagine that this is a positive article. Seeing that it's coming from Gamer Rant, I can't see this being a positive article. Anyway, okay. So, what am I looking for? Borderlands. Foe. I saw the Dark Siren thing. I actually think that this is actually kind of cool. Also, I like the idea of having like a pet build siren. I think that's going to be relatively interesting. This is the kind of stuff that I want to see, right? Like throw out trailers, throw out trailers, throw out gameplay. Just keep fucking just dumping that shit out there, right? Like you need to make sure that like you're making people as aware of the game's existence and also giving them more gameplay to be able to base their like initial opinions off of. Like, does this game look good? Does this game have content? Like, answer those questions with the videos that you post. I would also highly suggest, sponsoring content creators, which they obviously already have. Plus, they have partnered content creators to begin with, like my buddy Moxie and a couple other people as well. So, like, I think they're going to be good on that front. There's some other like goofy stuff that they've like put out that's been like, oh hey, we had an event or like some insider event or whatever. This is really cool. I liked it. I like, as you guys know, I have relatively problematic opinions when it comes to games journalism. I've always liked Game Informer, and I'm really happy to see that they came back. I'm really happy they got to figure out their own funding. And they do, bar none, have always had the most banger cover art for their magazine. And the fact that like they are going back to printing physical magazines is just so fucking cool. It's just so cool. I'm happy for that. I really am. Fire Medic Vic with $4.99 says, please support Dotemu, developer, publisher, Ninja Gaiden, Ragebound this month. Solemn Marvel Comic Invasion later this year. They're cooking. I'll have to check it out. I'll have to see what that is. Thank you for the $4.99, man. Appreciate that. Borderlands 2 is a masterpiece. Borderlands 2 is fucking peak. It's fucking peak. Borderlands 4 is done. Be full woke studio and not Lamakers. What the fuck? My writing skill on a phone is terrible. Are you rolling your face on your keyboard? What the fuck are you doing, dude? Take your time. I ain't going anywhere. Borderlands 4. Borderlands 3. Okay. Borderlands 3. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Borderlands 3, from a gameplay perspective, was really good. I didn't really like a lot of the systems. I Didn't really like the end game as much as Borderlands 2. But I think from just like a pure gameplay perspective and like the character builds and all that kind of stuff, solid. Like really good. I really enjoyed it. The boss fights and stuff were a lot of fun. I play the game with my friends, right? So I'm all about that kind of shit. I'm all there for it. But the story sucked. And they straight up did try to just do like, the thing is that like in the first and second game, they did a really good job at making like the Siren story interesting without it being like you could tell that it was a critical part of the narrative for Borderlands, but it wasn't necessarily like it wasn't like a caveat to like female empowerment or something like that, which doesn't resonate with a male audience. But that's what they did with Borderlands 3. And it's just like, this is all dudes playing this. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's some women that play Borderlands. But like, bro, like, your message falls flat. It doesn't work here. Like, those are not the kind of values or the kind of like stories that you want to tell to a male audience, because it's just not going to resonate with them. They're not going to see it. They're not seeing it from the same perspective that you're trying to, shove down their throats, right? It's not that you can, and this is my problem with a lot of this stuff in games, is that it's not that you can't do stories like that. You just need to make sure that you're positioning it for the right audience. Like, do that shit in those like in cozy farm sims, right? But doing that in a first-person looter shooter, why? Why would you do that? Borderlands is so boring, repetitive as fuck. You have to revisit the same place over and over again. I mean, like, that same thing could be said for any ARPG, right? And that's exactly what Borderlands is. Borderlands is just a first-person ARPG. Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter and Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter 2 remasters would be peak, but Ubisoft, don't even do that to me. You're gonna make me fucking emotional. I'm probably the only one that knew that fucking... I'm probably the only person here right now that even knew what GRAW stood for. I went so fucking hard on Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter 1 and 2. I think back on those days fucking fondly, baby. Fondly. I can't remember what the map's name was. What was the map where, like, it had the down plane in the middle and then, like, the hills on the side? I don't remember what the name of that map was, but there was a bush that I would snipe from. And I don't know why, but for the life of me, nobody could ever find me there. Nobody could find me. It was like, I would rack up so many fucking kills in that bush. I had like an overlook on the entire map, and I just never told anybody about it. My friend and I, we go and we play sometimes, and he'd be like, bro, what the fuck? You popped off. Or, I mean, I guess popped off really wasn't the phrase we would have used back then. But, yeah, it was just really funny. Siphon filter. Yeah, imagine how incredible it would look in play if done right. Yeah, no shit. Saiyan Hog. Thank you for the prime, brother. Appreciate that. Rainbow Six Vegas was peak. I didn't like it. I just wasn't a guy. I just wasn't a Rainbow Six guy. I don't know why. I don't know what it was about it. But actually I do know what it is. I always gravitated towards third-person shooters rather than first-person shooters on controller. Until Modern Warfare. And then obviously that was the switch. Like, I mean, I still played some I guess Modern Warfare and Halo, right? But still, like, in a lot of cases, like, the games that I would regularly, like, stick to were third-person shooters. I always really liked third-person shooters. How do you feel about Bilmuri's new single? Are you talking about Hogman? Are you talking about the fucking Hogman music video? What the fuck is the song called? Something hate. Better hate or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. It's so good. It's so good. I immediately went to his website. Dude, you should see this guy's fucking merch. Hold on, I need to show this to you. Bilmuri merch. This dude's merch is so fucking good, and I want some of this shit so fucking bad. It is insane. Look at this. The fucking Hogman's real shirt. And it's just him in his fucking boxers in the middle of the woods. And then they have, and then like I was looking at his, like banging and slanging. With the fucking wolf howling at the moon and the fucking derby cars. Dude, this is fucking like, this is peak fucking merch. I want all of it. This fucking hat is sick too. I need another camo hat. I need another camo hat. I think that's a car camo hat. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think they got rid of the other ones. There were other ones that were on here that were so good, dude. I want the, yeah, they already took it down. It's already sold out. They had another one that was on here that was American, it was called, American Motorsports. It was called American, look at this one. There you go, some people in chat that probably like this one, Hog Cranker. You guys want to get a Hog Cranker hoodie? Bilmuri's the best. Bilmuri's fucking insane. I completely forgot that dude was from Attack Attack. He was one of the guys from Attack Attack. And then when the band blew up and like they made a bunch of money and were like gonna go on tour and they were famous, he just left. He's like, yeah, nah, this is a little bit too much for me. I'm gonna go back to just recording and just hanging out. I'm like, fucking based. What the fuck? Super fucking good band. Incredible band. Bilmuri. I highly recommend listening to Bilmuri. It's some of the most unique metalcore stuff. I don't even know what to really call it. The last album is what you would call lawncore. Actually, it's kind of what it is now. It's basically like metalcore or like melodic metalcore that's mixed with like pop punk and country music, which is just, it works. It works. I don't know why. It works. Country core. It is kind of country core now. Yeah. But I still say it's lawncore, especially with the lawnmower one. That was the shirt that I wanted to get. There was one of the shirts that he had that was called American Motorsports, and it was literally just like, I think it was like a racetrack and flags and then like 2 lawnmowers. And I was like, oh my God. But it was sold out by the time I had seen it. Oh man. You know you made it when you see other YouTube channels making videos and rants calling you a liar. I mean, like, that shit's gonna be fucking... You know, when I first like started hearing about people that were like making anti-content, and like, as somebody that has led a relatively closed life, right? Like a life lived off of the internet. It was a little stressful because it's just like, well, this kind of sucks because like I can't really like I'm not a part of the conversation. I'm just like watching somebody else say all of these things about, you know, I didn't actually watch any of the videos, but you'd essentially just be watching as like other people are saying things about you and you're not able to really do anything unless you go and feed it and then start making videos for it. And that's just a waste of fucking time. That's not even entertaining, nor is it the kind of thing that I'd even do in the first place. It's just not worth the fucking time. But eventually it's just something that you're going to come across regardless of like, how, honestly, anytime you get on the internet, you're going to come across that kind of shit. It's best to just do your fucking thing. Because people are going to say that shit regardless, right? I mean, fuck. Before that, it was, I'm an alt-right grifter, or an alt-right pipeline. I'm a grifter. Then it was, I'm woke. Then it was, you know, fuck. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah. Fucking look at this. Look at this. Legendary drops right wing. Real name. Controversy. Real name. What the fuck? Why do you want to know? What? Like... What the fuck is wrong with people? What is wrong with me? Why are you like this? Can you imagine being on YouTube, watching a fucking video about some dude talking shit about video games and being like, God damn it, I bet you're right wing. I bet there's controversy. Have you ever been arrested? What's your real name? Let me find out so I can expose you for who you really are. Yeah, because I don't like your opinions about a video game. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Take a fucking break, dude. Take a fucking walk. Take a fucking walk. God damn. Do you have a real name? Legendary Drops is my real name. My name is Ian. I've said it like a fucking 100 times. Like it was in my like all of my early, I think like all of my early YouTube videos, all like I introduced myself. Like I was like, if like I was given like a fucking a college dissertation or something like that. I was like, hello, my name is Ian and this is Legendary Drops. I just wanted to thank you guys for stopping by. I just wanted to thank you guys for stopping by. I'm really Asian. What do you think I'm gonna like take? You think what is this like a? Is this a? Am I wearing like a white boy furry suit? Liberal Drops. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let's start that up. Let's start up a new controversy, and the next controversy. Dude, my cat would never let me do this. I wish he would, because it would make my life easier. But like, if he even hears the vacuum like come out of the back room, he is already like in the ceiling. Like I don't even know where he goes. Like I'm almost positive I'm almost positive that dude literally just like X-Men Nightcrawler just vanishes. Goes into a completely different dimension for a while. He doesn't like loud sounds. No, he does not like loud sounds. No, he does not. I always see shit like this and I'm just like, why? I'm afraid if I scroll down too much, I'm going to start seeing like, yep. Should be some fucking gooner shit that's going to jump out at you. Like, same, my cat used to be like that. Yeah. Cat, I desire clean. Yeah, I know. They don't like loud sounds. Yeah, cats don't typically like loud sounds. Hi, LD, I'm gay. Good for you, man. Good for you being your best self. Be your true self. Live your fucking life. Wanker spanker. Fuck. Jesus. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? It's always fucking hello LD, I'm not gay. Hey man, good for you. Live your best life. It's always like fucking YouTube chatters with like the fucking goofiest fucking usernames saying the fucking stupidest shit. I swear to God. What's your drive? I saw you on Grindr yesterday. Yeah, did you? Did you? That's actually Fivehead. I wonder if there's people that go out and like use like try to catfish people on like dating apps as like content creators. Do you think that there's like some dude that's like farming fucking like farming chicks on Tinder with like, I don't know, like some like famous content creator's face, be like, hey, just just send me a couple, you know what I mean? I might have you on stream. Well, I'm sure without a doubt, yeah, I would guarantee it. On Kick, definitely. I saw something for Kick. Yeah, so Kick has reached 25% market share against Twitch for the first time. I actually, the funny thing is, he said, Bijan says, 3 years ago, Twitch banned my co-founder's account and slashed all creator revenue share. In response, we launched Kick Streaming, which everyone laughed at and said could never rival Twitch. Today, Kick has reached greater than 25% market share against Twitch. Sorry, Kick has reached 25% market share against Twitch for the first time. I'm gonna be real with you. I was one of the exact same people that pushed against Kick initially because it was how they marketed themselves at the start. Because it really was like just the place to go if you wanted to stream gambling, right? Like that's basically all it was. LD, can I mute you to listen to the Baldur's Gate 3 music? No. I was one of those people that straight up sat there and was like, you know what? No, I don't think this is going to work. I think this is just a pipeline to go to get people to a fucking gambling streaming website. And then, that was pretty much it. And then after that, then it grew into something that I didn't like even more, which is basically a place that was completely fine. Somebody actually mentioned it right here. The only thing I don't like about Kick is their tolerance for nuisance streamers. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, they're trying to make sure that they're taking basically essentially what I think Kick was before Kick popped off, right? Or before Twitch popped off, which, like, Twitch was basically, like, no holds bar for the most part. There wasn't a whole lot of moderation. Like, you need to have some moderation. And they do have moderation over on Kick. But in a lot of cases, it, like, waits until somebody else gets, they wait until somebody else gets, what is it called? They wait till they get arrested. Like, the only time I ever see anybody ever get kicked or banned off of Kick is because they got arrested. Like, good. I guess good on you. But I mostly associate Kick with garbage content like Johnny Somali. And the problem is because they don't clamp down on that stuff and because they let that kind of stuff run wild, it then emboldens other people to go and do that stuff, right? So, like, this is a story from last year, I think. Last year, I went to the mall to go to play Magic the Gathering, right? And when I go to the mall to play Magic the Gathering, chilling, hanging, waiting for these guys to finish up so I can jump into a game. And here comes this dude and his girlfriend walking into the store. And you can tell by the way they look and the way they dress, they're not here to play Magic the Gathering. Like, that's not what they're here for. And they see the table of nerds, and they just get a big old smile on his face, and the girlfriend is walking with a tripod in her hand, recording the boyfriend and what he's doing. And he comes up and he sits at the table, and he starts being loud, and he starts, like, trying to grab people's cards and look at them and stuff. And I'm like sitting there, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing, man? And he's like obviously starting to bully some of the fucking guys that were at the table. And, like, none of these dudes said anything to this guy, right? And that makes a lot of sense, not to stereotype, but these are not the kind of folks that are usually going to stand up to that kind of thing. This is a bunch of guys that are regularly, for the most part, relatively antisocial. And the only time they ever are social is when they feel like they're in their safe space of playing Magic with a bunch of other nerds, right? And this guy is trying to take advantage of that vulnerability. Like, it's somebody that recognizes that somebody is less confident, and they're trying to take advantage of that and use it for content, right? They're trying to bully them. They're trying to act like, trying to be an asshole. And I stopped the guy, and I said, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, what? And I'm like, dude, I see the fucking camera. I know you're fucking kick streaming. You're trying to be a Johnny Somali or something like that. This ain't the place. Get the fuck out of here. And he's like, he immediately got fucking defensive, right? I ain't streaming. I'm like, bro, I know you're not. I mean, I know you are. Not that anybody's fucking watching. What, do you got 1 or 2 viewers there? Right? And I looked at his phone. He like hides his phone, gets even more mad about it. And I'm like, and now at this point he's getting confrontational. And I'm like, I'm like, dude, please. I'm like, just leave these guys alone. I'm like, we're just trying to enjoy ourselves. Just fucking go. And he keeps talking shit, and I'm like, you realize that this isn't even good content, right? Like, do you even know what good content is? And then all of a sudden he starts yelling about how I'm racist, which then like catches a bunch of people, like catches the attention of a lot of people in the store, right? Like, you know, oh, you called me this, you called me that. And you like, you KKK, you this, you that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then like my bag is right there with my cards. And he's like, you have a gun in your bag? Now in that moment, I was like, the second he said that, I was like, I don't want to, like, I didn't want to fight or anything like that. That's not really what I wanted to do. But I essentially just said, I'm like, if you're going to start some shit, I'm going to end it. That's all I said, right? I just said, if you start some shit, I'm going to end it. And then he keeps screaming about the bag. So I just walk up to the store manager and I was like, hey, you got a guy here that's harassing people, doing all this shit. And now he's trying to say that, you know, I'm doing this and this and that. I'm like, you need to get rid of him. Like, he's here trying to record people to use them for content and take advantage of them. He's bullying people, right? The store manager wanted to kick me out. They kicked him out. They called security, but they were going to have security take me too. And when I asked why, they're like, oh, well, we had heard, you know, you had said racist things to him and that you were trying to fight him. And I was like, he was the one screaming that shit. I'm like, I didn't say anything. I'm like, there's a whole table of people that I was sitting with that could say something, but all these guys are just a bunch of, like, again, I hate to go back on this, but a lot of them are these like antisocial, don't have a lot of confidence. Yeah, I don't want to say like it's not that they're like spineless, but kind of, right? Bunch of jellyfish. And I'm like looking at these guys and I'm like, guys, I didn't say anything like that. You know I didn't. I was sitting right there. They were roaching out. And finally one of the guys just like stood up and was like, he was actually trying to defend us. He never said any of these things. The only thing he said is that he would defend himself if necessary. And then finally the rest of them all are like, yeah, true. And they're like, okay, I guess you can stay. I'm like, what the fuck? But like the thing is that with platforms like this, they create those kind of people that go out and do stuff like that. And what's crazy about that story is, and like it's 100% from the heart. It's fucking dead on truth. He said in a store that I had a gun. Like this dude was so unhinged that he was okay with trying to put my life in danger for content. Like, that's how desperate some of these folks are for popularity. That's how desperate they are for attention. And you can't have that. You can't have a platform that allows that kind of stuff. You cannot have a platform that lets it, you know, that not only tolerates it, but kind of perpetuates it in a lot of ways, right? I will literally be your black fan to help you with the racist card. If it's ever used against you, you have my sword, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I grew up in a fucking a very multicultural place, and went to a high school where I was for the most part the minority. And plus on top of that, like all of my friends growing up were either Mexican or black. I mean, so I don't necessarily need the protection, but I appreciate it regardless. Some people never grow out of middle school. I think that and my Mexican bow. Oh man. We know that fucking La Raza stands behind you, yeah. We know that Mexicans don't use bows. Yeah. Anyway, but like, so the thing is that like, if they can grow past this kind of shit and get away from it, they're gonna do a lot better. Like the thing is like, there's just some negative connotations that are still around Twitch that I think make some people a little bit more hesitant to like want to, get into the ecosystem. I've been thinking about like I'd have to figure out. I've been dancing with the idea of dropping in a third multi-stream, but if I do, like, I don't know. I have to figure it out. I'd figure it out. If people want to go watch on Kick, I love the idea of being able to like make the stream available like where people want to watch it, right? Or make content available where people want to watch it. The only place that I just personally can't give much of a shit about is TikTok. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because I'm old. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't understand it. I just like I'm not a short form content guy. Bro, I am one of those people. When I see like a 5-minute video on YouTube, I'm like, nah. There's not enough information. There's not enough information there for me. I'm sorry. I'm like, I can't, no, man. No, but then I see a video that's like 25 minutes and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. What we got here? I got a little mini movie for me to watch. Tell me all about this thing that I'm interested in. Is that my phone case that finally showed up? If so, that's fucking great. My phone case broke. I don't even know how it even happened. I didn't even drop it. I think what it was is that like like the edge of it got caught on something. I'm 40. I see no point in TikTok. I don't either. I had one TikTok that went not viral, but like semi-viral for me at the time, at least. That was like 250 or 500,000 views on TikTok or something. It was literally me like I don't like ranting about Call of Duty. Like I don't even know what it was. It's old as fuck. I see a 10-minute video. I say hell yes, and I put it on 2x speed. Oh man, I'm 24 and I don't use TikTok. I don't think it's not the place for somebody like me. I think that there's definitely some times where maybe on certain videos, like I probably have some content that like I have some like good one-liners. You know what I mean? Those like good setups and then like right afterwards, right? I know that I do because I see people quote them in videos sometimes. But that's like the only stuff that I would actually ever throw up on there. I mean, fuck. I don't even understand the content. You guys know that my most do you guys know what my most popular video is? My most popular video. Nobody wants to see you. Fuck. Where is it at? Where is it at? It's not the spot. Yeah, here it is. I love pirating I love pirating games. 43 million views. Oh yeah, you're right. I could have just filtered by popularity. 43 million views. What the fuck? You want to know what this is? It's literally me just reading fucking Hakita's tweet about somebody pirating his game, and then me being like, true. That's it. There's nothing else. It's literally... How old is the video? I think it's like a year old. I think it's like a year.
Posted on Twitter saying, I love pirating indie games. And it shows that they're downloading Ultra Kill. The developer for Ultra Kill quote tweeted saying, as a creator of said game, you should only support indie games if you can. But culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. Ultra Kill wouldn't exist if I hadn't had the easy access to movies, music, and games growing up. If you don't have money, you can support via word of mouth. Culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. For real. For real. That is such a hot line.
That's it. That's all I said. I just read it. I just read it. Oh my fucking god. The fact that's the real pirate software right there. The fact that I actually have, I love that. I love that. I love that. The fact that I have a fucking a YouTube short that is of pirate software level popularity, and it's actually about pirating software, is peak. That is insane. That is insane. I fucking love it. I love it, man. Oh man, I cannot tell you how much I actually find those those like those tweets, those fucking memes that people keep making of pirate software, and it's literally just like pirate software. Look inside, does not pirate software. And I'm like, you all are so stupid. Grizzly Mine, thank you for the Prime, brother. Appreciate that. It's so fucking dumb. Is there anything I've talked about recently that I thought was cool? Yeah, Wargaming Steel Hunters is closing down just after 3 months of being out. That's why, like, I keep saying, like, this is one of the things we're gonna go. I actually want to go over their entire thing, and I want to read it, and I want to debate some of the points, or at least some of it. I think that'd be kind of fun to do today. While like most people don't think that's fun, I think it's fun. I think it's fun, but yeah, but I said reminder to the lobby group of Video Games Europe. They said that it would make online games prohibitively expensive to make, while these guys just shut down and torch millions of dollars every single year in a race to get their own Fortnite to make their shareholders happy. I think it's fucking crazy and just like wildly disconnected to see these publishers go out and bitch about how it's going to make these online games so expensive to make when you guys literally have been shutting them, like putting them out and shutting them down in less than a year's time. And you guys just keep fucking rolling the dice hoping that one of them is going to hit Fortnite. There's a clip of his real voice at 30 that had me rolling. Dude hit puberty and middle age. I don't know about any of that stuff. The funny thing is that like people have definitely like, I think that there's like warranted criticism, and then I think that there's like unnecessary hate. But I think that you also attract unnecessary hate when you continue to take an adversarial position rather than just like either letting it go, either apologize. I don't even say apologizing, either like admitting that you're wrong about something. You don't even need to apologize. The only thing is, actually, I will say one thing. He never apologized to Ross for insulting him. He apologized to everybody else for insulting Ross, but never directly to Ross. Did you guys see that? It was basically like I understand why people would be upset about that, and I apologize for my demeanor. And it's just like, how about instead you just say, like, hey, Ross, I apologize. I shouldn't have presented you that way. Rather than, like, you have to create this entire list of justification for why you were mad. And that you're sorry that other people are angry. Not sorry for what you did, just sorry because it made other people upset. It's so backhanded, bro. That shit is so cringe. That shit is so cringe. He didn't apologize, really? He apologized for people misunderstanding. Look, I'm sorry that you're stupid. I'm sorry that you're stupid. Yeah, eat my whole ass. He really likes saying that. He really likes saying that. Capcom cancels lecture on Monster Hunter Wilds optimization amid harassment concerns. Probably because your optimization isn't very good. Like, what are you guys giving? Like, we're probably taking this out of context, and it's probably them struggling with optimization, and that's the reason why they're giving a lecture or a discussion on it. I cannot believe under any circumstances that those guys are actually trying to give that these guys are actually trying to give anything like that for a real purpose, right? Let's see here. Bro, could you fucking imagine? That would have been a really weird matchup. Could you guys have imagined if this actually happened? Still waiting for Dragon's Dogma 2 optimizations? Good fucking luck. That game is so abandoned. They are so over that fucking game. Which is funny because it actually sold well, right? Like, Dragon's Dogma 2, I think commercially was relatively successful, wasn't it? But, yeah, no. I see something like this. What is he saying?
All of this. I think at this point, no company should ever allow themselves to be acquired by Microsoft. If you're a gaming company, don't do it. Stay out of it. It's a bad deal. People were saying this during the Activision stuff. Everyone that supported that was wrong completely. If we supported it, we were wrong. This was a big mistake. All of this stuff. I think at this point...
True. Fucking true. I think that, like, even when I saw, like, the whole Activision merger and stuff like that going on, there was part of me that was like, well, Activision Blizzard has been on a bad and wrong path for a while. Maybe it's time for some new leadership, things like that. And then I realized that, like, Xbox fucking couldn't influence a fart. Like, they can't influence anything. Why? Like, what are they gonna do? Look at the status of their studios. Look at the direction of every single franchise that they have. Like, I'm beyond myself with this company, man. And, like, I think that there's certain things that are going to come out of that. And, like, this is the problem, right? Is that I think that there's a couple of studios that likely have enough room and enough leash and also enough talent to be able to still make, like, good fucking games. Good games. And then what that's going to do is it's going to give people the wrong impression that Xbox still has it or that Xbox can still do anything. But that has more to do with the talent in those studios than it actually has anything to do with Xbox at all. I just wanted them to make use of the StarCraft IP. Aren't they making, like, a mobile game? Isn't this what you wanted? Isn't this is what you asked for? It's like the monkey paw, right? Here's your I just want them to do something with the StarCraft IP. Okay, we're making Funko Pops. Get fucked. Oh man, Xbox is no gamer. Is Gamerhead able to know to resonate with resonate anymore? Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, a lot of people were relatively high when Phil Spencer took over. Because it was obvious that like Phil Spencer does like video games. I'm not going to pretend like Phil Spencer doesn't. He does. He absolutely does. He plays far more fucking Vampire Survivors than he probably should, and he probably should play some other games. But he does like games. The problem is that like Phil Spencer's not a leader. He's not the one holding the reins. He's on a leash that is being held by Satya Nadella. He's not making the decisions. He's not pushing these studios. And I think it's a couple different things with that company, right? I think that like you'd have to look at the entire history of them. And one of the big issues that they had, and one of the things that they still kick themselves for today, is losing Bungie. Bungie and Lionheart. Those are the two ones that like really sent them down a weird path. And it was because they were too oppressive with those studios, and they were trying to, they were trying to like force them to put games out. One of the original list all of the leaders over the course of Xbox's history. State of Decay 2 or State of Decay 3 might be in some trouble. There's a video there if you should check it out. Sunny Games. It came out like 2 hours ago. I don't really like watching people's videos if they only came out like a couple hours ago. I only like videos that only have like a couple days on it. I like to give other even though I'm not streaming to like a billion people or anything like that, I feel like it's still better just to like, watch their shit after a few days have gone past. Rambling with $5. There's the only good things to come out of it was Call of Duty on Game Pass. They said it would be end of year COD. They kept it end of year COD, and they kept it. Monetization is still horrendous. I still think that at some point, what's going to end up happening is that the profitability of Game Pass is going to require them to create more tiers, and one of those tiers is going to be like they're going to make like a $5 extra a month to have like premium access to AAA games day one, and Call of Duty is going to be in that, and they're going to use Call of Duty as their like basically as their money motivator. So like wherever they want to increase their money and increase like the amount of money that people are paying for their subscription service, they're just going to move that game into those tiers as long as it's still successful, right? Oblivion did amazing. Oblivion did do very well. They're Judas Goat, yeah, essentially, yeah. Ultra Game Pass, day one games, $29.99. Yeah, of course that's going to happen. Yeah, I've said this before. Xbox's strategy is going to be this. They're going to go, let's paint this. Paint. Xbox's strategy is pretty simple. What is it? It's probably so like the first thing that they're going to do is, well, I just want like regular paint. Right? If I do it like this, it's just gonna suck. Fuck it, I'm already over it. Okay, essentially this is what's gonna end up happening. They're going to their first thing is to like fill it with games and then make it an affordable price point to get people in on the ground floor. And then what you do is you continue to build value inside of Game Pass, and then you slowly but incrementally increase the price of Game Pass. Then, when you realize that you've hit a ceiling for what you already offer, your only other option, therefore, is to start separating the content. So then that way people only have access to certain things, right? That's what they have to do right now because they can't put ads into their games yet or into their service. And you know what the crazy thing is? Xbox Game Pass ad is going to be their end goal. It's 1000% their fucking end goal. The only problem is, and the one thing that stands in their way from doing it, is how to implement that Like because so essentially they would only be able to do that inside of Game Pass, right? They wouldn't be able to just like integrate it directly into a game because that would run against Steam's policies, which means that they wouldn't be able to publish their games on Steam. And there's no shot that Xbox is not going to publish their games on Steam. So, like, it would have to be something that is built in to the actual subscription service itself. And it would basically run a check to make sure that they're playing the game on Game Pass and it's not a game that they own. And then it will preload ads based on how much time they play. Imagine paying monthly for games and not owning a single one. Yeah. But I mean, like, you have to keep in mind, like, that's the path they want, right? Like, that's what they fucking want, guys. Like, that's like, why do you think that, like, this whole ownership conversation is starting to heat up? Who do you guys think? Who do you guys think are going to be the first ones in the room talking to legislators about this idea of game ownership? It's going to be Microsoft. It's going to be Ubisoft. It's going to be EA. It's going to be... Are those the only three that have one? Right? Because and then Sony, right? Because you have Xbox Game Pass, you have Ubisoft Plus, EA Plus, or EA Play, and PlayStation Plus. Nintendo's another really good example as well. Yeah. No, there's like 10 or so companies that are on that list. And yeah, but the thing is that not all of them are necessarily on board with it, right? So like they support it because it's supposed to act within their interests, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of these companies are on board with it. If I'm not mistaken, I actually think that the homeboy from Epic Games, he already came forward and said that they don't support it. Even though their name's on that list, they said that they're not a part of it. But, I mean, you can only really take them at face value, right? You can only take them at their word. You think you own them digitally? Do you think because something is digital that you shouldn't have any ownership? There are plenty of things that are contractual that are not physical. Contracts do not need to be physical for you to be able to own something. And essentially, when you buy something, you're entering into a contract. This idea, because something isn't actually tangible, that for whatever reason, that means that you don't actually have ownership over it, doesn't fucking mean anything. Non-fungible token, NFTs. You know what the funny thing is that, like, that's technically the best use for that technology. I said that before. I didn't really like the way that, like, how people are trying to position NFTs as, like, a new currency or a way to make money. But it actually, in its technology for NFTs, has, like, a really fucking good... it has, like, a really... Like, there's a really good technology for being able to, like, track ownership and like create like unique versions of something that are technically, you know, ethereal and not existing. Your digital money is in your bank, isn't it? Yeah, it's a really good point. So anytime I hear somebody say like, oh, you think you own something digitally? Like, fuck, where's your money, dog? It's no different than that. Your money's in a fucking bank. You can't see it or touch it. Like, yeah, you can go and withdraw it, but that's the same thing. I think what's really interesting and the topic that this kind of ends up bringing up, and I think it would just be really fucking cool, is the idea of resale. Like being able to like trade in some of your digital games and being able to use that to be able to fund other purchases, either in like in-store credit or selling them to somebody else or just sending your game to somebody else, sending your game key to somebody. I think that'd be really cool. That's true. IP are not tangible, yet these companies own the shit out of those. Very true. Very true. Very, very true. Good observation. Reselling Steam games would be awesome. It fucking would be, actually. That would be fucking sick. I'm afraid that they understand that if they lose that battle with StopKillingGames and preparing to fuck us from another direction, well, the thing is that you're not allowed to. So typically, and this is something that I know that they have in the European Union for sure, we definitely have it in the US as well, is that if something like this happens, they track whether or not you tried to somehow retaliate against your customers as a result of it. Like retaliation, like price increases or whatever it might be, right? And the funny thing is that like this entire idea that they have right now, that for whatever reason, it's going to be prohibitively more expensive to make these games is just absolute fucking bullshit. Because all you have to do is just create best practices moving forward, and you would just already have the infrastructure built. Like, there's so much copy-paste shit that they do to begin with when they make video games and they build some of the infrastructure for online play, that all you have to do is just make, like, you just pre-make an industry best practice for being able to hand off the game to the players when the game is done, is you know, when you're done making money off of it. And then everybody uses that practice. And if it's commonplace, it becomes relatively easy to be able to implement, and you do it in the development process rather than last minute. A coder said that it's not hard to code. No, I know it's not. I've seen multiple indie developers. I've seen multiple people that are in the games industry right now that have come forward and specifically said, no, this is not something hard for us to do. We can do this at any time. What's StopKillingGames at right now? God, three. Woo! Hey. Man, isn't it great to see the gamers come together? Isn't it great to see the gamers come together? You fucking love to see it. You love to see it. And this, when does it expire? Fucking, I don't know, based Italy. I just wanted to see if the expiration's on here or not. I guess it's not. I think it expires at the end of the month. Ends on the 31st. Fucking 20 days. 20 days, we can hit 1.4. 20 days, we can hit 1.4. UK ends in 10 days. The UK petition's over its signature as well. It's over 100,000. I don't know currently what it's at right now, but yeah. You fucking love to see it. Oh, anyway, I was talking about the Xbox shit. We went on a whole fucking tangent there. Ed Freeze. Ed Freeze was the first guy that even gave the Xbox team any fucking room. He was the guy that went to fucking bat for them. He was the OG, right? He was the OG. Ed Freeze was a fucking real one. Ed Freeze left the company because Microsoft and Bill Gates were like so dead set on basically slave driving Bungie into the ground. And a lot of what ended up happening with Halo 2 specifically, it was the Halo 2 release, because like they had a bunch of problems and then they just made the guys basically work like fucking 12 to 13 or 14 hour days, like back to back to back. Some people were sleeping in the office, not even leaving. Gates and Microsoft had threatened to lock them inside the fucking building until the games got finished. And Freeze really, like, look at this shit. He also oversaw the relationships with Lionhead Studios and Rare. So he was also working with Lionhead. Lionhead were the people that created Fable, right? And he watched as Microsoft would constantly try to force him to mistreat these developers and overwork these developers, and he left. Basically, he helped and he stood in front of it, and he tanked a lot of the damage for Bungie while they were still trying to get Halo 2 out, because Halo 2 was in development hell. They were having problems with it. Mind you, back then, this is much faster turnarounds. Like, Halo 2 came out like damn near right after Halo did, right? And they were making like massive advancements from Halo 1 to Halo 2. And just the hell that they went through and the damage that he tanked, he ended up leaving afterwards. And I think that entire thing that went down with Freeze and Microsoft and Bungie and also Lionhead, because they were beating up Lionhead quite a lot as well, I think that whole thing is what led to Bungie wanting to leave after a while. Bungie was a nightmare of a company. It's truly a miracle that Halo exploded as much as it did. It's not a miracle. Halo was a fucking great game. 1, 2, 3, Reach, ODST, fucking peak, dude. Like, they were great games. I keep hearing Bungie was an atrocity to manage the company all along. Yeah, because like they were a bunch of fucking goons. It was a bunch of like college bros, right? It was a bunch of college bros that were making video games together. They were a mess. I keep in mind when Xbox picked up picked up Bungie, like the reason that they got them was because they were saving them from bankruptcy, because it was it Myst? Was that what the game, or was Myth? Myth was the name of the game. Basically had I forgot what it was. Basically, it was like wiping people's hard drives. You could be the most boring streamer. I'm trying. I'm still working on it. We'll figure it out. We'll get there one day. Sometimes you have to have goals, man. Oh, what is this? Would you take a sponsorship from another YouTuber that's starting a free platform to find indie games? Not a AAA boycott he's doing, but he's giving a platform to indies, giving choice to the player. Hit up my mods on the Discord, and I'll talk to them and see what's going on. If somebody's trying to reach out to me, so hit up one of the mods on the Discord, and I'll take a look at it. I have absolutely no fucking problem trying to bring any awareness to indie games. To be honest with you, you wouldn't even need a sponsor. I wouldn't even need a sponsorship for anything like that. Indies barely have any money to begin with. Obviously, I can't just like sit around taking a bunch of like fucking, you know, like plug in, like, you know what I mean. Otherwise, I'd have every fucking indie like under the floorboard coming up like, could you mention my game? Like, nah, I can't do that, dude. Plus, on top of that, the amount of times that I've had people that have been like, hey, I have a free key for my game, and they send it to me, and it's like the most like boo-boo shit I've ever seen, and I'm like, bro, the fuck are you doing? Why are you sending me this? Or like some of it's like some like shit that's like genuinely you can tell that this is like AI, like AI spaghetti string code and stuff like that. I'm actually chilling, playing Pokemon TCG Live. Oh, the trading card game. I had fun with that for like the first like couple of days, because it was like mostly like the original like 151 like when it first dropped, and then once they started getting into like Pokemon I don't recognize, I'm like, yeah, it's probably not good for me anymore. Kaiman, I'm sorry I missed this one. Kaiman with the $5. Thank you for the 10 though, Ishmaster. Appreciate that, brother. Kaiban with the $5. I never agreed with the subscription model to be a viable way to stay cash flow positive for individual studios, especially for third party. Like profitability wise, the issue is that like I think that it is possible, but I don't think that it's possible. So I have a crazy theory about this. Crazy theory about this. I think that a video game subscription service could work, but it can't work if you are the one that also owns the studios and the games that you're going to put on it. I think that it creates too much overhead for a business like that to be profitable. I think that it would be better off if it was something that was like how, because Xbox essentially writes blank checks to a lot of companies outside of their own studios, where they spend anywhere from $5 to $50 million to be able to have their game on Game Pass. Which means, so take it as an example, I would like to believe that most likely Expedition 33 got $50 million from Xbox so they could have their game on Game Pass, which then they use some of that money to invest in, building up their infrastructure or whatever else they did. Even though, come to find out, developing the game cost those guys like fucking peanuts. There's been discussions, and I've seen some talks with some of their developers, and like somebody brought up the number of like 10 mil, and they were like, no. Like those guys somehow made that fucking game for under 10 mil. What the They are fucking loaded. They are fucking loaded right now. Wait, what? That's fucking nuts. I know. Expedition 33 cost to develop. The development of Clair Obscur is estimated to be less than Mirror's Edge. While the exact figure is not publicly known, the developers at Sandfall have stated that it was less than some AA titles released 2 decades ago. Given that Mirror's Edge was estimated to cost between 18 and 28 million, it's likely that Expedition 33's budget falls below that range. Some estimate 10 to 15 million. But there was a conversation where I saw they were talking to the developers, and they had set, and he brought up 10, and he's like, it didn't cost less than 10 million, did it? And he was like, I'm not gonna say. And it's just like, fuck. How? I imagine the voice actors cost at least 3 to 4 million. That's where you are wrong, my friend. This is the one thing that a lot of people miss out when it comes to Kepler Interactive. Kepler, like in a lot of cases, like the only one that probably cost them a fair bit of money was probably Charlie Coyle, right? Like Charlie Coyle and Andy Serkis, right? Like those ones probably cost them a pretty penny. But even still, they don't have like that many voice lines. Is that what the name was? Charlie Coyle? I can't remember the name. Andy Serkis and Charlie Coyle. Is it Coyle or Cox? That was Cox. It's Charlie Cox, yeah. Did I say Coyle? Sorry about that. Anyway, regardless of the point, those would be the two like big A-list names that were on there. But we still have no idea how much those guys cost. And the other thing is at the exact same time is that, one of them didn't really have like that much screen time. They had a decent amount, but like there weren't like that many voice lines. And also, if you remember as well, in a lot of cases, like it's not just a flat fee. These guys get paid. It's based off of like how many lines, all that kind of shit. So like, who fucking knows? But I don't know, man. Ben Starr and Jennifer English are becoming in high demand. But you have to keep in mind, those are also people that are like, even though they're in high demand, they're still building out their portfolio. And what people miss out on is that Kepler Interactive is like basically a network of Kepler Interactive is a publisher that is made up of indie studios, ran by indie studios. It's like an indie studio co-op, essentially, is what it is. And these guys have like and like they're the people that actually own it. Both of them are professional voice actors, like A-list voice actors. So they have connections to other A-list voice actors that they can likely get in there on the cheap to help out some of these really cool, interesting indie games that these guys know are probably going to pop off. I mean, when you're dealing with indie games on the regular, there's a really good chance that you have a solid eye for the games that are actually going to do well, right? Like you're going to be able to recognize something and be like, this shit's going to hit, right? And they'd be like, hey, I'm going to hit up my buddy Ben. I'm going to hit up my, I'll hit up Jen. I'll hit up a bunch of these other folks and we'll bring them in, right? Jennifer English is also, Tides of Annihilation, yeah. I think the highest gross net for a game is Stardew Valley. It cost $0 budget. The game, the dude just busted his ass while working a job on the side. Same thing for Balatro. That dude, he made it in his free time. It was part of his portfolio so he could get a job in game design. Yeah, but only recently. There's a lot of voice actors, usually in unions. It's because a lot of companies don't pay them well. I don't doubt that Larian and Claire Obscure paid them decently. Well, I mean, like Claire Obscure wouldn't necessarily have the money to pay them crazy, right? Wasn't that also the story for Undertale as well? I think so, yeah. Schedule 1 is another really good example of that. Tyler's fucking balling. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Tyler is balling. That boy's got some fucking money. That boy has some money right now. Because he basically just had a couple of friends throw some artwork and another friend make some music. And then he made the game himself. And then that game goes on to sell like 10 million copies. Homeboy made like over $100 million. Mind you, there's like taxes and Steam's cut and stuff like that. So chances are he probably ended up with something around like, 50 or 60. So he's basically poor. 50 or 60 million dollars is essentially poor, right? What would you guys do in that situation? So like this is one of the things that's like kind of cool, but also kind of sucks at the same time when I look at some of these indie games. Is that you see these solo developers make something that just like rips, right? Like just goes off the fucking chain. And these dudes just instantly overnight millionaires. And some of these dudes just vanish. They just quit. They immediately retire. They go fuck off on a beach somewhere. Chances are, I think if that's what you're going to do, and if you're like super young and that's what you're going to do, most of those guys are probably going to end up poor. Most of those guys are going to probably end up poor, right? Like they're going to go to Vegas. They're going to fucking snort that money away or something like that. You know what I mean? Imagine if you're like 20. Imagine if you're like 21 to 25 and you just landed fucking $60-70 million. I would imagine it's probably just like lottery winners where most of them end up dead. The only ones that are going to be fine are the ones that just keep making games, right? They're like, they do it because they love video games. That's actually the crazy thing. Like, Tyler is still updating Schedule 1. He's still been adding content to it. That shit's fucking cool, man. Like, with how much money he just raked in, and he's just like, now he can just start his own game studio if he wants to. Really cool. Marry a hot chick. That's more than half gone. Yeah, that's a way to invest your money for sure. They're nerds. They buy magic cards, not drugs. No, they do. They buy the magic cards to do the drugs off of. Take the money and support Stop Killing Games. I don't think there's really anything to support with it. It's not really a whole lot of money that needs to go into it. All right. Yeah, dodged a fucking bullet here. There was internal memos when Xbox first got to, like, when they first started forming Xbox. Some people don't know the history of this company. Do you guys know when they were preparing to build the Xbox, one of the very first things that they were going to do, and it wasn't going to do, it's one of the things that they tried to do, and they had a meeting to do it. Before even making the Xbox, Microsoft went to Nintendo's headquarters and tried to buy them. They went into Nintendo's headquarters, sat down with their leadership, and said, "We want to buy your company." That was like, and this is one, again, this is something that goes to support my thesis that Xbox, since the beginning of the Xbox One era, has been under the influence of Microsoft, because everything they do is Microsoft moves, not Xbox moves, Microsoft moves. Things that are just foreign to the games industry. It's not how this industry operates, and it's just not good for it in the first place. The Nintendo's executives were still laughing by the time Microsoft people finally left. That's exactly the story. Yeah. So essentially, they went into the Nintendo offices, and the Microsoft executives laughed them out of the boardroom. Nintendo executives laughed Microsoft out of the boardroom. They sat down and like, "We'd like to buy you," and they're like, "No, no, please leave, please leave." Nintendo of America is literally across the street from Microsoft. Yeah, I'd laugh as well. Pretty humiliating shit. Yeah, so like, you guys have to keep in mind that like, one of the other things too that I don't think is really discussed a lot is like, the only reason that Xbox had even Microsoft even got into gaming in the first place, the only way that it was pitched was because of Bill Gates' ego. Now, the DirectX team, when they wanted to make the Xbox, they wanted to make it because they had an idea to be able to they wanted to make better games easier to make. And they wanted to make developers' lives easier as well, because you required, like, to be able to develop for Sega or to develop for Nintendo or for Sony, you needed to have these developer tools that were all in Japanese. And it was expensive, it was time consuming, and you also needed to have somebody that could translate. And a lot of that stuff would always like kind of fucking, it would just make life difficult. And there weren't any like one size fits all developer tools at the time. And PC development for PC games was using DirectX, and they thought, well, what if we made a game console that could use DirectX, so then that way people could make these PC games for a console, and it could make it easier for developers to be able to make these console games. And that was the whole reason they wanted to do it. It was for better games and for easier development tools and for more games to be released. And these guys were already cooking this idea in this like little think tank that they had, experimenting and trying to create their own shit. But the only reason Xbox ever got into it is because Sony tried to ship and market the PlayStation as the home computer entertainment system. The all-in-one home computer entertainment system, where it's supposed to do all these things, and basically they had a long list of all this different stuff that they wanted to do. I think it was the PlayStation 2. That's what it was, the PlayStation 2, right? Because they were going to do like online connectivity at one point, and they were going to have like a web browser. And Bill Gates saw that shit as a threat. He saw that it was a direct challenge to Microsoft and Windows 95. And then he was like, we need to make a video game console. And it just so happened that one of their teams was already working on something, experimenting in the background. And originally, they weren't even going to go with that one. I think they were going to go with the Windows... I think it was like the Windows CE team had made a console already that was essentially... like the fucking, I forgot what it was. There was like an older disc console at the time, and that's basically what they had fucking made. But they made it with like the Windows operating system, because that was like the requirement, was to make it with the Windows operating system. But the DirectX team stole the kernel. 3DO, that's what it was. Yeah. So the Windows CE team basically made the 3DO. And like that was the hardware that they had created. But then the Xbox team comes in with the fucking stolen Windows kernel that they broke into the offices at night and took and stripped it down and got rid of the Windows OS. And then fucking they presented it and they showed that they like booted up a game like faster than the PlayStation PlayStation could boot up a game or something like that. It was like crazy crap. It was crazy as hell. Wasn't Sega Dreamcast the earliest console that tried to do the whole online thing? It was the first one. It's so sad. The Dreamcast was like the biggest fucking L. But not as a console. The Dreamcast is a fucking incredible machine. Like, Sega was way ahead of the fucking game. They were so ahead of the game, but they overinvested. They spent too much money. They used too much new technology. It was too expensive. And other competition came in at a cheaper price with more games and they won. And it sucks because the thing is that like the Sega Dreamcast was fucking peak. Like if they would have continued to succeed, we might be in a fucking we might have lived in a world where we still had like a fourth console. Bigger L, Stadia or Dreamcast? I'd have to say the Dreamcast. Again, the Dreamcast it's like one of my favorite consoles of all time. It had banger games, dude. Crazy Taxi was so good on that. Power Stone is like one of the best fighting games ever. A Record of Lodoss War, which is basically like a Diablo like ripoff, was like super fucking good. Grandia 2 is quite literally the game that got me into playing turn-based Japanese RPGs. Fucking what is it? What was the one online game that they had? The MMO. It's still online today. Just on PC now. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Phantasy Star. Yeah. They had Phantasy Star Online. The first console MMO. Did PSO2 come out on Dreamcast? It did, didn't it? And then that shit stayed alive and running up until, and it's still running right now, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, I can't remember if 2 came out afterwards. Either way, whatever. I tried New Genesis and hated it. Just so did everybody else. They did a really bad job with PSO2. They should have just, I don't know if they should have just made a completely different game, but like the idea that you're like going to have like, you're going to carry over your character's information and shit is just, yeah. The servers are running, but they're only private, I think. I'm almost positive that Phantasy Star Online, like regular Phantasy Star Online 2 servers still exist. And you can jump between both games still. Because there's Phantasy Star Online 2 to Genesis. I think it still allows you to jump between both versions of the game. Yeah. Yeah, it still allows you to be able to jump between both versions of the game. The little memory card that you could play games on was sick. Couldn't you put a Tamagotchi on it? You can play private servers of Phantasy Star Online. And that was on 360. Yeah. Well, Phantasy Star Online was on the Dreamcast. You could raise a Chow, which is yeah, that's right. It was a Chow. That's what it was called. I remember that. Jet Set Radio. Yeah. Fuck, Dreamcast was so good, dude. It was so good. But the thing is that they just, it was too expensive. That's the only reason it failed. There's 2 reasons why it failed. One, because the internet infrastructure was not in place to play online games at that time. Like, just not enough people had internet at home. And then two, the other thing is that they spent a lot of money making the console, and it was too expensive for them to be able to sell enough of them. So not a lot of people had them. But I love that thing. I still remember when I was in my, I was getting ready for school, and my mom had the news on, and they fucking and the news came up, and I think it was like some like investor thing, and they brought up how Sega was basically discontinuing the Dreamcast and going out of business. And I just remember being like so fucking twisted. I was like, but that's the system that I play. But that's my game, that's my console. Like, all my friends had like PlayStations. I was the Dreamcast kid. That's what I was. I was a Dreamcast kid. Well, I mean, how much? I don't think you realize how much was the Dreamcast when it came out. $250. Released in 1999 with a real retail price of $200 in Japan, and then it debuted in 1998. Oh, in Japan, but it was 250 USD. But the PlayStation was even more expensive. It must have been the Nintendo that knocked it out. Sega's damaged reputation, prior consoles like the Sega Saturn 3. Yeah, that's the other thing too. They had way too many iterations back to back to back. Too many consoles that they put out in too close of succession, and they didn't have enough games, and people didn't really trust Sega for the most part, because they had the Saturn, the 32X, and the Sega CD. I had a Sega CD. The games on it were all right. What was your first console? An NES? The first console that was bought for me, because the NES was my brother's, and then it was like handed down to me, right? I was always initially I was the hand-me-down gamer. I'm gonna give you guys some LD lore here, okay? This is gonna trip some people out, okay? You guys are gonna think this is wild. I played the NES, and I got a Game Boy, and that is all I played until I think 2 years after the N64 came out. I never had a Super Nintendo. I had a Sega Genesis. That was my first like console that my mom bought for me, right? Like the NES was my brother's. The Sega Genesis was mine, right? That was the one that she got me. But like that's all I played. I played Sega Genesis and I played NES up until like the N64. And then after the N64, I played N64. I played the N64 until I got a PS2. Like a few years after the PS2 came out. It was like 2 or 3 years after the PS2 came out. And by the way, like I mean, like I played games a lot, but I always played the same games. Like we didn't have a lot of money, right? So like it's not, my parents never had that. I mean, my single mom. My mom did not have the kind of money to be able to fork out to be able to go and like buy me all these games and buy all this shit all the time, right? Especially when it comes to like the hardware and all that shit. So I have what I would essentially call genetic knowledge. Okay. I have essentially genetic knowledge of like old Nintendo games that I have played so much that I'm like, we're talking likely like thousands and thousands of hours in the same games. The original Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario Brothers 3. I probably still to this day know where like 90% of the secrets in those games are. Just as like intrinsic knowledge. Like I still right now could easily see and know the exact levels that I need to be able to sit on a block to go behind the map in Super Mario Brothers 3 to get the first whistle. I know where to go to get the next whistle and be able to skip straight to the last level. Right? Zelda, the original Zelda. I know that one really well. What else is another one that I know really, really well? The original Pokemon games. Like I think I feel like I probably played Red and Blue for like years, right? Like that's like I just swap between those two games constantly. Constantly. And then after that, when I finally got like an N64, it was Ocarina of Time. Like I played the fucking brakes off of that game. That and Smash and Mario Kart and Donkey Kong Country. Gold and crystal? You mean gold and silver? Mario 64? Yeah, Mario 64 as well. Yeah. Basically like the three I don't even know like what games I probably still the games that I know for a fact that I still have is GoldenEye, Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Snap, Zelda Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. Which, I mean, like, those games on N64 were like, that's like peak fucking N64, right? That's a goated list. It's like the fucking best list. Golden Sun. Golden Sun was on Game Boy Advanced, and I played the fucking brakes off that game. I love Golden Sun. That's another one of those like RPG series where I'm like, fuck happened? What are you doing? Pokemon Stadium was rigged? True. That's what I said. I said Smash Bros. Did you ever play Harvest Moon? No, I didn't. Golden Sun was so good. So fucking good. So fucking good. Really good story for that game, too. So Sega's damaged reputation, competition with the PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 launched in 2000. It was a massive success with a huge library, DVD playback. This is the big thing. The DVD playback was huge. The fact that the PlayStation 2 could play DVDs was fucking massive at the time. Because it essentially replaced like everybody, instead of getting a DVD player, like I didn't know a single fucking person with a DVD player. Everybody had a PS2. Because it was like, why would I bother just getting a DVD player when I could get a DVD player and a video game console? It was a no-brainer. Like, it was the smartest market decision that Sony had ever made. It absolutely fucked up their DVD player sales, but what does it matter? Because your PlayStation 2s were selling crazy. Like, fucking wild. PS2 was also cheaper than a lot of DVD players at the time. True. What's your PlayStation 2 list? Ooh. PS2 list. Shadow Hearts. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy 12. So you know what the funny thing is that because I never had a PlayStation, some of my favorite PlayStation games were actually the PS1 games that I went back to play. Metal Gear Solid, obviously Sons of Liberty. Yeah, of course. And Snake Eater. But some of my favorite games are like when I actually finally got the opportunity to play Final Fantasy VII. I finally got to play Final Fantasy VIII. 8 was actually the first Final Fantasy game that I played. Kingdom Hearts, yep. Ape Escape, yeah. Ape Escape was really good. Onimusha, I really enjoyed Onimusha on PlayStation 2. Man, I'd actually have to go and like look through my... The problem is that my house got robbed when I was a kid, and they stole my PlayStation, my Dreamcast. Sorry, they stole my PlayStation and my GameCube and all my games. Monster Hunter, I never got into Monster Hunter as a kid. I played Monster Rancher, where you could like put in like the music, like CDs and shit like that. You guys remember that? You could like grab like a random DVD and like throw it in there. Parasite Eve, yeah. Dino Crisis. Monster Rancher was great. It was so good. It was so good. Ever own a Virtual Boy? Why do you think I wear glasses? Why do you think I wear glasses, dude? That fucking black and red fucking light probably destroyed my eyesight. I had my head strapped to that piece of shit all the fucking time. Everybody was in on that wave. I held on to that thing for fucking ever. I wonder if I might actually still have it now that I think about it. It might be at my mom's house in storage. Virtual Boy was ahead of its time? No. Virtual Boy was just junk. It was just not, it was never even a thing. Nothing was virtual about it. It was just red and black and like slightly 3D, and it'd just make you sick if you played it for too long. Did you play yeah, obviously I played Grand Theft Auto 3 and San Andreas and fucking and Vice City. I didn't really play San Andreas as much. I was a Vice City guy. I really like Vice City. Final Fantasy 12 finally getting the love it deserves. It was a great fucking game. I thought it was always loved. Is it not? LD, did you see how Tarkov just kind of fucked up their game and nobody's enjoying this wipe? Oh, is it because they got rid of the store or the market? I don't remember what it was. What did you do with all your old consoles? Do you still have them? I do still have them. Yeah. When I move, I do plan on having like retro game. Like we'll play retro games. I don't know how to stream or play them. I hope that they all still fucking work. If they don't, then I get online and I go buy some. But once I move and I get all my shit back, then I plan on doing that. Actually, speaking of, I'll be going to look at a house when I go and I go to visit family. Classic Mega Man? Yeah, Mega Man was really good too. Just record off of a CRT with your phone. That actually, I'm not gonna lie, that would be kind of fucking peak. What if instead? What if I just got a fucking CRT, and then we just like set up a fucking cam like behind it or whatever, and just like do like dual cam, right? That would actually be kind of fucking cool, dude. Now that I think about it, immersive experience. Yeah, like literally just having like a camera like set up like in front of the CRT. And I'm sure there's like probably either a style of lens or lighting that you can use to make sure that it comes through like relatively clear. But it would literally just be like I wonder if there's like a We're gonna demo the UI. So the UI for stream would literally just be this. And then me just like jamming Mario. That'd be the start of a new meta. Dude, I actually, like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, that'd be kind of fucking peak. That actually, dude, that'd be fucking sick. Right? That'd be fun. That's what I'm saying. Go back, play some fucking Mario. Go back, play some Zelda, Metal Slug, all kinds of shit. We're starting something here, bro. I'm just saying. Let me fucking cook. Let me fucking cook. This could actually this could be real, baby. This could be real. We could be making fucking history right now. We could be making history right now. I think that'd be a lot of fun, man. I think that'd be a lot of fun. It would also save me the pain in the ass of trying to figure out how to do like HDMI with old consoles and all that shit, and buying adapters and using a capture card and all that stuff, right? I know that they have like the mini, they have a mini Super Nintendo and they have a mini NES that like have all the games like loaded onto it already. Thoughts on emulation? I love emulation. Panic, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it, brother. 5 months in a row. Big thanks. I started emulating games on the fucking PSP. You guys remember that shit? That's where it was at. PSP homebrew. God damn. PSP is a fantastic handheld. Fuck yeah, it is. Part of me wants to have one again. It was so good. And the games were also like fucking fire too. You guys are making me nostalgic thinking about all these like old fucking games. Like playing was it Metal Gear Solid? What is the Metal Gear Solid game? Why can't I think of the name of it off the top of my head? Peace Walker. That is what it is. Peace Walker. Yeah. Peace Walker. That shit was fucking fire on PSP. Was Jade Empire? Jade Empire was also PSP too, wasn't it? I think it was. My first real video game was the new Super Mario Brothers on DS. Damn. That was also really good too. DS is a fire fucking handheld too. I own but have never played Jade Empire. Should I do it? Yes. Yes? How have you not played Jade Empire? Jade Empire was so good, man. So good. Xbox confirmed the file size of GTA 6. It's 326 megabytes. I'm sure. I'm sure. That's probably the launcher. It's more like, it's probably gonna be like 328 gigs. Midnight Club. Fuck, that game was so good too. Midnight Club was a shit. I played the fuck. Dude, I used to be a racing nut. I used to be a big race car nut, man. But I was always with more of like the niche, more niche racing games. Midnight Club, I played a shitload of Tokyo Extreme Racer. I played the shit out of that, dude. Oh my god, where you go up behind people on the street and flash your lights at them and then start your races. Well, I guess I wasn't really niche. I played a lot of the other ones too, right? Like I played a shitload of Burnout. That was my jam. Need for Speed Underground, Need for Speed Underground 2. Auto Modelista, I played that, yeah. Burnout Paradise, yeah. Dub Edition is so good. Oh, it was really good. Gran Turismo, I had it, but I didn't really get like those kind of racing. I like street racers. Test to see if you're an old Dreamcast OG. What do you know about Power Stone? That was the first game that I mentioned when we were talking about Dreamcast earlier. Like Power Stone's one of those games that I think like the only reason it doesn't exist is because like Sega has to be terrified that it just doesn't have a market because everybody would rather go and play because they would think that people would want to go play what the fuck is it? Like Smash Brothers, right? Motherfucker is popping off. Motherfucker is popping off. Is this a thing now? Crunchyroll on YouTube, full episodes? Wow. Fucking this game was so good, dude. Aspen goes so hard. The clip wait on the clip channel, that's crazy. The clips channel is fucking wild. Oh wait, you talking about, were you talking shit about my algorithm? Skill Up, Epstein, body cam footage, Laura Fryer talking about Xbox, and my dress up dark. Yeah, this actually checks out. Yeah, it's actually this checks out. Yeah, it sounds about right. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Play Power Stone ranked on stream? That's not even a fucking thing, is it? People even still play it? Can they play it? Well, I mean, I guess you could, maybe, but it's not online though. Oh, so I saw this. So update July 7th. Romero Games had posted saying that we want to address the recent reports regarding the status of Romero Games. These reports contained inaccuracies, and we feel that it's important to set the record straight. The funding for our project was pulled and our game was canceled. Due to the confidential agreements, we cannot disclose the publisher's identity though some may infer it from public information. As a result, we now have to reassess the entire staffing of our studio. Romero Games is not closed, and we are doing everything in our power to ensure that it does not come to that. Any suggestion otherwise is factually incorrect. Indeed, we were the studio today to discuss the next. Indeed, we are in the studio today to discuss the next steps with the team. We have been contacted by several publishers interested in helping us bring the game across the finish line, and we are currently reevaluating those opportunities. We appreciate the outpouring of support, and will share further updates as we are able. Romero Games. I guarantee this is where River Dude, thanks for the Prime, brother. Appreciate that. So it's closed, okay? No. So I'm gonna teach you guys something that I've recently learned when it comes to a publisher and studio relationship. When the studio is not owned by the publisher, essentially what they do is they give them a list of deliverables, and that's how they get paid. What were they working on? So Romero Games is made by one of the co-creators of Doom, the original Doom. They were working on an original game, a new IP, and Xbox, even though they're not saying it here, Xbox was the one that was funding it, and they had said, like, there were some discussions and some internal external stuff where they were like, we don't know what happened. We were meeting deliverables. They said that they liked the game. Everything was coming together. We didn't miss a single deadline, and then they just pulled funding. And like Xbox has a track record of doing this lately, where they'll have games that are like almost finished or like are almost there, and then they just say, yeah, we don't think this is gonna work. And I think in a lot of cases what it ends up being is it's these games that are probably AAA quality, but they don't see it appealing to a broad audience. They see it being relatively niche and not being usable for Game Pass or not being good enough for Game Pass, and then they just drop the funding. This is so wrong. It is. It sucks. But so essentially these guys are on a timeline. They're on a schedule. This is what you need to give us step by step by step. These guys did their job. They did exactly what they signed them up to do. And then Xbox just pulled the fucking plug on them. Now they're in the position in which they have to find somebody else to be able to fund the rest of the project to get it to the finish line. And I think this is where Xbox is going to start getting clotheslined by a lot of other companies, because what's going to end up happening is that you're going to have some publishers. They're going to be coming. It's going to be one man's trash is another man's treasure. You're going to see Xbox cutting these studios loose. You're going to see Xbox cutting funding to some of these studios. And you're going to see them go on to be able to find success on their own, either through another publisher or by self-publishing. That's essentially what's going to be happening. Imagine staring at the originator of Doom in the eyes and saying, nah, I don't think it'll make money. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, we don't know what they're making or what it is, though it does sound like it's relatively close to being finished. So, like, marketing was probably getting ready to spin up for it. And that's what Xbox was like, that's basically they're like, shit or get off the pot. Because if Xbox was the one publishing it, they're also the one marketing it. And seeing how much money Xbox spends on marketing, it could be anywhere from $50 to $150 million that they're going to spend on that. So they probably said, you know what? Yeah, no, we're not going to do it. The last Doom was asked, though. Romero Games isn't the one that made Doom. He's a co-creator of Doom, but not the guy that was working at... He's not working for id. id makes Doom. Yeah, so yeah, don't get that twisted. This is not like, oh, but Doom sucked. Well, he doesn't even have anything to do. He has nothing to do with it. Imagine telling Mick Gordon to kick rocks. What a fucking swing and a miss. And the funny thing is that I actually like the music in Doom Dark Ages isn't terrible, but it's noticeably worse. It's noticeably mid. Dude made Daikatana. I got zero hype. Oh, so I don't know what they did. But yeah. Xbox is run by Coke Addicts. It's HD. Maybe. Thank you for the 2, man. Oh, and LD, you got me playing Dead Cells again. I might end up actually making, and because I haven't done this when was the last time I did one? I'm having to look. It's been a long time. I think the last time that I made a video game review video was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Dead Cells was a wake-up call? No. Instead, I just talk about how it's ruined my life. That game has me fucking hooked, man. Any interest in AI Limit? I played it and I fucking loved it. Great Souls-like. I need to check that out. There's actually some relatively like high praise on that game. Are you gonna review Gears Reloaded? When does that release? You know what's something that pissed me the fuck off? So I signed into my Xbox account on PC, and for some odd reason, none of my games show up. Like all the games that I purchased on Xbox during like the Xbox One, and then I purchased maybe a couple of them on Xbox on when I had an Xbox Series S, but like none of my games show up, which is really funny because the thing is that when I pulled it up, it thanked me for buying the Gears of War Ultimate Collection, and gave me a key to be able to get Gears of War Reloaded for free. But I don't have access to my Gears of War Ultimate Edition. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. And like the thing is, the only thing that I would want from my Xbox library, it's not even like my Xbox games, right? The digital Xbox games that I purchased. It's actually like it's the indie games that I bought on there, right? Or it's like the indie games in like the Microsoft marketplace games that I had that were on there, like Castlevania HD and a bunch of other stuff like that. The game's library interface sucks ass. I just think it is fucking crazy that like your own UI in Marketplace on the UI of your own fucking operating system sucks. Oh no shit. Microsoft already took away people's games owned for Windows Live. When it shut down, tons of people lost access to Halo, Age of Empires. Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Apparently, you get a code for Reloaded if you had the digital copy. If you had a digital copy of Gears of War Ultimate, I got a code even though I don't have a physical copy. Even though I have a physical copy, I do. I got like it's in my inbox. There's a message in my Xbox inbox that has a key for me to be able to download Gears of War Reloaded. When does it come out though? I'll totally play that on stream. August 26th. Yeah, we'll jam that for fucking sure. Gears 1 is like one of my fucking like top favorite games of the entire Xbox 360 era. That and Halo 3. Do you react to vids on stream? Yeah, you guys just gonna drop them in the I don't really go looking for a lot of that stuff on my own, right? But there's a React channel in the Discord where you can put React videos, and then I check it out and see if there's anything in there to take a look at. A game made for men. Yeah, I'm cautiously hyped about E-Day. It's one of those things where I'm like, I don't see how you could fuck that up, but then I look to see like how like the just goofy weird changes that id made with like id Software made with Doom the Dark Ages, and while they're like relatively minor, it just goes to show like how much they're willing to undermine the identity of a game just to be able to try to make it fit for a broad audience, or the image of a broad audience that they have. E-Day needs to hit or we're done with Gears. Yeah. Oh, well, I saw Space Marine 2 recently. I mean, you guys probably saw it in the video, but Space Marine 2 just hit 7 million copies sold. So, like, there's obviously a market for that kind of game. People will play it. People will enjoy it. And arguably, Gears has a better infrastructure for, like, online play and stuff like that. Though, to be honest, I heard that, like, the beta that they had for Reloaded was fucking garbage and had, like, tons of issues. But, you know, that's a completely different story, right? But it's like, how the fuck are you like remaking a game, and for some odd reason, like you guys fuck it up that much? Like, the game already exists. I could play it right now if I wanted to. Did you ever drink the Halo 3 Orange Mountain Dew? Everybody was on that shit. I don't trust anything coming out of Xbox being good, and that's kind of where I am right now. When it comes to a lot of their games, they're just not good, man. And like, I think that's what like upsets me is like looking at the upcoming slate of games that they have. Like, on paper, that shit looks good. Ninja Gaiden, Fable, Gears of War E-Day, Black Ops 7. Yeah, I don't really think about it. That one I'm not really. I'm not really up. What else? That Clockwork Revolution looked really good. Outer Worlds 2. That one, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's a big question mark for me. Outer Worlds was good. Like, it wore on me. Like, I felt like I was just playing, like... I felt like I was playing, like, safe for work for Fallout. Like, lesser space Fallout is what I felt like I was playing. Starfield before Starfield. That's like, there was like, the gameplay was okay. The builds were all right, I guess. The humor was a little okay. Rated teen for Fallout. Yes, exactly. Like, it just, I don't know, man. Like, I thought it was a good game. I liked some of the game. There were some humorous parts I really enjoyed. Other parts of the game were just okay. But it was just kind of like, all right. And I feel like that game's kind of a little bit overrepresented, right? And it was a AA game. Keep that in mind. This is not like a AAA game. It was a AA game. Keep in mind, it was also a $60 game. But now all of a sudden, Outer Worlds 2 is apparently going to be a AAA game at $80 fucking dollars. And I will say that, like, I know that they brought back some of the original guys, some of the original Fallout guys, and also some of the original people that were working on the first Outer Worlds to, you know, like Tim Kaine and stuff like that to help out. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I was really excited for Avowed. You know what the funny thing is? Watch this. Fuck it. How do I search someone's tweets for a keyword? I forgot what the command is. From username keyword. Okay. At a legendary drops. Avowed. Go away. The more I see of Avowed, the more optimistic I am about the game's launch. I wasn't really impressed with Outer Worlds, but this seems to be shaping up just fine. And then I played it. Because then the next post I make is, do I really need to point out how misleading it is, given the fact that Shadows is only really yeah. Because Matt Piscatella had said, here's a fun one. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been the best-selling video game in the U.S. for the past 3 months in the market, according to Circana's retail tracking service. Currently, it ranks. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. He says, it's because I said, oh, wow, one of the biggest franchises is beating Avowed, Civ 7, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. What an achievement. Yeah. There's a fucking premonition. I think the change in tone and art direction from Avowed's first trailer to what it became had a massive impact on its perception. Honestly, that's probably the biggest factor. That guy speaks truth. Was it good? Avowed? No, I didn't really like it at all. The world was dead and lifeless. I don't know, man. It just... Like, I think there's, like, some areas of the game that like, had some charm. But outside of that, it just... I don't know. I just really didn't like it that much. Especially when you compare it to other games that are like it. And, like, how much... You know, how much things have advanced since then. Blue Furry was an instant nope. I didn't really like the character designs and customization. I didn't like the character designs in the game. Exploration seemed interesting, but other than that, yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh, the fisherman with the Gen Z haircut. Yeah. It's funny how there was Avowed equaled Forget and then Tainted Grail happened. That's actually kind of fucking crazy. Is it like the one thing that I don't think a lot of people talk about, and I haven't heard mentioned very much, is that Avowed essentially just disappeared from conversation. I remember when people were like trying to talk about how like Avowed was successful or Avowed was so great, and I'm like, well, if that's the case, why is it that like within 3 weeks of that game coming out, there was like a week or two of like drama around it, right? Because like people were putting out their reviews, some people hated it, some people liked it, and then all of a sudden, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, it was just gone. Gone from conversation. LD, did you finish the altars? I'm in Act 3 on the altars. I need to finish that game, though. I really like that game. It's a lot of fun. I shouldn't say that it's a lot of fun. It's more of like a cerebral game than it is like a fun game. You would only really like a game like Altars if you really like narrative-driven games. Because it's essentially just base management and narrative RPG, kind of. Dragon Age of Veilguard, man, that game was fucking bad. That one felt personal. You should have seen. I saw it. You should have seen Asmund comparing Avowed to Oblivion and Skyrim. It was really funny. He never played Skyrim. He skipped Skyrim because he was stuck in World of Warcraft. He barely played Oblivion because he was stuck in World of Warcraft. He never played the good shit. He never played the good shit. There's like a long list of games that dude has not played. And you can tell when he's making like certain observations where you're like, why would you say that? And it also makes sense because it's like there's one, like a really good example of this, like Dragon Age the Veilguard. The reason why the conversation around Dragon Age the Veilguard was so heated and why people were so pissed about that game was specifically because it felt like an insult. It's because it felt like it was an insult. Because it's like, this is not what this series has ever represented. This is never what the series has been. This is never the audience this series has been made for. Like, what are we doing? Why is this like this? He likes critical info, critical experience. It's not necessarily information, it's just experience. He did play the remaster. Yeah, he did. And it changed his perspective on things, and he realized that he's like, wait a minute, actually, this shit is fucking peak. Yeah. No frame of reference, and that's what's going to kind of fuck things up for you, right? Like, my entire frame of reference is probably, and it actually goes to show, like, why I'm so pissed about things and why I bitch as much as I do. Again, this is that lore and nuance that I think a lot of people miss when it comes to me. Is that you have to understand that there was a fucking wide gap in my life where I essentially just did not play a lot of video games. Like, I grew up on some of the like best and classic experiences in video game history. The best games on Xbox 360, the best games on the original Xbox, on PlayStation 2, on PlayStation 1, N64, Super Nintendo, NES, Game Boy, the DS, all that stuff, right? Like that, those were like all, that's where like most of my shit was. The minute that we went into the PlayStation, the minute that we went into the Xbox, I'll say this, essentially for the entire Xbox One generation, PlayStation 4, Xbox One generation, I was gone. Like, I was working in construction. I was playing in bands. Like, the only game that I would ever really play was I'd play, like, NHL with my friends online. I'd play Gears of War a little bit. I played Bloodborne and Demon Souls. That's it. That's as far as it goes. So, like, that whole gap, I missed out on all the bullshit where everything was slowly starting to fucking turn on its side. And then I come back to it where I finally have, you know, like, because it's mostly me struggling in life, trying to find, like, stable income and a stable job. That's really all it was. Like, I didn't have the time or money to really, like, play video games because I had dropped out of college. I was in debt. I was like fucking, you know, working like odd jobs in retail and shit like that at the time. And then it took a while for me to finally get on my feet and get a job where I actually was making a reliable income and had a stable life. And then once I was, it was good. Once I did, I was fine. And then after that, then I got back into video games. And then when I did, I was like, what the fuck happened? And the funny thing is that like I basically started this YouTube channel right around the time that I was like getting like I had basically gotten like fully back in on video games for the most part, or at least I was starting to. And I was going through like a lot of older experiences at the time, and I was like playing like Final Fantasy 14. I played an MMO, which I hadn't played an MMO since I was like a kid. Were you lead or chord? I rhythm guitarist. I'm not a lead guy. I suck with fucking I suck at music theory. It's not that I suck, it's just that I don't know, I'm lazy. I'm lazy. I play by ear, so I like to just fucking, you know, jam chords. I create like leads inside of like inside of rhythms and stuff like that, right? But yeah. I'm more of a doodler more than anything else anymore. Wait, you drop out? What are you doing, man? I dropped out 3 times before I finally graduated. I dropped out 3 times before I finally graduated. First, I went for video game design, and then I failed, mostly because I was like traveling to school. I wanted to go to school in the city, but the city was like, you know, fucking 2 hours away or something like that, and or like an hour and a half away or something. So I had to deal with traffic, and I also had to work a part-time job to be able to afford to go to school, to be able to pay, you know, for books and bills and car insurance and all that shit, right? And then and it was the mix of like all my friends that didn't go to college and me hanging out with them, me working, the girlfriend I had, and then trying to go to school. And school was just never the priority. And I fucked up, and I dropped out. I fucked up, I failed, and then I dropped out. And then I went to a different school that I thought would be a little bit easier. because I got accepted into like a really good art school, right? Like I went to like Columbia in Chicago, where I went, right? And which is like a really prestigious art school. And yeah, I sucked. I couldn't cut it. I was like, oh, this shit's intense, bro. This shit's fucking intense, bro. I can't do this shit. I can't do this. Right? Like, there's no fucking shot. And then I went to an easier school for art again. Didn't work out. I dropped out again. The third time I went for business. I did drop out, but I passed. I passed my classes for my first semester, but I just didn't have the money at the time to be able to like continue paying cash for school because I just refused to get another loan again. I didn't want to do that to myself. I already had college debt. I didn't want to stack any more on top of it. And then I took like a year or two off to be able to make more money and figure my situation out. Then I went back to school again, and then I finished. Long story. Sometimes not sometimes. A lot of times I take the hard way. A lot of LD lore today, yeah. Thank God you don't get rejected from art school. I did not get rejected. I got accepted. It's so funny how hard art school is and how unrewarding it is when you actually graduate. I didn't go back for art. I went for business. I basically was like, the art school that I went to, both art schools had a video game developer program, and that's what I was in. I was going to go for like video game art and video game design and stuff like that. I wanted to be a designer for video games. I wanted to have like a little bit of touch in the art design, but not really that much. I really wanted to like design video games, right? And I couldn't cut it. Like programming classes and shit like that, I just fucking no. I wasn't even interested. Once I figured out how video games are made, I was like, this is boring as fuck, dude. This is boring as fuck. This is not nearly as cool as I thought it was gonna be. I'm out of here, dog. And then finally when I went back, I'm like, well, I've always had a keen eye for business and understood business very easily. I'll just go to school for fucking marketing and business management and call it a day. And and the minute that I enrolled in fucking business and marketing, I was like, dude, this is the easiest shit of my life. All my other classmates were fucking struggling. I'm sitting there fucking nailing A's. I'm not even gonna kid you guys. Dead serious. I never read the book a single time. I never studied. I literally, like, I would just, the concepts for business, at least from my perspective, and I don't even know how it even happened or like where I was exposed. I mean, like both of my parents are entrepreneurs, right? Like both of them started their own businesses and have worked in their own businesses their entire lives, right? So like I've been around that for a long time. Never read the books, never looked into any of that shit. But every single time a new concept was given to me, I understood what the concept was. Recognized it immediately. And then drew conclusions from there. Sometimes I would be wrong, but more times than not, I was right. This shit is so fucking funny to me that it's like Game Pass is profitable because Microsoft doesn't count costs for first-party games and live services. The troubles at Xbox are far from over. Xbox is reportedly given utterly unrealistic financial targets that are going to continue to hurt their gaming division. There was another one that was on here that said that like, yeah, right here. Game Pass is profitable because Microsoft doesn't count costs. So I forgot where the other one was, but it says, basically, this is started as Xbox Game Pass isn't profitable. Then it is profitable. Then it is only profitable because Xbox does not count their first-party titles against Game Pass. So that probably has to do with more like their accounting, like how they account for the games and how much money they spend on them. And it says Microsoft CFO Amy Hood has given Xbox an utterly unrealistic financial requirement that is going to continue to hurt this division. This isn't over. And then Tom Warren says, I don't think it's unrealistic. It's just the reality of the Xbox business after the ABK acquisition. Without that Xbox revenue, Xbox revenue would be down, and Game Pass and the Game Pass gamble hasn't paid off yet. What do you? That's why it's unrealistic. Game Pass has not paid off yet. And they're also like they've also massively like indebted Xbox itself, not Microsoft, obviously. Microsoft has the money to cover it up. But it's not unrealistic. Yes, it fucking is. Like, here's the thing. Hold on, let me read this. Kaiban, thank you for the $20, dude. Fuck, man. Super generous of you. Appreciate it, brother. Something funny. I went to school for games too. Best class I took was QA. I got a QA interview on a game during crunch. Oh, okay. I dropped out because I was working 50 hours a week. Worked my way to design. Been doing it for 15 years. That's awesome, man. It's awesome. Good for you. Good video today. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Fuck. I totally got distracted. Now I don't remember what it was. Hi, kitty cat. What do you want, buddy? Xbox division reportedly unrealistic financial targets. So the thing is that one of the things that Xbox boasts is that Game Pass is technically, I guess right now they're estimating Game Pass is at like 35 million subscribers. That's 35 million people that won't buy a video game if it's on Game Pass. If it's an Xbox first-party title, they know it's never going to come off Game Pass. There's never any reason for them to pay for it other than just to pay their subscription. Right? So, like, you've essentially cut off your fucking nuts to 35 million people. That are spending like between $10 and $20 a month. I have Game Pass, but I still buy games off Steam. Yeah, but I mean, like, Xbox, you're not going to go and buy Xbox first-party titles, right? Like if I have Xbox Game Pass and they drop, you know, Call of Duty, or they drop a Bethesda game, or they drop Gears of War, like, those aren't the games that I'm going to go and buy on another platform. I'm just going to have them on Game Pass because I know they're never going to go off of Game Pass because they're owned by Xbox, right? Elder Scrolls 6 will be on Game Pass. Of course it will be. All their first title. Here's the thing. They've also backed themselves into a corner in which they have to make sure that every single first-party game they make is on Game Pass day one. Otherwise, you're not delivering on the promise that you've made to your players and the reason why they bought into Game Pass to begin with. If Xbox started doing something like that, where they said, fuck it, Elder Scrolls 6 is not going to come onto Game Pass until it's been out for a year or for 3 months or whatever like that, people would fucking leave immediately. People would drop the service immediately. How in the world does Xbox determine if a game they launch is a success on their subscription? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. That's the funny thing. Nobody has any fucking idea. Like, how do you? That's what I just don't fucking get, right? Because like the average cost of Game Pass is like, I guess, like, we'll say like it's like $15, right? So if it's like $15. And you have all of these games on there. You know, like, how much of that is subsidized for every single game? I don't know, man. I really don't. But I love that it's always a debate. Update, it is now clarified Xbox is profitable. Even when factoring lost sales for first-party titles. Okay. Okay. What? What do you want? You've already been fed. Now you're just being needy. But if they're giving and here's the funny thing is, if Microsoft is giving them unrealistic financial targets, they're doing it on purpose because they're planning on gutting it even more. Again, I'm going to like my ongoing theory when it comes to Xbox is I genuinely do think what they're trying to do right now is just straight up use them as an AI test subject. They probably they realize that there's certain games that are going to be just fine and are going to continue to make the company money, and they know that like some of their bigger acquisitions, Bethesda, ZeniMax, Activision, are going to continue to like bring in cash. But then they look at the rest of the division and they're just like, let's see if we can just replace these guys with AI. And they're going to like use them as their fucking test dummy to see, you know, whether or not they can actually like what jobs they can and can't replace. You know, how does a studio function with less employees and more AI integration? You know, like, because a lot of these companies are going to want to pick and choose. You're not going to want to automate every single process. You're going to have some things that you're going to want that are, you know, human controlled or human curated. And I think that there's a really good chance that this is what their plan is. Is it just that they want to use the company and a platform? Steam does. Why can't Xbox Live do it? I don't know what you mean by that. Honest question, did most of you live through Netflix being awesome and going to shit? Yeah, I did. Everybody remembers when Netflix, when it first like came to web browsers and they started doing their online thing. It was awesome. It was like the greatest thing fucking ever. Plus on top of that, how much was it on just like the web browser? Was it like $5 a month? Or like $4 a month? I remember it being like dirt cheap. It was dirt fucking cheap. $7.99? Was it $8 a month? That actually sounds right. Yeah. Do you guys remember what the first tier was for? It was resolution. It was HD. If you wanted to watch the first upgrade that they had, I think took it up to like $10, and that was for watching movies in 1080p. Was it 1080p or 4K? I can't remember. It was one of the two. And then after that, it's, well, we have to increase the cost because of, you know, how much more quality content we've been putting on it, even though our subscriptions have quintupled, quadrupled, exploded, and everything else. Netflix paywalled 4K, but they also don't allow for 1080p on the browser. It's bullshit. I didn't even know that. But I know that it was that, and then after that, it was like, well, now we need to now we need to put in ads. Now it's just like, fuck it. Microsoft is gonna do the same thing. Xbox failed at the most important part, games. What did you have to say, Kotaku? Do you guys write anything good nowadays? Xbox launching without exclusives. Xbox launching without exclusives is so crazy it might just work. Read one headline from November 2020. It did not. while the PlayStation 5, I forgot about that. I cannot believe I forgot about that. The Xbox Series S and X launched without any exclusives. Their key Xbox exclusive that they had launched with was a slightly upgraded fidelity version of Gears of War 5. Exclusives is a crutch for being the inferior platform. Here's the thing, Norsky, I would agree with you, but the problem is that would be if no other platform has exclusives. If all these platforms across the board, if they all have if none of these platforms did not have any console exclusivity, then they would be competing based on the features that they offer as well as the hardware's performance itself, right? They'd be competing on hardware and features. But the problem is that when your competition also has exclusives, you do need to have something that's there to be able to draw in that audience. You have to have it there. Yeah, I am about to change Norsky's mind. Yes. You have to have exclusives to be able to draw them in, because you basically if your competition is fighting in the mud, you need to fight in the mud with them as well. The only way that you'd be able to overcome that and be able to move past your competition is if your hardware and features were so fucking next level and also price controlled and cheaper than the competition, which is like asking for something that just can't even exist. So you're saying they can't compete without exclusives? Nah, price and convenience. It's not price and convenience, it's price and performance. And I don't understand. I honestly have no idea how a console maker could make something, you know, if we're just talking about like this current console generation, Xbox, the Xbox Series versus PlayStation, like Xbox would have to make such a transformative piece of hardware at an affordable price that goes beyond what current consoles do. And I don't see that being a thing. I don't even see that existing. While the PlayStation 5 rang in the holiday year was Spider-Man Miles Morales and the Demon's Souls remake, this is the one that fucking moved. Actually, both of them. I think they both really helped out. The Xbox Series S and X was huddled up alongside next-gen upgrades for games that everybody had already played. Now, the thing is that keep in mind, while the PlayStation 5 did have exclusives, Xbox had one thing over the PlayStation. They actually had consoles to sell. The Series S did incredibly, incredibly well. They sold a fuckload of consoles during lockdowns. When lockdowns ended, well, that switched pretty quickly because nobody really wanted to play Xbox because none of the games were worthwhile to play. And to be honest with you, the thing is, man, I got rid of my Xbox One and got a Series S. That really didn't feel like an upgrade. That didn't really feel like an upgrade. It felt like a side grade. Like I just got a digital version of my Xbox One. And then I built a PC. And then that was it. The first notable exclusives from the Xbox X and S didn't arrive until later with Microsoft Flight Simulator and Forza Horizon 5. Horizon 5 did actually pretty good, but Flight Sim is, I mean, that's a completely different thing, right? Nice side dishes, but not the grilled steak. Everybody appreciates a good baked potato, or a good potato salad, or baked mac. Oh yeah, baked mac. But that's not why they show up to the barbecue. It has been this way for Xbox for over a decade now. There's no shortage of great games, but few are exclusives, and none of them, not Forza, not Halo, not Starfield. Oh, if you're just talking about like why people are not buying hardware, nobody's going to buy an Xbox. I mean, that's what the article's talking about is the Xbox. I don't really like sitting there and reading fucking articles that have bright white backgrounds. The reason why nobody's buying Xbox hardware is because none of their games are exclusive, and none of the exclusives that they did have or would have would be worthwhile to go to buy their console for in the first place. There's no reason to own an Xbox. You would either buy at this point, you would build a PC or you'd get a PlayStation. You'll have access to all the same games and more. Or get a Switch. There's not enough Xbox games on Switch. Release an absolute monster of a game in E-Day and making it exclusive. Come on. Yeah, they're not going to do that. They're putting it on all consoles. I will say it's weird as fuck to see like it. Have you guys seen like Xbox ads? I saw this the other day because I was getting footage for the video. So Ninja Gaiden 4 is an Xbox game. Right? Like Xbox owns Ninja Theory. Who's marketing it? Isn't that fucking weird? Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Oh, we back. Oh, we back. Gears of War is the reason that I bought an Xbox and now it's multi-platform. I actually, like, the thing is that I am all for Xbox getting out of the console space and just becoming a fucking publisher. I love the fact that their games are multi-platform. I think that it's better for the gaming industry. I don't like exclusives. I understand why they exist, but I'm not a fan of them. I don't like them. I wish they didn't exist, personally. It's better for the gaming community. It's better for players. Players have more options for where they want to play their games and how they want to play their games. And that's how it should be. I categorically refuse. How do you refuse? Like, what is wrong with players having the option and the opportunity to play wherever the hell they want to, rather than having to be locked into walled gardens of all these different consoles that, you know, oh, I need to own a Nintendo to play this. I need to own a PC to I mean, PC is a little bit different because the reason why you don't get a lot of the PC games on consoles because those indie games are made by developers that do not have the tools or the resources to be able to port their games, and they have to find success on PC to be able to port that game later. No, I refuse to buy a 360. Why would you buy a 360? When we looking at Ghost of Yotei, we can look at that now. This dude is the fucking, like, the king of do nothing and win. Hey, do you want to join our European Commission where we lobby for video games and, you know, lobby for our video game companies? Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Y'all can go fuck around with that. That's fine. Crazy method, ultimate camp strat. Yeah, he's just a fucking camper. He's just a fucking camper. He's set up. Nobody can get to him, and he just fucking snipes anybody that comes within sight lines. Wish Xbox could make a mini PC with an upgradable storage and RAM and just put Steam OS on it. That's likely what their next step is going to be. I would almost guarantee that the next piece of Xbox hardware is going to have some type of Steam compatibility. I would almost guarantee it. And then likely after that, Xbox will exit the consoles. And they'll be trying to push for they'll probably try to push for cloud gaming, so that you can just like literally just turn on a smart TV and bring up Game Pass and then play your games through there, or bring up like an Xbox app and play your games through there. They already have that functionality to begin with some TVs. There's some TVs that you can play Fortnite on and you don't even need to have a you can play some Game Pass games, you can play Fortnite and stuff like that, and you don't need to have a console. You can just play it through the cloud. You know, Video Games Europe douche canoes are out of touch. Yeah. This dude, the dude who runs, are so out of touch that they approach CD Projekt Red, the dude who runs GOG. Yeah, that part's fucking crazy to me. Yeah, CD Projekt Red is not here at all. Embracer Group, EA, Bandai Namco, Activision, Blizzard, Epic Games. Some of these are actually just like game publishers or studios that I think that are like in Europe. Microsoft, Netflix, Nintendo. Ubisoft, Square Enix. I'm kind of surprised not to see like Tencent on here. Take-Two, WB, their person is actually the head of it, which makes a lot of sense. Literally reads like a list of supervillains. That's why I said in my video, I'm like, oh, here comes the fucking Legion of Doom to tell us why we're actually all the ones that are wrong and they're not our enemies or whatever it is. Yeah, that's what it felt like to me, because I'm like, oh my god, it's like literally the list of some of the worst actors in video games, right? I mean, 3 of these are technically just Microsoft. Sega, I'm disappointed in you. Riot Games, yeah, I can see that. Epic Games, see, this is the one that's weird though, is that like some of these guys might not actually be in on it. Now, I think we can point out usual suspects, the people that will absolutely be fighting against this. But I had seen that the CEO of Epic, he came forward and said that we're not a part of like lobbying against the initiative. And I said this before, that kind of plays in line to like what they've been trying to push, or what they like. Epic Games believes that the next iteration of video games in the industry is player-driven content. Like, that's what their entire fucking strategy is going to be based off of in the coming years. And it's one of the reasons why they've been making so many strides with Unreal Engine, because they do want to get to the point where essentially you can just make your own content for games and monetize it. So, like, that's how they have, like, their Fortnite engine. Obviously, Roblox does the exact same thing where you can buy people's, like, Roblox things that they make or whatever. But, yeah. Epic still pays money into the lobbying group and is still a part of it. Abso-fucking-lutely straight. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So, like, even though you say we're not in support of it, or we're not going to lobby against it, you're still paying into the fucking thing, right? Do nothing and win. I like how, like, literally his plan is just not involve yourself with the other publishers or the things that they do. Just worry about your platform. Make sure that it runs well. Make sure that people can get their games, return their games, do all those things. Now, I want to say this, right? Like, some people always talk about, like, Steam's review. Like, if I remember this correctly, it's not like Steam is like Steam and Valve are like the most ethical company in the world. There are a lot of things that they do that have our back. It's just a platform that is just kind of built that way. But if I'm not mistaken, Steam's review policy was actually because of a lawsuit out of Australia. I was like reading up on some stuff about that, but like their review system is something that they created though. Which is actually kind of crazy to me that like when Valve gets regulated, they don't just like meet the regulation, they exceed whatever that regulation is. To the point where essentially Valve was like, you know what? Fuck it. Now everything we do is going to be in that same direction. So instead of us just getting with policy, we are going to create our own policies, and we're going to do everything we can to create more protections for our customers and also protections for the developers themselves. Future proofing. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That way you don't have to worry about it later. And then plus on top of that, the more you do to make the ecosystem better for your customers, the more likely your customers are to want to stick around and also promote it. I mean, like, think about this. While you have your ponies and your Xbots and your Nintendorks or whatever you fucking call them, like, while those people will talk about how much they love those platforms, it's usually because they love the games that they're playing on them. People that promote Steam and people that talk positively about Steam are talking about the platform. They're talking about the storefront. And you don't really see that in a lot of other industries. And you don't see it anywhere else in the games industry. Like, in most cases, when we're talking about Steam, it's like, I fucking love Steam's review system. I love that Steam has policies that keeps developers, like I just did recently so I want to watch this. Because I think Bellular made a video on it, where essentially it's talking about how there's some mobile dev, I believe. There's some mobile developer that has their game on Steam, and they used an event to tell players to go and leave a review on Steam, and then they would get in-game currency if they left a review. Nexon? Sounds about right. You know what? One thing I do need to do at one point in time, I need to do a little bit more research on Eastern publishers. I don't know a lot about them. Tencent is probably the one that I'm the most, like, I'm the most, like, knowledgeable of. But the rest of them, like, the thing is that, to be honest with you, if you're not a mobile gamer, you don't really know them all that well. You know what I mean? And I'm not really a mobile gamer. So, like, I don't really know a whole lot about everything that's gone on with these guys. It's a dark rabbit hole. And here's the funny thing is that, like, somebody brought it up earlier in stream where they were talking about how, like some people are calling me a fucking hypocrite or something like that because I was made the video on Blood Message. There probably isn't even a single publisher in this industry that you could consider ethical. The only thing that you can do as a customer is build awareness around specific things and specific games themselves, and that is the best way to influence the industry. Being just mad at Activision Blizzard or Xbox or EA or Ubisoft or whatever and just being like, I hate them, they're bad. Okay, fucking good. That's great. What does that do? Nothing. Instead, what you do is you target specific games, and then you use you use awareness, and you vote with your wallet and try to influence whether those games succeed or fail. That is all you can do, because that is the best way to enact change in this industry. Outside of, like, genuine activism, like Stop Killing Games, right? So, as an example, if I want to see more single-player games in the industry, then I support really good single-player games. I play them, I talk about them, I make videos about them, I get hyped about them. That's what I do. Being mad about the history and all the bad shit that these companies do is something that's worth bringing up in context of whatever you're talking about, if it's something that you're trying to, like, knock back or whatever. But in the broader scope of things, you have to do things on an acute level, not on a chronic level. I think there's certain actions that you can talk about, but, like, even a really good example of this, actually, is, like, I had recently made, like, a video on Activision, right? And I said, Activision is a cancer. And I fucking hate all of the things that Activision does. But that entire discussion is almost all focused around Call of Duty. Because that is the best and acute example that you can use. The one thing that you can target and focus on that they have in the market right now. And you say that I don't want this to be like this. And the funny thing is that, like, I think in a lot of cases, people think that I have, like, an anti-AAA stance. I don't. I just want their games to be good. I want good video games. Do I want them to go out of business? I mean, not really. Kind of. You go back and forth on that, okay? You go back and forth on that. It depends who. It depends who, right? I don't, like, the problem is that when some of these companies go out of business, that IP then gets wasted, and I don't want to see that happen, right? Like Helldivers. Helldivers is a really good example. And you can also see how that can fluctuate as well, right? Like, I think a really good example of this is, so, Sony sucks, okay? Sony blocked the game in 180 countries. That sucks. So people review bombed it. People stopped playing it. People stopped talking about it. Sony removed the restriction. Now Helldivers is positive again. Do we still sit back and say, well, fuck Sony for what they did before? Not really. It doesn't matter anymore. The issue is fixed. So while there's a lot of people, while there's a lot of, like, while there's a lot of companies that I think do a lot of fucked up shit, like, every single one of these publishers do something fucked up. The only thing that you can really do as a customer who's relatively powerless Even if you have a fucking YouTube channel or a platform or whatever like that. Again, all you can do is just promote the things that you want and campaign against the things that you don't. So when you see something that you want, like as an example, high quality single player games coming out of the East, you fucking push that shit. You push it hard. As hard as you possibly can. Death Stranding is reporting 1.3 million copies sold in June. I guarantee that. Yeah, I knew that this game was probably going to do well. Let's watch the what is it, Ghost of Yotei? Kojima Stranding. I want to fucking play it, dude. I want to play it. But at the same time, like, I want to play Death Stranding too, but it's like, for me to have to buy and play a game on console when I know that I'll be able to play it on PC at one point, and I know it's going to be better on PC, it hurts. Ghost of Yotei is the last chance of PS5. Last chance? What the fuck are you talking about? PlayStation's doing fine. PlayStation had, like, they've lost a lot of fucking money. I guarantee you that. They've lost a lot of money over the live service games that they've made, but they're not a fucking dead platform. I mean, they're fucking chilling right now. They don't have any other, like, the only competition they have is the Nintendo Switch, and Switch basically lives in an ecosystem of its own. So when it comes to, like, the premium console market, PlayStation 5 is fucking kicking it. Their fucking feet are up. Their feet are up. They ain't got nothing to worry about. Other than trying to make some of the money back that they've lost in some of these live service games. Which, by the way, Helldivers 2 going to Xbox, that game's going to make them some money. For those folks that are actually like Xbox gamers, there are quite a lot of people that are Xbox gamers. Like, don't get me wrong, is Xbox dead last in the console race? Absolutely. But Helldivers 2 is the most Xbox game ever. It's such a weird identity crisis to see for Helldivers 2 to be on PlayStation. I mean, it did really fucking well. So obviously that crowd is still there, right? But like it's such a like PlayStation or Xbox energy kind of game. And I see it doing really, really fucking well. I would not be surprised if they like fucking damn near double their sales and just have like fucking everybody of their mother play it. All right, let's check this out. Yeah, it's going to have a huge launch day. I'm looking forward to it.
Hello, everyone. This is Jason Connell and Nate Fox from Sucker Punch Productions. Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of. And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yotei. We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center. We'll also talk about ghost combat and how it's evolved. And we'll introduce for the first time some new special modes of play.
I think that
Let's start things off first by talking about a Japanese folk legend, the Onryo.
I think the one thing that people really, really like when it comes to Ghost of Tsushima, like obviously the narrative, the voice acting, the characters and stuff for Ghost of Tsushima is like really fucking good, but it's a very atmospheric game. Like running through fucking flower fields and stuff and just like and like riding the horse around and just like looking at the world. It's such a pretty game. It's so well rendered. It's so well rendered.
The people of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo, a wrathful ghost bent on revenge. And they're half right. Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies, so long as she can punish the Yotei Six, a ruthless gang who slaughtered her family. After 16 years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest. It's warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns,
I really like the thing is like, so for me playing like Ghost of Tsushima, the one thing I said, like I'm just gonna say it again, like their art style, how they render things, and then like also their use of like high color contrasting looks like fucking so good in their games. Visually, it's just fucking fire. It really is.
to her childhood home, with the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times. By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal.
Does she get naked when she goes in the hot springs? I think
It's
so,
that
probably.
pain that pushes her forward.
You understand. We're talking about this is inclusivity, okay? This is gender equality you're looking at. Dude, I'm sorry. Like, just that, like, I hate being one of those dudes, but there are things that I, like, really fucking love about video games. And one of the things that I really love, and I get that it's, like, one of the most, like, abstract and, like, you know, all I care about is gameplay. I really do. All I care about is gameplay. That's, like, a number one first thing. But, like, playing Ghost of Tsushima, like, I know how well that game plays and how fun that game is to play. Their environments are just fucking peak. They're so fucking peak. This looks so good.
Hunting down the Yotei 6 is a near
the amount of
impossible
times that I
task.
just, like
She'll face
it's the cinematic look and, like, how much you can tell that, like, I think it's, like, their use of camera angles and scenery because, like, they really do try to move towards, like, the classic samurai flick. And I think that's one of the reasons why people really like it. Rather than just continue Jin Sakai's story. But his story was complete with the DLC. That's the only thing I understand the criticism of not wanting to play as a woman. Okay? I get it. If you're a guy, you like to play as a guy, you enjoyed the samurai guy in the other game, I totally understand the criticism. And if that's your taste, that's your taste. I ain't got nothing to say about it. But Jin's story was done. Like, they wrapped it up with the fucking DLC. It's not like they left it, like, hanging on a cord. They didn't leave. I don't think they left you on a cliffhanger. So, like, that's the one thing that I don't understand. It's like, just make another game using the same character, even though his story is complete. Like, I feel like you're going to have to reach even harder. And it's a lot easier for them to just start over fresh with a new character. And the funny thing is that I would almost guarantee that all the detractors, when it comes to this game, that are like, if it just would have been Jin Sakai, if it instead would have been just another man, just a completely different male character, you wouldn't hear a single fucking person talk about Jin Sakai. They're only saying that because really what they want to say is, I wish it was a guy instead of a girl. And by the way, that's fucking fine to have. It's fine to have that opinion. Me, personally, I don't give a shit. I like games either male or female leads, just as long as it's done well and it's not, like, used, it's not the message, right? Like, that's the only thing that I care about. And that also doesn't mean that, like, every game that has a girl character for me needs to be, like, ass and titties, right? It doesn't need to be Stellar Blade. I don't need that.
1,000 blades. But the Onryo is relentless. And with each victory,
Stellar Blade
the
would probably
ghost
do well with the
story
male
around
pro
her.
tag. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that Stellar Blade's a good game. It is. But, like, the thing is that, like, while Stellar Blade is fucking peak, it's also very lacking and dry in a lot of areas, and it's that way because of the fact that it's their first AAA game that they made, right? So, like, that's kind of a given. If we're going to sit here and try to pretend like that ass ain't fucking carrying some weight behind it, come on, man. Come on, man. You have to keep in mind as well, when it comes to things like success, there are some aspects of a game that of promoting a game where like it gets other players to want to go and play it and check it out and talk about it. The amount of times that you have seen people sharing images of Eve and Stellar Blade, how many people do you think got interested or exposed to that game specifically because of how much people were talking about how hot Eve is? Like, that's a marketing perspective that I think in a lot of cases people just completely miss out on. And in the case of Stellar Blade, I think that did carry a lot of fucking weight. Okay? Like, when people say, oh, it would be here's the thing. Stellar Blade is a great game. If Stellar Blade was a male main character, and it was the exact same game that it is right now, probably but with a lot less butt shots, it would be an okay game. It would actually be the mediocre, or not mediocre, but like the serviceable, decent game that games media were like playing it out as. At least in the eyes of players.
Rose.
So the game is ass made? No, I like big butts and I cannot lie. Just say it.
Ghost of Yotei focuses on player freedom more than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's also a game that at its heart is inspired by so many of our favorite wandering samurai films. So let's start off by talking about exploration at the edge of Japan. We all have different playstyles, so we set out to make an open world game that lets you drive your own experiences. Whether that's your curiosity.
What the fuck did you just type in my chat? Make Eve a man. Keep all of the outfits and the camera angles and call it Gayonetta. What the fuck is wrong with you?
To wonder, your thirst for combat,
you just
or
gave me
a
a mental
desire
image
to stay
I did
focused
not
on the
want.
story. As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures in new areas of the game that could be appealing to you. If you interrogate an enemy, choosing to ask about the Oni, you could uncover a landscape scarred.
I'm sure there's a mod for that. I guarantee there's a mod for that.
By fire with more bold samurai-like enemies
That
to
chatter
fight
knows
and
what he wants,
abilities
yeah.
for Atsu to learn. Or if you ask about the Kitsune, might lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush.
Some of these just like visual shots are so
Ask about the
fucking
Kitsune
fire.
might lead you to an
Like, holy fuck. Holy fuck.
area filled with snow and deception.
Very cool.
Enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics to study.
Chat carrying right now? Yeah, I mean, I'm
Atsu
just really
draws
here.
cards
This is
for
just a
each
chat
clue
room.
to keep track
I'm not
of
even the
all
focus. You guys are really the ones driving the show, baby.
Available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you. As she makes progress against the Yotei 6, her legend as the honor rail grows.
It's her.
I kind of like that idea where you kind of pick and choose like which ways you want to like power yourself up. Do I want to, you know, depending on what information I grab. I like that. I think it's kind of cool.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Yotei 6.
Show her the door.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. This is a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
Combat in Ghost of Tsushima was really good. So I'm hoping that they didn't really like fuck with it too much.
You're not of Clan Eguchi. You're here for my bounty.
I wonder what they did to switch it up.
Hidden in the world are altars of reflection. Finding one inspires Atsu and unlocks a new ability to help her on the journey ahead.
Okay, it's cool.
They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Rather than always
Ghost
having to leave
of
it all up
Yotei
to exploration, sometimes if you just want to like speed through really quick and just kind of like grab the shit that you want, you know what I mean? Imagine if we would have gotten if this game had a nemesis system from Shadow of Mordor. Fuck, you're cooking. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. Like the one thing that I will say is that regardless of what people think, you know what this game is going to show? This game is going to show just how much of a fucking knockoff Assassin's Creed Shadows was. I'm going to tell you right now that this game is going to likely be like, the problem is that is this game coming out on PC or is this day and date on PC as well, or is they're just doing it on PlayStation? PC in probably a year. Okay, so I will play this on PlayStation and I will stream it day one. And I'm actually gonna do that because one of the things that I'm a little worried about is that one of the situations or one of the problems that some of these companies can find themselves in, or a corner they can back themselves into, is now with how like culture war-y a lot of video games can get. Again, this is a self-inflicted wound. Both wounds are self-inflicted by the industry, because it's like, one, you do see a lot of that kind of culture war shit in video games, but also at the same time, the other thing is too, is that by not putting that game, now this is gonna be a wild tangent, but I want you guys to follow me. It's an interesting theory, but I think by having these games in walled gardens and keeping people out of them, like especially an audience the size of Steam, right? You're creating a situation in which people only have to go off of what their interpretation of what they see is, and they have no inside knowledge or have any knowledge of actually playing the game and are formulating an opinion from outside of it. And what that does is that for like all the people that can't play the game will look at this game, and if they think it's woke right now, it'll still be woke because they never played it, they never touched it, and they won't until the game could come out on PC. But if you day and date all that shit, and it's actually a good game, and it delivers, and it proves opinions wrong in one way, shape, or form, you dodge around all of that. Obviously, that can also work against you, because if your game is culture war-y, And all the red flags that people are seeing do end up actually not only being red flags, but genuine landmines, well, then you're fucked. Because everybody's played it and everybody has an opinion on it, right? That's Dragon Age the Veilguard. That's Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, like KCD. KCD's a great example. There were a lot of people that had negative opinions leading up to the launch of KCD because of the fact of like the shit that their fucking CEO was saying on Twitter. And then there was like the romance thing and all that stuff, and people had turned it into like it's a forced romance. You have to Brokeback Mountain with your best boy. You all these different things, right? Like they blew all of it out of fucking proportion. And you remember, I'm one of those people that are like, I want firsthand evidence. Okay, I want firsthand evidence. I need to be disappointed for me to be mad, right? I played the game, and it was a single option one time, if I remember correctly. One time the game was like, do you want to romance him? Here's a heart next to this like reply. And I was like, no. Have you seen the size of old girl's melons? Have you seen Catherine? Are you out of your mind? Why would anybody pick anything else? And to be fair, I got both Catherine and Rosa. So, but then you come to find out that like all of the fucking pearl clutching was for nothing, right? Even the fucking spice trader, right? What game am I talking about? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. There were people that were like, gamer gators, anti-woke bros that were, there's the more I would say it's the more extreme side of that group that was campaigning against Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And in some cases, I should have fucking talked shit about it, and I totally missed an opportunity to, because that shit would totally fucking knock my haters for a fucking loop. At least the ones that think that I'm the alt-right pipeline. But there were some articles that were coming out from like That Park Place and a couple other people that were talking about how, having this romance between Hans Capon and Henry is, canonically they're 15 or 16 or something. And I'm like, are you guys really doing this? That shit was worse than Kotaku. That was some of the most cringe shit articles I had ever seen. And the worst part is that like, where in most cases I probably would have like pulled that up and I probably would have talked shit about it and made a video. The issue is that we didn't have the game to play yet. So this was all speculation. So I'm not going to sit there and make a video about something that I don't have firsthand experience with yet. That's just not how I roll. I'm not a reactionary guy. That's just not how I do things. And it's just like, but now like looking at it in hindsight, it's like most of the anti KCD 2 stuff was very like pearl clutchy bullshit. Mind you, did some of the shit that the CEO or the director of the studio say was fucking stupid? Absolutely. He's just as cringe as they were being. But that game was fucking peak. KCD 2, I'm going to tell you right now, it is a very, very hard pick for me to decide what is better, KCD 2 or Expedition 33. And like now that I've had some time to like sit and like, cook on it let it simmer for a little bit. It's KCD 2. It is. Like don't get me wrong, I fucking love Expedition 33, and if they win Game of the Year, fucking great. Absolutely. But it was so good. It was so, like, both of them are so good, but they're so good for different reasons. It'd be really hard to be able to fucking pick one or the other, right? And say, like, which was the better one for the year. All I can say is that I feel like I've been spoiled. But, like, I highly recommend, if you've never played Kingdom Come Deliverance, play both of them back to back. That's what I did. And it was fucking so good. It's literally one of my favorite gaming experiences ever. I went in with no experience at all, other than a few people from our community right here that suggested the game to me and told me I should play it. I then went and played KCD 1 all the way through, start to finish, no fucking breaks. I mean, breaks, like days between breaks, right? But then I went on and I fucking played KCD 2 right afterwards, and I was like, bro, shit is so good. So good.
Going to rush you through anything. You can choose what motivates you most. But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon.
KCD or Death Stranding 2 gets Game of the Year because of Kojima. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't played it yet, so I wouldn't really be able to say. But I did play Death Stranding 1. And if Death Stranding 2 delivers on Death Stranding 1, we just genuinely have 3 really solid competitors for Game of the Year. That's all I can really say. I really like Death Stranding. I think it was a fantastic game. Would I put it above the other ones? I don't know. I don't think I would, personally. I think, and the thing is, like, the motivations to say that, like, Expedition 33, I would want to win. And it's not even based, and it's, like, less based on the game and more what the game represents for, like, an indie studio, their budget, what they were able to put together, right? KCD 2 is just, like, pure quality. I mean, it's so fucking well optimized, so well put together. And, like, for a PC player in 2025, playing a game that's well optimized is like good head. It's like, no hiccups, no issues, not like, it's just, oh my god, the game just plays how it's intended. I feel like I'm getting everything I want right now.
And enjoy the ride.
Let's ride.
Kingdom I Come. Yes. Fucking environments in this game. It's actually really weird. The funny thing is that, like, I think in a lot of cases people will try to, like, they'll try to undermine. Sometimes games will get boiled down. Gameplay is always going to be first. But there's like a right after gameplay, which is just the overall feel of, like, being in a world that really adds to the overall experience. And I can't tell you, like, how cool it is just to fucking roam around in Ghost. Like, this shit is, like, fun. Like, when you're doing this in the game, like, it's technically gameplay, but, like, you just, like, you're just doing this shit and you're just like, fuck yeah.
The lands around Yotei are fast. It's not about checking it all off, it's about engaging in the content that gets you excited. Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon. As
I see like people are like disagreeing about Death Stranding. I'm gonna tell you right now, I am not Mr. fucking opinionated, gives much of a shit whether or not people actually like the game or not. The one thing that I'll say is this. When people say this game isn't made for you, that game is Death Stranding. Like, I was one of the, like, there are people that are going to sit down and play that and be like, this is a walking simulator. And then there's going to be people like me that sit down and go, this is a walking simulator. Like, there's just like two different fucking people that are going to play those games and have two completely different experiences. That's really all this comes down to. It's really all it is. It's just one of those things where it's just like some people are really going to dig it and other people are going to be like, nah. Right? And like, I believe me. And the funny thing is, I can sit there and play that game and totally see why people wouldn't want to play it. Molly, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. But like Death Stranding for me is just like that. Like I had such a good time. It was, you know what Death Stranding gave me? Death Stranding gave me peace. Death Stranding gave me peace. It's a peace of mind game. It's a meditation game with like really cool fucking, you know, with a really like weird, interesting movie attached to it, essentially. Right? It's a vibe. Yeah, it's just a vibe. Just running around and just fucking delivering pizza and parts and chilling and like listening to the stories of some of these people that are stranded out in the middle of fucking nowhere and that dumbass couple and then them messaging you all the time about all their fucking marriage troubles. Like walking in and finding Conan O'Brien who's married to a cosplayer, and then they give you a hat with an otter. Like there's just certain things that you like and you're just like, man, this is cool. Post-apocalyptic mailman is fucking sick. It is actually really cool. And the other thing is too is that like I genuinely like the world of Death Stranding. Like the idea of these like apocalyptic extinction events and like rain that speeds up time, right? Like that shit's cool, dude. It's cool. The funny thing is I would almost like to see that same universe but played out in like a different kind of game as well.
For which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, a surigama, odachi, or dual swords?
Okay.
Each is uniquely effective against a particular enemy and has their...
Now, I can't remember. So did we not have multiple melee weapons in Ghost of Tsushima? Was it just stances? It was just stances, wasn't it? Yeah, one weapon, 4 stances. So in this game, instead of stances, it's going to be weapons. That's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting.
Always wields a weapon. As for which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, a surigama, odachi, or dual swords?
I guess he says, you know, which weapon are you going to use? Well, that's up to you. Why is it going to be up to me, or is this an in-game system where I'm constantly switching weapons? Am I going to TennoCon this year? No, I'm going to go hang out with family instead.
Each is uniquely effective against a particular enemy and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
Plant Saito banners.
Let's see
Game
how
is
she
so
uses
fucking
these
pretty,
weapons
man.
in the field, searching for leads on Lord Saito.
This is our food, from our soil. The soldiers need it more to free you.
Free us. Inokichi steals our crops while our families starve.
Atsu's no samurai or ninja. No,
Kinda cool.
she's
I like
a
that,
lone
actually.
wolf mercenary who'll use every advantage, every dirty trick to win a fight.
Bro, like think about how like one thing I always think about is like when it comes to like you playing these like old ass like settings, I think about like how much it would fucking suck to get hurt by these weapons. Like, everybody back then was dying in like the most painful fucking way possible. Not to say that still doesn't happen now, obviously, right? Like bombs, explosions and shit. But there are in a lot more cases people that just die immediately rather than like some bitch throwing a fucking spear into my back. God damn. God fuck. Ow. I wouldn't want that shit, dude. Dysentery, man. Yeah, I know. Like, yeah, fuck that, man. Yeah, imagine getting hit by a cannonball. Exactly. Fuck that. I'm like, every time I see, I start playing these games, I'm like, man, that must have fucking sucked back in the day. Like, imagine people going to war with sticks and you just get bludgeoned to death. Like, fuck that, dude. I don't want any part of that.
Combat has the feel of a classic samurai movie. Every motion counts. It's about lethal precision.
There looks to be like a little bit more melee rhythm in this game. Wait. I'm right. I think. What does the left trigger do? Maybe that brings up like sword abilities. I think that I'm right though. They've essentially gotten rid of the stance system and instead it's about a weapon system. That's silly? No, I mean, like, I think it works. Like, I don't think that... I don't know, like, what her training or background is or anything like that, right? Which, I mean, I think that's fine. I think that adds a little bit of interesting flexibility to the game. Like, that sucks. that fucking sucks. Like, think about that motherfucker who just got his arm cut off. You're just sitting, like, if you're lucky, you just pass out, and that's it. Right? If you're not lucky, you're in for a rough ride.
If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon. But if she's quick, she can disarm them. Choose the right weapon for the job. To fight a massive enemy, her huge Odachi blade is best.
Fucking broadsword, hell yeah. Combat looks good. I think, and by the way, a lot of this is like first-hand experience, right? Like the combat in Ghost of Tsushima is really fucking good. So like you can immediately look at this and you can start seeing the like the key markers for like what the combat's gonna be like. I miss Moon Stance. I don't know, man. Double katanas.
Looks like the one in charge.
Daddy likes some double katanas. Looking better than AC Shadows? That wouldn't be hard. That's not a hard thing to do. Nice.
Blades are great, but ranged weapons work too. And Atsu's got an arsenal.
Yeah, this bitch, she ain't no samurai, I'll tell you right now. Pulling out a gun.
A ghost.
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge.
Okay.
When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Very cool.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt,
The samurai grab guns as
including
soon as
a
they
mysterious
appear.
wolf.
Did you forget the word similarity? Shut the fuck up. Sometimes I forget words. Leave me alone.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars of Ezo. But she's not always alone.
Hey, friend.
Your channel's
Share your
inspiring.
fire
Good-
with the
good,
traveling
man.
peddler.
Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you
What are
enjoy
you
it.
selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous owner.
Do you know what? I'm now realizing my fucking white boy bias. You want to know the reason why I am thinking of like guns bad samurai? Because of fucking like what the fuck is the name of it? I'm thinking like anime. I'm thinking what anime did I pull that from? Probably Rurouni Kenshin. 100% Rurouni Kenshin. Yeah. It's 100% Rurouni Kenshin. Afro Samurai? Probably a little bit of Afro Samurai. Samurai Champloo. Yeah. Samurai Champloo was the shit. Rurouni Kenshin was like my fucking jam though back in the day. And Samurai Champloo. Both of those were really good.
Camping
Champloo I
under
think was
the
on Adult
stars is
Swim.
a great way
right?
to rest up, play your shamisen, or cook to ready for a fight ahead.
Samurai 7
It's
was
also
so
designed
fucking
to help
good,
bring
dude.
important characters
Samurai
and
7 was
upgrades
really, really
straight
good.
to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from
But if I'm not mistaken, Samurai 7 was that was just a one shot, right? That was like a one season drop. Rurouni Kenshin is just good like through and through. Even the remake is actually like relatively good too.
Tsushima,
Blue-Eyed
we've opted
Samurai,
for a more
yep.
character-driven way of managing allies.
Samurai well Samurai Champloo, isn't that the samurai that smells like sunflowers? Isn't that who the girl's looking for? I think I'm right. I think my mind's it's been it's been like probably I don't even know. 10 years or more, probably longer, way longer than that, honestly.
you meet in Ezo. Over time, Atsu grows to have her own wolf pack. And here, you
Afro
can keep
Samurai, motherfucking Samurai Jack. Samurai motherfucking Jack.
track of when a sensei might have a weapon skill for you or when a vendor has something unique to sell. Managing upgrades, resources, when to buy what can be a burden in a big open world game. At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items. This helps ensure you have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest ahead. You don't have to leave where you're exploring, the game comes to you.
That's cool. I like that. I like the idea of like not trying to make it just a fucking open world slog. Let the player do what they want and kind of go in that direction. So what's DEI about this? Not. The game isn't out, so I can't really say. But really all it comes down to is the fact that people don't like the voice actress. Which the voice actress doesn't have an impact on writing from my experience or how a game is developed. And to be honest with you, while like Erika Ishii is like, or Ishii, sorry, Erika Ishii is like a little bit cringe with shit that she says and does on social media, her voice acting is not bad. Like, she's actually like a pretty good voice actor. Like, you can be somebody that's like grating in public and like as a person online, and be somebody that you don't want to meet, but also be like relatively good at your job, right? To separate art from the artist, yeah, but people don't want to do that kind of shit anymore. Like, if you have ideals or if you have beliefs that are different than mine, then I can't have anything to do with you or anything that you're ever involved in ever. That's kind of what it ends up having to be.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new
People are
armor,
up their ass with
charms,
some of the shit. Yeah, they can be.
Perfect for building up Atsu.
I'm gonna be straight with you guys. I see this game being the fucking DEI flop that a lot of people are already trying to make it out to be in a lot of cases. I have a pretty good nose for this shit. No. I think it's going to be fine. I think the game's going to be good. I think people will like it. Do I think people will like it as much as they like Ghost of Tsushima? No, because nostalgia is always a motherfucker, and it also depends on like how good the story is. If the story is done really well, then people are really going to vibe with it, and it's going to be peak, and people are going to enjoy it. If it's not as good as Ghost of Tsushima, then people aren't going to like it as much.
Your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you.
Pattern recognition? What's that? I'm sorry, man. I need more flags than a female protagonist. I need more flags than a female protagonist and a voice actress with a cringe online social media identity. Or like, not identity, I mean like presence. That's what I mean. Like a cringe social media presence. I need a little bit more than that.
Of course.
Facts, it's got to be like Assassin's Creed bad. Like Assassin's Creed was like fucking Assassin's Creed was fucking Six Flags. Six all red. It was, the whole thing was good. It was all flags. It was just flags the whole way there. Everything was just flag. Like it was everywhere. I woke up if you want to jam after. Oh, okay. Are you up all night? What are you doing? You got to work tomorrow, big boy, or what?
To make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want.
I'm off? How long are you going to be up? You guys already know I'm a fucking sucker for good music.
The score of Ghost of Yotei is incredibly special.
Jin is still the GOAT. Jin will always be the GOAT.
Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation with Western flavors, brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
Oh, yeah.
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service immediately after the show.
Oh yeah, I'm here for it. Special modes. Oh, they got the samurai.
The digital photography
The
community
fucking
for
samurai
Ghost of
mode that they
Tsushima
had in the other
is
one.
incredible. We're happy to have photo mode back in Ghost of Yotei and look forward to seeing photos from your journey across Ezo. We want playing through Ghost of Yotei to feel like stepping inside of your favorite classic samurai films. So, from the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer a full Japanese voice track with full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
I actually think there's a lot of respect in that, by the way, and something that, like, I didn't even realize this. It's that line that Ubisoft crossed that this is something, how the fuck did people not notice this? They do not. Sucker Punch doesn't want to cross the line of saying that she's a female samurai. But Ubisoft not only crossed, but double, triple, quadruple down on fucking Yasuke was a samurai. He was a great samurai. He was the only samurai. like there's a clear difference. So like when we're talking about like red flags, that's a big fucking green flag. That's a big old green flag. Where they're like, she's not a samurai. She's a fucking bounty hunter. Yeah. She's a Ronin. Yeah, masterless. Yeah. That is a masterless samurai, no difference. I don't even think they even call her a Ronin. So like a retired samurai? No, I don't think they called her a Ronin.
To take the feeling
They
of
just said she's a
stepping
bounty
into a
hunter.
classic samurai cinema experience one step further,
And also, like,
we are
disgraced
honored to
as
once
well,
again
if I'm not
partner with
mistaken.
acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which emulates his classic black and white films.
Cool. Yeah, the Kurosawa mode. Yeah, they had that in the first one. I personally don't think that this works well for video games. It's just because of like the shadowing. I don't know what it is about it, but like the black and mode cinematic modes just don't really work for me. They said mercenary. Yeah, she's a mercenary.
For Ghosts of Yotei, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole. First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins, for a mode that puts the camera closer during combat for a more intense, raw experience along with increased mud and blood splatter.
I think that's really fucking cool that they bring in these dudes that like work on samurai movies to like get the perfect camera angle that they want to be able to like give the experience. That's dope, dude.
And lastly, we've partnered with
attention
the
to
director
detail.
of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe.
Oh,
Turn
no
this mode on
shit.
to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself.
That's fucking cool, dude. Dude, this game is so pretty. That is so cool. Sucker Punch might be goated. I think we're fine. I think we're just fine.
There's so many ways to make your Ghost of Yotei playthrough your own. But no matter how you play, here's one way to experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special.
What is this, a controller? Or like a statue? Like pre-order bonus? That's actually fucking clean. I'm gonna stop for fucking guys. I'm not usually one of those people that sees like special edition consoles and is like, nah, I don't really care about that stuff. The only one I've ever owned was like the Gears of War 2 one. I think I had the I think it was like Gears of War 1 or 2. Or I think it was Gears 2 or 3, maybe. Right? But like, that's a clean looking fucking console. If I didn't like, I wouldn't get the console because like I don't really like. I already have a PlayStation, right? Well, I mean, is it a PS Pro? If it's a PS Pro, I don't know. I don't have a PS Pro. I could get a PS Pro, but that controller looks really nice. The controller looks somebody smeared something on it. Yeah, I guess it kind of does on the sides. Like you got mustard all over it. Somebody's booty juice or something, maybe. But the console, the console. That's fucking clean. I like that. I don't know. I don't know which one I would go there. I don't know. I don't really need it though. I don't need that shit.
Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yotei 6. Forge your own path while discovering the
I don't know what
secrets
you
of
buy.
Ezo.
What you buying?
To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yotei comes out on October 2nd. Thank you so much for watching.
Good, man. Good. It looks good. I ain't got nothing to say. I mean, like, other than, like, I think that, like, the story is really going to be, like, where this game is going to, like, shine or not, right? I think that, like, we already know, like, these are the same people, like, I mean, this is the same studio that made, people might be the word you don't want to use because sometimes people aren't the same on every team for every game, and you don't know what else these guys are working on. But if they're using the same combat systems, like outside of like, the weapon system, I think, which is an interesting move for them to make, to be like switching around weapons and whatnot like that. I think the gameplay overall looks really smooth and well polished. The environments are just absolutely nutty, right? Like the environments of the game are just.
Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of
gameplay
Ezo.
looks clean.
To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yotei.
I mean, like, this is like one of the biggest selling points when it comes to Ghost of Tsushima and just like I guess now it's called the Ghost series, is that it's a lot of it has to do with the atmosphere and then the gameplay. But yeah, they just need we'll see how the story is. I think the narrative is where it might stumble if they didn't do a good job writing it. But like the thing is that when you end up, it seems like they've nailed so many other things really well with this game, at least so far from what we're seeing from the trailer. Obviously, we'll see what it actually looks like once it's released. But yeah, I'm impressed. I think it looks good. I'm far more optimistic than I was before, considerably so. I never played Ghost of Tsushima, and I have a PS5. It's worth it. It's worth playing for sure. I like the sharpness of the art direction. Me too. I like that they didn't try to like really deviate too far from where they went with Ghost, because like the first Ghost was like so good, dude. So pretty. Very pretty, well rendered, all the way across. Just really good looking. But they go for real. They go for realism. Yeah. The controller should have had the cracks instead of the brush strokes. Yeah, I actually agree with you on that one as well. I worry about future projects because of the Veilguard writers they hired. Yeah, well, I can't disagree with you there. But they hired the Veilguard writers. Like, it'd be the next game that you'd have to be worried about. This one looks like they're obviously this one's been cooking since Tsushima, right? So. Tsushima. So well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And plus on top of that, the other thing is that, like, while I think that there's an argument to be made that in some cases some of these devs might just not belong in gaming, or might not belong on making like AAA, broader market games. Maybe they need to be making some niche weird shit on Steam at a much smaller scale, making a lot less money. In some cases, there's writers, developers, directors that are just not in the right environment with the right kind of leadership to keep a fucking leash on them. But I know this is like a weird tangent to make, but like in some cases, like it kind of reminds me of like sports, right? Like how many times have you guys seen like some player on a fucking, on a soccer team or on a basketball team or in hockey or in football that like just sucked ass on the team they were on, but then the minute that they got a change of scenery and they got a different coach and different players around them, all of a sudden they just like fucking shot up in value and they're just goated all of a sudden. You're like, what the fuck? How'd that happen? Everything looks fine. The only thing I'm concerned about is the history. Yeah. That's a lot of players. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Sometimes you get chemistry and purpose and leadership and direction. There's a lot of different things that go into making somebody to like helping somebody bring out like their best skills and abilities in regards to like whatever the fuck they're doing, right? And in some cases it might end up being that, right? You find like here's the thing. There's certain studios where I guarantee some of these folks go and they're like, well, I want to write a story about this. And the studio's like, no. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't want my self-insert? And they're like, we don't want it. It's not going in the game. And then that person usually says, okay. And then goes back to fucking work. Somebody mentioned Neil Druckmann, right? That's a really good example. The minute that he had nobody around to question what he was doing or to push back on the things that he wanted to ruin Last of Us Part 1 with, once Bruce Straley was gone and Amy Hennig was out, well, then you got Last of Us 2, and now you got Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. Now, I'll be honest with you. While I don't really like the way that the character looks, everything else about the concept of Intergalactic looks cool. I don't know though. My mind is always like this. I'm going to say what's on my mind, okay? Like, I'm going to say what I'm thinking. But that doesn't mean that I don't hope that it's good. like premise-wise, it's cool, especially if it's supposed to be kind of like Souls-like space retro. Like, that sounds kind of cool. And yeah, I understand everybody does Souls-like now, and it's like attached to every fucking name of every game. I get it. But it's also good. But it's like Souls-like's also good. But yeah. Intergalactic is going to be a content farm for all the wrong reasons. Part of me, given the way that Druckmann acts, part of me feels that way. Part of me feels like that's probably the direction it's going to go. But I hope that it's good. Neil gets a bad rack, but he does know how to make some good games and combat systems. But does he? Like, he's a director, right? How much did he make? That's always like the question that you asked. I think that in a lot of cases, people give you can give too much credit to a director. A director's job is to lead the team and then also influence the design. I don't, like, none of us can really fucking say. Who knows? All I know is that shit fucking changed the minute that Bruce Straley and fucking Amy Hennig were out of the picture. Idea man job, yeah. You can hate the guy, but The Last of Us was goated. It was. It was. The Last of Us 1. 2, I'm sorry. It just wasn't for me. Like, there were some good parts of it, but no. Yeah. Sorry. Like, The Last of Us 2 was, like, good up until the point where they did the thing, and they got rid of Joel, and then I was like... So this is what this is? I don't want to do this. And then I put it down. And then I put it down. Last of Us was 2, gameplay-wise. Yeah, but you had already experienced it in The Last of Us Part 1. And let's be honest, The Last of Us is a fucking narrative-driven game. Right? Like, the gameplay was solid for sure, but it's a narrative game. So if you don't like the narrative, you're not going to like the game. What game should I get into right now? Any good ARPGs? Something fun to knock stuff up and upgrade? Bonk stuff and upgrade? Dead Cells. It's not an ARPG, but it has ARPG elements that are bolted onto it. There's a bunch of fucking, like, items and weapons that you can find, like permanent upgrades and blueprints that are like percentage drop rates off of enemies, while also at the exact same time there's shit that you just unlock from like just general progression. Like, it's such a fucking good game. Such a fucking good game. The revenge really, really bad ending killed me. Yeah, it's just fucking washed up, man. It's just washed up, and like far too many people, like it's just something that we've seen like way too much of, way too often. What game did LD just say? I said Dead Cells. Dead Cells is a it's a roguelike Metroidvania, but it has like so many like crazy fucking systems and shit bolted onto it. It's so good. So good. What time is it? It's only 4 hours and EA apparently thinks that Battlefield 6 will bring in 100 million players, a number that even DICE devs don't think is feasible. But as development has been more expensive than planned, Fingers are crossed. Maybe I didn't grab it. I don't think that I did. I saw another post as well. I think it was Kelsky. I'd have to find out who's the one that posted it. Essentially, I guess so they made the whole like Battlefield Labs thing where they were essentially going to like bring in basically they're getting a ton of feedback from players early in development while they're building the game. And one of the first things that players brought up and have been bringing up the entire time while they've been making it is saying to not do the like hero class system like they did in Battlefield 2042. They say, don't do this. And they're doing it anyway. It's just like, fuck! Why are you like this? Why are you like this? And then on top of that, to go out and say, okay, Grok, how many copies of Battlefield? How many copies has the Battlefield game series sold in its lifetime? The plan must be to sell it to China to hit those numbers? Yeah, good luck with that. Well, this is back in 2022, so 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, they're saying like 89 million. So essentially, what you're telling me is that you plan for this one game by itself to essentially deliver the performance of your entire franchise since its inception. What are these guys smoking? What are you smoking, dude? Battlefield 1 is probably going to be sales for like 250. They're betting on a second pandemic from the looks of it. fucking. Does EA have an office in Wuhan? I mean, even Overwatch 2 reached 100 million in 2024. They didn't say how long they wanted to reach this number. I would imagine it would be pretty fucking fast. I would imagine it'd be pretty fast. The reason why is, if I'm not mistaken, how many downloads did Marvel Rivals get so far? Yeah. This is what they're looking for. Marvel Rivals got 40 million downloads across all platforms as of February 2025. Likely, Marvel Rivals is probably... I think it'd be safe to say they probably had maybe 60 million like probably another 20 million since then. I don't know how that game is doing. I haven't paid it. Like I played it for a while, and then I you guys know me. I bounce off live service games like crazy. I think what's going on is that Rivals EBMM. What is EBMM? I don't know what that means. You know what's weird? Everyone I know who was singing praises of Marvel Rivals has dropped playing it. I fucking loved it when it first came out, and I really do enjoy, like, I really did enjoy playing the shit out of it. The only problem is, though, is that, like, me as a person, I'm so fucking anti-live service. Like, I'm not anti-live service, like, as an activist. I'm not in protest of live service. I just don't like the rat race. I just don't like the rat race, man. I like battle passes. I always fall off of them. I'm not rewarded enough for what I do in the game, right? Engagement-based matchmaking. What the fuck is that? I'm just one of those people where when it comes to live service games, I'll go hard on it for like a couple of months, and then I will just fucking ghost it. The only one that I ever go back to is Helldivers 2. Warframe. Warframe and Helldivers 2 are the only ones that I actually go back to. Because they both essentially have the exact same model. It doesn't matter when I come back. Warframe more so. I can come back to Warframe anytime I want to, right? And like everything I do is still relevant. Helldivers 2 is like an in the moment. It's when I see something like cool that I want to be a part of that I jump in and I fucking, you know, help the war effort. You know what I mean? Battlefield has to compete with Delta Force now. Delta Force has a lot of Eastern players supporting it. That's one of the reasons why it's continued to do like relatively well. How's it doing now? I really enjoyed Delta Force as like a concept. Holy shit. Damn, that's a lot of players. Yeah. But it's like... Yeah, this game is like very Eastern supported. I didn't know the game was that popular. Yeah. Like I really did enjoy I really enjoyed playing it. Like the actual gunplay and stuff is pretty good. There's some like headache and head scratch shit that I don't like with it. It's the same shit that plagues every single first person shooter. It's like cheating in fucking, you know, netcode or something like that, right? But if you're just playing something like Delta Force casually, I think most people are probably going to just enjoy it. And it's free. Free game. Solid foundation. Yeah, solid foundation. Now, Battlefield 6, the thing is, what they're probably saying is the 100 million players. So I think that they're going to have a free-to-play battle royale. They're basically, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're copying Call of Duty T for T. They're making a free-to-play battle royale, and then they're making Battlefield. Do you see Blade is coming to Marvel Rivals? I would probably go back to... I really like Blade. Blade's like one of my favorite Marvel characters. One that is not... Is he counted as an X-Men? No, he's like a Midnight Sun, isn't he? Yes, he's Midnight Suns. Right? Yeah, Midnight Sun. Okay, yeah. I want to make sure. Make sure. They're mixing Call of Duty and Apex Legends and pretending it's going to be Battlefield. I'm pissed. We'll see what it is. I mean, like, if you're not into battle royales, nothing's going to make you into battle. Like, nothing's going to get you into it. But what most people, I think, really do want is just like straight up Battlefield. Like, I think a really good example of this was BattleBit, right? Like, BattleBit was fucking goated. Like, people were all over that shit. And it was literally just Roblox Call of Duty, essentially. Or Roblox Battlefield, essentially, right? And it was just because it's that classic Battlefield that people like to go and play. And, yeah. And then those devs made millions and then ghosted. They fucking literally just said, oh, we retire. No more updates. See you later. Early access, we don't give a fuck. We out. Battlefield 4, but better and improved. Yeah. Most people just want BF4, right? Don't suppose you've heard anything about Wu Chang? I have not heard anything about Wu Chang, not recently. I've seen like some screenshots and stuff that get posted or like little snippets of trailers that'll be on like Twitter or something like that, but outside of that, I don't really see much. But I'm sitting here, I'm telling you right now, like, this shit better be fucking fire if you want to see these numbers. And the thing is that the one thing I'll say is that one of the problems this industry has right now is they keep making these unrealistic, like, projections for the popularity and sales of their game. And it's just not going to happen. And I'm thinking, I'm wondering, I have another theory. Since a lot of these companies are publicly traded, there's not a lot of nuance when it comes to that investment. And there's probably not a lot of nuance even from the perspective of some of these CEOs in some of these cases. And I think that they look at games like Fortnite, and they look at games like Grand Theft Auto, and they think to themselves, if I invest the same money, we can get a game that makes that kind of money. If we make the game, if we make a game, we could achieve the same thing. And I think it's delusional. Not only because like, one, the comparisons that they're using, the games that they're trying to compete with are of a level of like cultural weight and significance that you can't just create. Even Call of Duty, I think is an example, right? There's never been I don't think there's ever been an occasion, maybe outside of BF4, where like Battlefield was more popular than Call of Duty. Like, Call of Duty has always taken up the cultural mind space. Much of it is built on the like nostalgia around like what Call of Duty used to be. But I think a lot of it's also just the marketing around it. I don't really understand, right? I don't really fully understand why it's always Call of Duty. Like, what exactly draws people in to play it? Maybe it's because it's a lot more accessible. It's definitely the easier game between Call of Duty and Battlefield, right? And it's also the speed in which, like, Call of Duty consistently just stays in the, like, collective mind share because they release games year after year after year with no break. And while everybody hates Call of Duty, like, its sheer ability to just keep pumping out content makes it, like, really difficult to, like, stand in front of. So, like, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto 5, which Grand Theft Auto 5, by being what it is and what it does, is quite... This is the funniest thing. The game that I think has the broadest appeal, the game that hits the broadest audience possible, is Grand Theft Auto. It's the most relatable. It's cross-generational. It's cross-demographic. Like, it's everything. Like, it touches everybody knows what Grand Theft Auto is. Everybody's played Grand Theft Auto. Tastes like plastic. Thank you for tier 1. Everybody knows what that game is. And then Fortnite, the thing is with Fortnite, I need to make a video on Fortnite. I need to research it because I get it, but I also don't. Like, it's a very well-made game. Like, as much as people want to shit on it because, like, it's cringe and the kids like it and shit like that, and it's the emotes and the characters and all that shit, right? But at the exact same time, Fortnite is a very well-made, very well-performing, like, feels good to play video game. I like playing Fortnite. It's a fun game to play. You play it with your friends, it's a good time, right? But in the case of Fortnite, they weren't, like, the first to a trend, right? Like, they iterated on a trend that was already out, right? With, like, the building and all that shit. But I think that in the case of Fortnite, what's really, like, the main driver there is more of, like, its cultural relevance than it is anything else. It's cultural relevance and its memeability. And it continues to lean into that and take advantage of it and use it in new ways to maintain its relevance. So, like, not only is it the way that they continue to support the game with content, but it's also, like, the goofy shit that they do, like bringing in AI Darth Vader, right? Like, how many people do you think probably downloaded Fortnite just to fuck around with AI Darth Vader? And also the like, again, like, the memeability or the virality of the game, because then all of a sudden you look and, like, there's, like, fucking there's, like, tweets and fucking clips on YouTube with, like, millions of views about, like, goofy stuff from Fortnite, like, all the time. Like, they're really good at leaning into, like, current day culture. They have Hatsune Miku and Goku. Right, exactly. And, like, that's the other thing, too, is, like, even their ability to be able to bring in basically, like, the interests of, like, damn near everybody. Like, you can play as, like, isn't Hank Hill even in the game, too? Right? So, like, you got, like, there's such a weird crossover of, like, all kinds of different shit in that game. And they all make it, and they make it work, too, right? Family Guy Peter, yeah, exactly. Like, but they make it all work at the exact same time. It's fucking crazy how they pull it off, and that's something that I don't think that you can replicate. So that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that, like, looking at these franchises, like, looking at the games that are, like, what I would consider as, like, some of the most, like, some of the ones that make the most money and end up being, like, the most easy W, Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite, Call of Duty. I don't think these are things that you can compete with, and I don't think that these are things that you can recreate. Not inorganically. You're not going to be able to do it in a fucking test tube. Essentially, in some cases, I think it just comes down to luck. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do to put yourself in a position to be lucky, for sure. But I do think that a lot of this stuff comes down to luck. And I and when you're betting hundreds of millions, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million dollars on luck, lightning in a bottle, exactly. And when you put out these kind of expectations, we want to hit 100 million players. Like, you are operating so far out of your gourd. You've lost the plot so much that you're not even in the same country. Might not even be on the planet. Their last Battlefield was dog shit. And, like, that's the other thing to keep in mind, too, right? Is that, like, you also have your relevance. And when your series takes major dips in relevance, then less people are going to want to be interested in the next one. And from my perspective, even though I know, like, Battlefield 1 was, like... Battlefield 1 isn't, like, a bad game. It also wasn't, like, a great game. And it was kind of just there. So most people really only think about Battlefield from BF4 and Bad Company. And I hate to say it, but that crowd is old. And if your game isn't relevant to a younger audience, you're going to have a hard time being able to sell your game in the future. It's going to get more and more. That's going to be a bigger and bigger fucking hill to climb. More steeper hill to climb. What do you think about starting a movement called Pride Lives Matter? What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you like 13 years old? Dropping into a chat being weird as fuck like that? I'm willing to bet €100 that COD Mobile has more yearly revenue than the new Battlefield. Likely, yeah. It's called a joke? Well, your jokes suck, dog. PUBG Mobile still pulls in massive numbers in Asia. PUBG is like still good. Like that game still performs well. Or is it actually just called PUBG now? It is. Yo. Yo. Yo, that's crazy. I doubt most of these players are NA. No, they have a lot of a lot of Eastern support in this game too. But like, PUBG is still fucking crushing it, dude. Bots? I don't know. Like, that's one of the things that I do. I will say I do worry about that when it comes to some of these Eastern games because they are not a stranger to that shit. I have a story to tell about that, but we'll have to wait a while. I won't talk about it tonight, but I'll remember it. I'll remember it. Didn't realize it went that hard. PUBG's still a good game. PUBG's still a good game. I never got into it personally, mostly because like when PUBG was like hitting, I was still playing games on console, and those games are just like weird to play on console. Like when you need to like switch like inventory and attachments and shit all the time, like it's just something that's much easier to do when you're on mouse and keyboard. It has very sweaty players. Yeah, they're not well made for controller use. Yeah, that's the same way that that's the same reason I never got into. It's the same reason that I never got into whatchamacallit. Fuck is that game called? It's the reason I didn't get into Fortnite initially. I only ever got into Fortnite when they brought in no build, because like I could never wrap my head around the whole like building fucking boxes around yourself shit. And also at the same time, anytime I ever watched that gameplay, I was like, this looks fucking dumb. Like that was my first boomer moment where I'm like, I don't get this. Like, why does this look fun? Why does this look fun to anybody? Your audio settings changed. You just got louder. Oh, yeah, I did. I'll get quieter again very soon. I think this works.
That night of old.
Why isn't it picking it up? Hold on. Game capture. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about the audio.
Not by sense, but soul. Your memes hum.
I'll fix the screen here in a second. Yeah, I'm playing this is Soulframe.
This night of war will dawn before sun.
Well, I remember her face. As Fortide's haze cast sun through rain, so fresh was she, and of her mane. A woven crown in careful ties.
Kind of cool.
Night lark feathers o'er her eyes. Of salten waves her gaze did flow.
It's kind of cool. I like this.
Last love she saw was you. I know. Love last it was that sent you so.
The camera's like off kilter right now, but I'll get it fixed here in a second. I just have to get into the settings. It doesn't let you get in there initially, and it's on window mode right now. What I'll do for the meantime is I will where is it? Transform. I will fit the screen. is this? Oh, male or female? So you're like a descendant of your parent, and you choose your like your look off of them. That's kind of cool.
Remember this. We are a family.
The fuck?
Beyond the pale of Odin's sky live verdant fields of rain and wild, where omen beasts of Alka's lost remember still.
Did you choose your frame? I don't think you do.
Until the ghost.
L mom. I'm your spirit voice. I like that. Is that my spirit bird?
So listen well. Envoys of shame. And bear their souls within your frame. Find your spirit, your grace renewed, and return to earth, her power true. Join us.
I like the poetry start. Okay. Oh, now you get to pick your class. Okay. Courage, spirit, race. I don't know what the difference is. What is spirit? Oh, okay. Now I see. Osadella or Ossil. I'm not gonna say. Pact of the Spirit. Roused by rain. My God. Roused by rain was she, a new witch abloom in the garden of Eldvale. Share the pact of the Fey healer, Osdella. Osolda, that's what it is. Fend the thriving, tend the ailing, and mend the damned. Have spirit envoy, for all of us living share the same breath. Forget it so and choke. Ooh. Ooh. Bestow, cement your enemies in stone for a time. Apt to shatter strikes to free them all sooner. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Elder Bloom, reap the long-sowed seed of the Elder Bloom. Restore life to all envoys with a puff of pollen. Okay. Phantom Flintlock, or Phantom Flock. Hail Alsa's winged children. A flock of phantom songbirds attack your target, singing revenge. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Gwilyn, a staff. Okay, staff is my weapon. And then Sprout Folk Seed. A large seed smothered and worn by the passing of many hands, held to the ear, one may gently hear a heartbeat. And then Fipple Flute. A whistle carved from wood, Sparrow Song, breeze. Okay. What are the other ones? This is melee. Hethrin, Pact of Courage. Chief of the Solstice Warriors was she, wreathed in flame and fury. Flame the pact of the Fey champion, Tetherin. Raise your sword to the sun. Howl the felling song. Have courage, envoy, for a warrior's heart is both weapon and armor, and a human heart can crack. Fellist, summon the wrath of felling. Consecutive melee strikes deal cumulative damage. That's kind of cool. Call of the Ancients, sing a song, sing the old of war song. Attract the attention of nearby enemies, increasing damage, increased defense. Okay, so it's kind of like a tank character, so you can grab aggro. Clash. Sound your ensign, stagger and stun enemies with a shockwave. Okay. And then Grace, which is born from a moonlight pond. Born from a moonlight pond he was, with an arrow ready knocked. Take the pact of the Fey assassin Siren. Learn the trickster's glamour. Wear the ranger's shroud. Have a grace, envoy, for a well-aimed bolt what may end the world. It's done once before. Patrick's powder. Cast a cloud of magic dust. Enemies are blinded, leaving them vulnerable to sneak attacks. Trick of the light. Set free your trickster's shadow. A decoy that'll draws enemies fire and explodes when they get close. That's kind of cool. Glamour. Cast a veil of magics to hide you from your foes. I'm leaning between the I don't know, man. I kind of like, you know, cementing your enemies sounds really good, and like sending birds to attack also sounds good. Melee sounds really good at cumulative strikes. But all of them are really good, to be honest with you. Like, part of me wants to go ranger or like ranged attacks because Digital Extremes just has better experience with ranged attacks, and I feel like it would be more fun to play. Spirit is more interesting. I think it is too. Like, turning to stone, like the heal is kind of like whatever. Birds and turning to stone is kind of cool. Use a roulette. Is that what that does? No, it does not. Who doesn't like punching things? Always loved a ranger. I think I'm going to go with Grace. Welcome, Legendary Drops. Thank you for joining our Prelude's journey. Take heed, young soul. You are entering a primordial world with great tremors ahead. Prelude 10 arrives. Some highlights include a festival of the Sorcade is upon us. Second blade now rush out of your side. Envoys now leave proclaim messages. It can now leave messages. This game, I want to be. Oh my god, my sensitivity is like so high. I barely even move my mouse. I want to make something clear to the audience to make sure that you guys understand that this game is in early access. Not early access. This is an alpha build or a pre-alpha build of the game. This game isn't even close to being finished yet, from what I understand. I don't know when they're actually aiming for, like... I mean, it might not be. Maybe it's a little closer than I think it is. But... Okay, we should be good now. It kind of, like, lagged a little bit. Okay, now we should be okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's pre-alpha. It is a pre-alpha game. So it's going to be a little... it's gonna be janky. I wish that it brought over my Warframe controls. That's still way too fast. What? Because I didn't confirm. Is it 5? That's much better. You changed sensitivity of your controller. That's a little disorienting. What's in the box? And then I have, what's glamour? Oh. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this like my orbiter? Pretty fucking cool. Enter your nightfold tent. The transition for that was so quick, too. Your arsenal awaits. So this is pack capacity. Increase pack capacity by 1. Okay. I don't know what that did. And this is okay, so you can just change it at any time. That's kind of cool. I like that. What the fuck is this? The UI is really interesting. This is your gear: shield, bow, long blade, magic, short blade, fly blade, pole arm. Jesus, I have that many weapons already. How do I swap weapons? That is a fast transition. Doesn't even know what he's buying. Ideal consumer. True. Absolutely get shit on. I didn't mean to do that. At least the transition's fast. Get new weapons first. How do I get new weapons? It's really pretty. I like that, like, I mean, some stuff is kind of like phasing in. It's still early. I mean, you want me to go this way, but my body says this way. Get fucked, son. Get fucked, son. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Nothing. No, you gonna put the bow to the face. That's what you're gonna do. Oh, wait a minute. You got arrows too. Is there like a dodge roll? Oh. It's always good to just throw another arrow in there just in case. There is for sure a fucking... It is. Double tap. There it is. Sometimes you gotta just give it a shot. What is this? Scrap steel? I know you have a chest here. This really feels like Duviri, in a way. It's you can tell that it's like very like Duviri, like fucking coded. They're Duviri maxing. Looks good. It totally looks Warframe-y. I don't think it. I mean, like the art, some of the art style definitely Warframe-y, which makes sense because it's made by the people that make Warframe. Dude, you would expect that. But it doesn't play like Warframe. Okay, that was... So you level up stuff by just killing. I like that. Ah! Save the squirrels! I have befriended the animals! Try heavy attack, middle mouse button. Is that cheating? Are we cheaters now? What's this? What is this? They got little eyeballs. You see them? You see the little eyeballs in there? They're like little fucking dudes. What the fuck is that? Tap Alt? Alt doesn't do anything. Whoa! What did that do? Can I switch weapons? I did not mean to do that. I keep hitting tab. I'm so used to. I'm so fucking survival game coded that I like tab to like hit menus. And the map is why? Map is M. What's wrong with that? What's in the tree? Oh, is that like the rot? Ooh, and I got a weapon. Oh, okay. I don't know what that was. Was that like their pollution against nature? The armor looks ugly. I hope they have cooler designs. I mean, like, this is your starting gear. You're supposed to look like an ugly asshole. Okay. Good fuck, son. What? Ah. There's a bunch of armor sets. Is this gonna be a live service game? It will be a live service game. That do be how that's how digital extremes be rolling. Performance is actually way better than I thought it was going to be. Especially for a game that's essentially an alpha, right? Like, we've played finished games that aren't of this high enough, aren't of this high quality. That that performed a hell of a lot fucking worse. Yeah, there you are. What game is this? It's Soulframe.
Ashes in the sky. It is hopeless, little one. Hopeless.
Can I switch weapons? Or is it just, I just use a bow? That's just what I do. Don't forget, Chrono Odyssey playtest had great performance. Chrono Odyssey, like, I mean, this is a much more, like, I made a video a long time ago, well before I even had a fucking audience. And in that video, I did research into the people that were developing Chrono Odyssey. and realized that not a single fucking one of them had any experience in AAA game development or even in MMOs. The vast majority of them are from fucking like literally like click-to-play mobile games, turn-based mobile games, Summoner's War and shit like that. Like, no experience with MMOs whatsoever, no experience with action combat or Souls-likes or anything. They literally just, like, got a bunch of fucking dudes together, some money, and then they said, you know what? We're gonna make an MMO. And somebody fucking greenlit it. I do not see that game turning out to be very good. Personally, I don't. Everything that I watched, like, people's experience with, it didn't look very good. Raiment. Ooh. Vasp 4. I got the Vasp. Is it contagious? It had a good concept though. Yeah, but you still, like, the thing is that with concepts is that, like, as much as I can placate a game and say, man, this has a really good concept, concepts don't fucking work if the game isn't fun, or if the game plays well, or if it's a good game, right? Like, none of that shit works if that's... Fuck. We're doing this whole thing. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize it doesn't have... I don't think it has borderless. So, like, the fucking GPU has to, like, fucking kick into overdrive anytime. Oh, it does have borderless. Okay, it's gonna freeze one more time. It's gonna be okay after this, I promise. Give me 1 second. Legendary frame drops? That do be me. See, now I can actually click out of the game and I can fuck around and I won't, like, lag my screen out. Transform. Fit to screen. I was just gonna change my, my category real quick so then people can see it. What's with the frame starting to drop? So on PC, I don't know if you guys play PC or not, but on PC, if, like, sometimes with the GPU and, well, I don't know why it does it, but especially if I'm running, like, multiple programs, like streaming and all that shit, what'll end up happening is that my PC will fucking lock up when a game is, like, launching in, like, full screen, and if I try to tab out. So I have to put it on windowed borderless, or not windowed borderless, but full screen borderless for me to not have to deal with that shit. So it's fixed. So now there will be no more screen drops. Wait, what? Is there a thing I'm supposed to do here? Okay. Now what? Find he who haunts the pensive tower. Oh, there's another stairwell I didn't see. No. How do I find he who haunts the pensive tower? Is there another one of those, like, urns out here or something? Uncle Floyd GG, enjoying your YouTube videos. Take my money. Thank you for the Prime, brother. Appreciate it. Is this... The bird is looking at the door. Do I use my arm, this like soul collecting thing? Follow the voices? I'm not hearing any voices. There's a door, OMFG.
By the Mother's Divine and all.
Guys, I was up till 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday.
The great Pensieve's archive. Now words live on in smoke. Perhaps you and I might do something about it. What do you say?
Why you got a baby on your shoulder? Where'd you get that baby? What the fuck? Is this ghost trying to give me drugs? Where lies the spectral quill? Got it. Are we just not gonna talk about the baby? That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm fucking saying. Like, what's up with that baby? Where'd you get that? Where did you get that baby? Why is that baby also dead? Why is that baby dead and on your shoulder?
Morning, the bicameral. My folded spine and sacred mind, my will is signed to you.
Okay.
Flowing in blood and cinder.
I got a ghost. Am I a Ghostbuster? Is that what I am in this game? I'm a fucking Ghostbusters. Do I need to go back to my thing now? The homeboy show up here. Oh, do I not get my experience until I come back here? Okay, maybe I don't need to be here. Okay. Follow the light. Light. Oh, I see it now. Very cool. Okay.
To study here in Fold of Night. So many genius works left half-written.
Okay.
There is no future for a pastless people, Envoy.
No future
Our
for
minds
pastless,
and
man.
shelves emptied. Yes.
That baby whispering?
It seems time at last to finish my book. But what title is worthy of the Orem Canus seal?
Okay. What title is worth? Locations. Deepen your bond with him to learn more. A lifelong member of the College of Pensives, and now your personal scribe. Orlick. I was reading this. Orlick, the Bimeral. Why did it go away? Biberial is so named for the infant on his shoulder, his little genius. Mayhaps in his endless afterlife, Orlick will finally find the time to finish his book. He is named for the infant upon his shoulder, his little genius. What the fuck? And this is all in like a language I can't read. Established in the year of 1776 by the schoolmaster. Circuitry? Jesus Christ, you guys really like using a bunch of words that I can't even fucking say. This really is Warframe. This really is this is Warframe. Give me a second. Let me use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Sickletrude? Sickletrude? Oh, Sickletrude, you're right. Oh, this is the little ghost things. With humble beginnings, libraries of fables, the Pensives archive has grown into a deep Midrathian acclaim. The innermost chamber, Aurum Canis, draws eager apprentices across many aisles. Dane, Honorable Archsage, leads the twin prayer. Pensive's meditation begins at birdsong. Sage Balmus, excused. Okay.
Envoy.
So he's the one that gives me like locations to look for. The big old map. Who has a big old map? With wet salt she exalt, the isle she swam unto. It is bad luck indeed to harm one of Alka's own world trees. These sites are widely considered to have been planted by the Fae in the era before mankind, though there is much speculation why. A shell of a castle from the Quiet Era, one of the oldest human-made ruins in Midrath. Many believe it is home of the legendary Silent Sage. How it was built, how was it built without a word spoken? But I can't see any of these. Okay. Oh, okay. Who it is? What at? Oh god.
By Odin Rain, this beast we claim.
What the fuck? What?
Dreams, their meaning like a river, curving beyond sight. Yes, that is a good title.
Motherfucker creepy. Fucking. So the dude that guides me is a dude with a baby on it, with like a weird looking baby on his shoulder. I don't need the guiding sparrow. It's on my fucking. Game is really pretty. I genuinely I like the art direction. I like the world. Punching. Supposed to drink that? Am I supposed to get a taste of that? Well, my volume's low. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it up. Look out. Alright, there we go. I'll have that enter my nightmares. Most likely, yeah. Where's the loot? Fragment discovered. Rivet 2. Definitely cooked with the art and the world design. Yeah, I think like the art itself and stuff like that, and like the world is very cool. You guys holding this town hostage? Oh, that's the dummy, or and then it explodes and deals damage. That's cool. I like that. So it's essentially like target dummy, and then it blows up when they deal damage to it. I like that.
The stranger. A gruel.
Better fucking run, bitch. You see me coming, you can be like, I'm out. I'm gonna check your house and see if, does your house have any loot? Where's it at? Where's the loot? I thought, bitch. Alright, looks like you're clean. You're clean for now. You can fucking turn your back on me. I'll fucking put one in your bag. Use melee? How do I use melee? Can I switch weapons? What does C do? Potions.
Sinecure, mercenaries of the synod above. If there exists a soulless creature, one need only look skyward.
Who invited the grammar police? Who's the grammar police? Who's policing? Oh, well, they're probably just telling me how to like pronounce certain things that I'm trying to read. I actually do appreciate that. If it's like a word that I don't recognize, then somebody has the correct way of saying it. There's always those words, and you always feel like a fucking idiot. I know everybody's gone through this. Where like, there's like some word that for like. Basically, your entire life you have mispronounced, and then you find out one day you've been saying it wrong the entire time. And what the fuck?
Big Rex! Oh, help!
Well, how do I get you out of there? I guess I'm gonna go down here. Hit the cage.
Give me a hand, would you?
There you go.
That's it!
What the fuck?
By Sans Zeus. We waited to get that out for days. You here looking for that monstered up stag, I bet?
What do you know?
Nothing really. Just how it lives in a secrecy glade hidden by ancient
Avocado Man.
magics
I like that,
and
yeah.
How to find said secrecy glade and disenchant said ancient magic. Few drakes and I'm an open scroll.
Kind of, it really has a, like, it kind of has like a very like classic fairy tale, like vibe to it.
Take. Damn. I thought that was gonna be a good one, that was. Your problem is from the ground, the glade's all puckered up. You need the right totem to tickle it open. Lucky for you, I've got one stashed down in Durmac. Simple as you going down there and fetching it.
Need a
Need
crush
these
chip?
sludge spewers to get gone. Can't get a breath in edgewise. Look around here. These sludge slingers can't
Zelman
stand
99, thank you for the
sight
prime,
of
brother.
something
Appreciate that. Thank you so
wild.
much.
I don't like this stuff. And
Kill the
best
bug for
anymore than
democracy.
I like sniveling in that crate.
I'm getting Warframe vibes. Nobody dresses human. Yeah. Which, I mean, like, that's
You use
fine.
this? One of those talky ode things on the patch. My treat.
Lord Synod, the great stag will be yours come moonrise. You may send your collector.
The one thing that I'll say, and like this is probably like the biggest compliment that you could probably give to Warframe is that like they have their style. Right? Like they have their art style, their world building style that is like so refreshingly distinct that like nobody else is even close to what it is. Like it's so weird and trippy, and art and sound team are excellent at DE. Art, sound, music, like you don't find them anywhere. You don't find like their influence in other places. And I totally understand that for a lot of people, like Warframe is very much a acquired taste. Not everybody is into it, right? And if people are into it, they all like it for different reasons. Some people are like straight up about the lore, some are more about the art, some are more about the gameplay or the frames or whatever.
Pre-Odin Wars, the Fire King, Fenzodar, built this place, the Undercity of Dermak.
Niche, maybe? It's not niche, it's just weird, right? Like, I actually think that, like, in a lot of cases, like, if anybody likes third-person shooters and shit, like, basically Warframe it kind of fucking works for anybody. It's just getting over the hump of, like, figuring out what the game is and how to play it. Because, Warframe is one of those games where it's just, like, it feels so fucking and, like, I have to say right now, at least, I haven't played, like, melee combat is where I feel like this game is probably going to struggle because Warframe struggles with melee. It's just like melee and Warframe just isn't like, it's just not very engaging. Not like in a lot of other third-person games. Not what you'd normally be looking for. I know that melee can still be fun. You can have fun melee builds, but if you notice, I am a glaive guy in Warframe. I just play the game ranged because that's where the game like really sings, is in ranged, right? And but there's just something about the way that Digital Extremes makes games that is so like unique to them and only to them, and you'll never see it anywhere else.
The old traps, sharp as ever.
Get fucked. Get fucked. No. No. I got you. I got you. I got you. Ah, I was here. So I do not have a melee as this character, correct? True, the closest thing to melee I use is this Stropha. Yeah. Gunblade. Yeah. It's just a fact, Warframe doesn't play like Elden Ring, but the gameplay is like nothing else. Yeah, I mean, like, and like, I think the thing is that, the one thing that's kind of gonna prove to be like kind of a weird thing for this game, and I think people will eventually get over it, is that because they put soul in the name, and it's third person, and it's fantasy, you're gonna have a lot of people that are going to associate this game with Dark Souls. Like, it's already happened. You already see people saying things and making comparisons and shit like that, like when they did their first like reveal and announcement and whatnot. And then like you don't realize that really what this is, it's just more, it's a more grounded version of Warframe. It's a grounded but like more like fantasy aesthetic Warframe is essentially what they're going to be making. At least that's what I've gotten from like looking at everything that they've done so far and like what this game is already. Like that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting at the very least. But it also feels like it's going to be much more of a, at least so far, it feels like much more of like a single player focused game than like a multiplayer focused one like Warframe. I don't know. I spend more time with it and see what it actually is. Are you still apprehensive about Ghost of Yotei? No, not even at all, to be honest with you. I have almost absolute faith that that game is going to probably turn out fine. If I had to make betting odds, the betting odds would be that that game's like 95% going to be a success. The 5% chance is that the fucking story is so bad and like virtue signally that people don't like it, and that the studio like went like full activist mode. But I don't think that's the case. There's other elements of it that lead me to believe that that's not going to be the case. Is the game floaty like Warframe? No, it doesn't feel like that. At least right now with like the bow and arrow stuff. If I switch to melee, let's do that actually. Let's see what melee feels like. What the fuck is this? Can I not switch to melee? Oh, this is like your skill tree. Virtues, combat arts. pact. Oh, this is my pact with Siren. And I can upgrade it? Child of the Shadow treats glow. Why do I have it? Why is the green arm longer? I don't know. It's probably just the angle, and also the arm probably has some type of like lore perspective. It's probably a thing. Pickpocket. Use your glamour to sneak up on enemies to steal loot from their pockets. Packed under the blue sun. Gain grace. What does grace mean? Gain spirit. Gain courage. Maximum life. So there's grace, spirit, and courage. Those are like your 3 main stats. Is that what that is? What do those stats control? I would imagine courage is damage. So it's like damage, mana, and like magic, strength, duration, and range. Okay. They also scale weapon damage. You can see it in the weapon stats. Attuned to grace. So the higher my grace, the more damage this does. Right? Yeah. Okay. And now if I wanted to switch and swip. Oh, okay, so I have to unlock the other styles. I can't just switch weapons, yeah? Weapons are craftable. You need the blacksmith first. Okay. So I'm fine to just go ahead and just invest for now. I'm chilling. Okay. So gain grace, which will increase my range. What is this? Child of Shadow. Threats glow clearly in the dark. Threats glow clearly in the dark. Okay, so just highlights threats in the dark. Grounded by pact. Your defense against stagger is heightened. Steal loot from their pockets. We'll put another one into grace. Then we'll move over here. Because the maximum life increase is going to be something you're wanting. Empty frames are weakened. Deal damage on smite. When you fall, your sparrow soul has more time to return to your body. Also, all souls be forgiven. Regain life when smite. Okay, so we did that. And this is combat arts. Oh, I use those points. I don't know if those points... So these points do not carry over. Splinter. Fire a charged shot that blasts all buried arrows into a barrage of splinters. What does that mean? Fire a charged shot that blasts all buried arrows. It's like arrows in the enemy? So do I just like fast shot, like quick shot an enemy, like bang, 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 and then do like a fucking charge shot and then it explodes for extra damage? Hey dude, been listening to your stuff at work for the past few months. Caught you on a live stream. Gotta say, content makes the long days fly by. Cheers, mate. No problem, brother. Glad it is making your day go by a little bit faster. Yes? Okay. Rain of Arrows embeds arrows. You can make them explode. Is it just Rain of Arrows, or is it also like my quick shot? Turns mist arrows into mines. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Interesting. Okay. And then virtues. Well, let's see here. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get these up to 5. And then, I think that's all my points, right? Okay. You can carry break boxes. Break bots. I don't know. Hold E for spectral sight. The spectral sight. Why would I want to do that? I walk past here. Sound effects are cool. I think it probably wants me to go down that cave. Keep looking around for a second. That's where I came from.
Synod's collector is dispatched. Scour every yard of that tomb and prepare for him a tribute. These histories must burn, or more grooves will come.
We don't want the groomers to. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Where the fuck did that take me? Is it like a fast travel? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I got you. It's all part of the learning experience. Big dog. What up? Right, is up here. Backtrack yourself? Yeah, it's no big deal. Gotta learn somehow. That is actually kind of fucking cool. Okay, I like that. That's cool. What's up, bitch? What do you think you're gonna do, huh? You're gonna stand around and get fucked on. That's what you're gonna do. What are you doing here? Why are you following me? Don't be weird. Stalker. These zones are really cool.
Choke me with sludge. The cans are everywhere, huh? I was gonna show you the vault, but I'm good here. Just up ahead and left. You can't miss it. That's it.
Lots of mindless running.
Right.
Can be, yeah. It feels like that. I feel like they could, like, I don't know. I mean, it's still early into the game, right? So, like, I'm not, like, talking shit or anything like that. But I would say that, like, something... I mean, not every game has to, like, keep you engaged at all times. And I also, like, recognize that they're likely... Like, I think this game is going to try to do its best not to become Warframe. But my fear for it is that the Warframe community will try to pressure this game to become Warframe. Faster movement, more enemies, a lot of like chaff, you know what I mean? Like just a lot of like just bullshit to do to like keep you fucking absolutely like dialed into the game all the time. Overstimulation that Warframe becomes. Like I think there's gonna be some people that are gonna want that and look for it out of this game. And I hope that I just hope they don't bend to it. No, we don't. Not every one person is the entire community. I'm just saying. Believe me. If I felt the entire Warframe community was one whole being, I would have some very heavy and strong judgments against them. Like, I'll be real with you. The Warframe community has some it's like any like tight-knit video game community where it's like from my perspective, like the Warframe community is like one of the some of the like coolest group and like some of the most like accepting and welcoming people that are in the fucking gaming sphere. But there is some very, very toxic groups in there at the same time. Very toxic groups in the same time. It's rainy here with the $10. Thank you for thinking about too drunk to know what's going on right now in 3 slots for 5. Like your stuff, man. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. You skipped the quest part? Like the quest that I'm on? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about like down here? I was just like looking for loot. I'm chilling, dude. I'm just playing the game, walking around, doing my thing. Is there a single player open world RPG with the multiplayer raid? Single player open world RPG with multiplayer raids. I feel like there is. I feel like there is. Like I've played games again. Or sorry, I've played games like that before. Diablo? I mean, I guess kind of, yeah. I guess Diablo does kind of fit that mold. There's been other games though too. We'll see. This is Steve's career finale. His baby. You think it's his final game? I don't know about that. Read again, LD? Read what again? If you're telling me to read something in chat again, I can't. For whatever reason, I can't scroll. Open world multiplayer. No, they're saying open world single player RPG, but has like multiplayer raids. I think a really good example of that is actually
in a way, you are.
I think a really good example of that is actually Borderlands. I mean, those are 4-player raids on the bosses, but the game is largely single player, right? Like you can play the whole game multiplayer if you wanted to. Person asked if, they asked if Soulframe was a single player open world RPG with multiplayer raid. I think it's a single-player open-world RPG. I don't know about the raid part of it yet. That I have no idea. I don't know what they're planning in the future for that kind of stuff.
Do you feel that, envoy? The air falls heavy here. A disruption in the lay. Old Jotar wanders near.
Fuck?
Mortis rays, blaze!
What the fuck did I just do?
There's gruel among you. Synod will have me sky-wheeled if his tribute is lightened. Find the gruel and send them back to the fires of Kar.
Something cool? Yeah, I guess so. Where are you taking me? Oh, up here. You absolutely absorbed his T-pose energy. Could you imagine being like that much of a fucking Chad that your T-pose energy is so strong that literally just by like possessing another human, you give them a flaming sword? What? Gentlemen.
Ashed and cratered. Burn, invader!
I get that I'm like OP right now, so I'm not really gonna like super judge on the I'm not gonna judge on like how the melee feels at the moment. Though I do, the one thing that I'll say is this.
Entwined in saffron blue. But I cannot.
It's like leaving a city in fucking Warframe.
Fascinating. The soul severed, separate, anew. Now to find the aforementioned secret glade.
Secret glade.
Yes, I know it's not a real word.
What was I gonna say? The one thing that I noticed when I was like, and like Warframe kind of has this a little bit, it's definitely something from Warframe. And it's something that I don't think is like really necessary for a game like this because of like its speed and its world. And I'm hoping it's not the case when I actually like try like regular melee, not using like whatever that Spirit Blade was. But like, it's the sticky melee. Like the vacuum melee.
The collector has landed. Make
Whoa!
your preparations.
What the fuck was that for? I hope they add reset progression, because that's the only thing stopping me from playing Warframe again. I hope they add reset progression, because that's the only thing that's stopping me from playing it. Tao, thank you for the membership, brother. Appreciate that. Is the quiver defying gravity? Well, I mean, it's a fantasy game, so... Say self-destruct. Yeah, they just fucking said, you know what? I'm dead. I'm taking you with me. Oh shit, that's a big old dog. Fuck. What is that I just did? You stole 4 energy for the. I need to use my skills. I'm like just sitting here like shooting arrows. I need to use my fucking skills. What? Motherfuckers just call down the fucking wrath of God onto themselves. It's just fucking Odin smite me. It's like, all right, man, sure. Self smite, yeah. Ah! 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 What the fuck was that about? Going out with a bang? Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. What's up, dog? You doing out here? Yes. Whatever you say. She went out the way she wanted to go. Yep, living her best fucking life. I will not kill me. Or, you will not kill me. I will kill me. What do you think about that? Turned it around on you. Ew, what is the gooby goop that they're fucking pouring? Why are they pouring out all this goo? Look at it. Is that like a fucking sewer system or something? What the fuck is that? That looks fucking dangerous. Seek the secrety glade. What is this fucking Ocarina of Time? What the fuck? No, that's actually Game of Thrones. Hell yeah, Zelda inspiration. I fucking loved the Ocarina. Aw, little deer friend. go to where the deers. I see any deer. As you can tell, I'm a hunter. For the deer.
Oh. The totem reveals. Here, envoy. Here.
Right. Another world transition.
The fabled glades of Undering. But where are the voicing trees? The shimmering victories.
Wait, how'd you get in here? This is supposed to be a secret.
Made it even here.
Holy shit. God damn, son. God damn, son. You think because you got some antlers on your head, you're fucking hard, huh? If I had antlers on my head, I'd be fucking stronger than you are. Sucker. I wonder what he's thinking about. Bet it wasn't an arrow in the fucking head. Maybe you should have been paying attention, son. Where that loot be? I'm looking for that looty loot. We have a no loot. We're in a no loot situation, right? I think the funny thing is, me like running around looking for fucking treasure chests and shit. I don't even know what I'm even picking up. I'm like, I don't even know what this is. I don't even know if it's useful. I just want it because like my body says I need it. We got them drinks. There's so many chests and quest locations. Yeah.
This history's envoy, a mythical stag, the omen beast of the Dentrid people, Alka's children, all.
Okay.
Some way of aligning the symbolic truth.
What the fuck?
You seek a pact with these wretched beasts? Fine. Let your fates be intertwined.
I hit him with the fucking snap.
You defy us, yet no child sleeps cold but for the old. Stop!
Got hit with some chip DPS here, okay. Well, you really on some bitch shit, to be honest. God damn it. Go attack the dummy. Are you trying to tell me it only works once? You didn't like that, did you? You didn't like that, did you?
What are you doing?
I'm fucking putting the bird in you, bitch. What the fuck did I just do? I'm purifying your soul? What the fuck? What the fuck? Did I just make this bitch remember fucking Twitch is down or something? YouTube is still going on YouTube? Twitch is down? Yeah, it says unstable, poor network connection. It looks like Twitch came back up. Twitch stream went offline, but music is peak? Yeah, the music's really good. Is stream down? I think stream came back up on Twitch. No, it's just down? No, it's up. I turned him back into a deer. Deer's got some crazy eyes. Bambi redeemed? Yes. Bambi reborn. Hey, what the fuck? I helped you out, dog. What the fuck? Next time I see you walk out into the middle of the road, I'm gonna tell you to go fuck yourself.
I am damned. Eternal.
You are, because you got a weird ass hat.
Garen.
So wait, she was corrupted? And then she corrupted the deer? What is going on? This place is really cool. Yeah, you're welcome, asshole. Yeah.
You. I do not know you. You look like the Clegs who skinned my lovers. who brined my rivers, who smeared their metal bowels on every wind.
Yeah, give me a sniff.
Yet you bear the ancient scent of kin. Can it be you are an envoy the Empress spoke of? Yes? Yes. I am Garen Rood, stag of the Anduin Glades, omen ward of the Dendred herds. Envoy, I offer you the grace of my crown.
What? What's this crown? What the fuck? Oh, and so like making packs with animals, how you like get their, like you get your frames? Interesting. She looks like a can. She does kind of look like a can. Nice flora, yeah. What is it?
The fabled glades of Anduin. But where are the voicing trees? The shimmering pictrix? Have the old engines made it even here?
Do I need to go back to the thing now? Yep. Two ancestors joined the Nightfold.
Enough! All this whispering. I cannot focus on my book. Ha! A welcome respite.
Omen to Stag Lineage. This is like the new places that I found. Ancestors, Garen Rood, Lady Diora. Okay. Tormented Stag. Sparrow Birds. So I thought I unlocked a new pack. I guess I did not. Is it not finished? Still need a blacksmith. Okay. Why do I keep hitting it? The fucking thing's on my... Sounds like my knee popping. I'd get that checked out. So is this a single player or MMO? It's both. It's a mix of both. So it's going to have like multiplayer elements and likely like cooperative things to do. But it is, for all intents and purposes, a like single player on your own. If you can keep a secret, yawn to the brim of ocean souls, find our kin in the inn through the cave on the rocks. May we meet again, traitor. May shadow hide thee. Dark Brotherhood note? Yeah, it kind of feels like that. I should have played that instead of fucking Doom the Dark Ages for the fucking background video for the last video. You can shoot the glowing balloons. I'll keep that in mind. I should have did that. It would have been a lot more fun. I was so like royally maybe I don't know if I'm alone in this. Like, I haven't really seen a lot of people talk about Doom the Dark Ages, so I'm wondering if a lot of people also feel this way because there's just nobody that really wanted to talk about it. Like, there just really wasn't a lot of conversation about it. And I just think that, like, it was just so fucking boring. It was just so fucking boring. Like, when you get rid of, like, the weapon swap mechanic, you get rid of, like, all of the, like, platforming and acrobatics. You get rid of the fucking, you get rid of the, what else was it? You get rid of the, like, the glory kills. And it's just boring. It doesn't compare to Doom Eternal. It's just not very good. Like, it kind of reminds me of those, like, throwaway... You know what? I know exactly what it reminds me of. It reminds me of those, like, you guys remember those, like, throwaway third-person shooters that you would play on Xbox 360? That, like, weren't anything good, but you were just playing them for, like, achievement hunting? That's what Doom the Dark Ages feels like. Except for, like, it's higher fidelity and higher quality. Is this game out? No, this game is in pre-alpha. You can sign up on their website and you can get a key to play it. I think it's actually open for anybody to pick it up now, if I'm not mistaken. The Dark Ages was awful. I liked Eternal, but much of what I saw people love about 2016 is my favorite FPS. Yeah, 2016 was really good. Eternal was really fucking good, but I haven't went back to play more. Doom made me sad, to be honest. It was just really not good. That's all I can say. Like, I just wasn't really impressed by it. And like, the minute that I played, it's one of those games where when you play it for 30 minutes, you feel like you played it for 3 hours, and you already know what the next 3 to 4 hours or fucking 20 or 30 hours of the game is gonna be. It had no hook. None. Like like, I don't know how they got past the prototyping phase. I don't know how they got past the prototyping phase of that game and didn't realize that it was...
Big legs?
The fuck is this? The game? I made to do that. Whatever I just did. I don't want to do this. I don't understand what I'm doing. It was Doom on Ozempic, basically boring, heartless slop. Yeah, it lacked the teeth, and also they're like pushed into the narrative, and like how long some of those narrative segments were just like they just completely fucking missed the point, and like I think it's cool to like explore like the origins of the Doomslayer. Like, or of the Slayer, right? But also at the exact same time, I don't really need it. Like, I don't really need to like know about him that much. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool just to see him be this like force of nature, essentially. Like he's just death manifest. What the fuck happened? Why did an entire camp of enemies just spawn on me like that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck happened? Nice consecutive aiming. I mean, like, you gotta react in real time, baby. You gotta make it fucking happen, but still. If the arrows stay, that's a must for me in games. I don't really like it. Like, this is not like fucking. This is not Oblivion or something like my arrows do stick around. My arrows are actually like a mechanic if they stick around. What the fuck? So you just ignored my shit, huh? What the fuck was that? Oh, okay, I died. This seems solid, yeah. Fucking worked on. Deathless run over. Yeah, I know. G motherfucking G, baby.
Subject of treason.
Subject of treason. Whenceforth.
Not so close, Can. You're no Thrally. Can see that much in your eyes. But a memory.
Do you have swords too? There's a ton of different builds and like style choices. I picked the archer from the get-go, but I could have picked a warrior build or a mage. I have an invitation.
I have a job to do. Informant tells me the banneret there has something we want for the cause. Swipe it from the lockbox and I'll consider your entry. Go on. We've marked your map.
Domo arigato gozaimasu. Oh, arigato. Yeah, I mean, the world and environment's really cool. I like the general vibe of the game. Combat feels all right. Obviously, I'm playing an archer, which is kind of fucking OP. It was really smart of them to put in like a taunt, though I wish it stuck around a little bit longer. This is Soulframe. While it looks much better than the last time I saw it, this is why I think I made a video, right? You killed the boss before getting your task? Was that the boss I was supposed to fight? And I killed him? Oh.
Bounty's in, Legion.
Wow.
We will all be winners.
Whoops. This is actually like... This is old lore. Oh, you're a good guy. I'm sorry. What was I gonna say? So I think it was like, I don't know if it was like the Game Awards or Summer Games Fest or something like that, but they had shown like a trailer for they had shown like a trailer for Preludes, right? And I made a video about Soulframe that I think was titled something like "Everybody's Wrong About Soulframe," and it was basically because of the fact that I had watched Asmongold react to it, and when Asmongold reacted to it, he had essentially like shit all over the fucking game, and because of how much more reach Asmongold has over Warframe, which is a crazy thing to fucking say, it basically like gave everybody this like people that were like first time like viewers of the game. They don't know the context of it. They don't know probably anything about digital extremes or anything. And I made this video where I was basically kind of fucking, I was mad at I wasn't mad at Asmongold because like he doesn't fucking know. So like how the fuck would, you know, what the fuck would it matter if, you know, like how the fuck is he supposed to know it's being made by the people that make Warframe? How is he supposed to know any like, you know, what state the game is in? And what it was is because like Digital Extremes thinks it's cool to call the game Preludes without actually telling people that Preludes means pre-alpha. DE really had to work on their combat part then, and that was like the other thing too. Like the combat part definitely looked bad, but the thing is that like I think that like if Asmongold would have known, and this is like I made a video essentially like saying that like some of these publishers and some of these studios need to do a better job of actually like explaining to their audience what they're doing and what they're aiming for and what state their game is in. And I'm like, if he would have known that the game was in pre-alpha and what you were seeing was pre-alpha, like this, what we're looking at right now, this is pre-alpha. I'm pretty sure that your opinion would change. Right? Because then you'd be like, these motherfuckers are cooking. Like, yeah, they don't got everything in place right now. Yeah, there's definitely some areas that it's going to need a lot of polish. And there's definitely some things that they need to, like, change for sure. But the fact that this is, like, what you would essentially call, like, an alpha or pre-alpha phase of a game is crazy. Like, this is fucking nutty. They need to get rid of this like, God Ray Shine shit that they have in the game. There's a little bit too much of it. It's hitting my armor right there. Like, this shit. I don't know what that is, why that is. If they listen to the community, they'll do well. Again, if you've never played Warframe, then you wouldn't know that that's all Digital Extremes does. Like, they listen to their community like a lens flare. That's what it is. They listen to their community almost to their own detriment at times. What the fuck am I looking for? We got these goobers standing outside. It says search for clues. Search for clues inside. Now do I need to go back to the cave? I think so, yeah. Where are you taking me, bird? Taking me down this way. The other thing DE has is massive goodwill saved up. Oh yeah, like the thing is that the players, the like the longtime players of Warframe, and even like the people that, even the people that like came into Warframe like later, even still know like the general history of the game, right?
Not so close. Well.
And they see like what Warframe was and then what Warframe has become. And if you could see the same kind of like transformation from like this, from what this is, to having that same kind of through line to how like Warframe evolved over time, this could be fucking crazy, right? Like, I mean, this could be
maybe
wild.
Cheers.
Because like this is the most early, like this is the crazy thing is like this is the most like theoretical and early iteration of this game, and you can only go up from here, right? I mean, you could definitely go down too, but yeah, I think the main problem with the game is that they commit to the slower paced methodical combat, but don't have the animation experience to make it satisfying. Currently feel like you're playing a strictly inferior action game. I absolutely 100% agree with you. And I don't know what they can do about, I do know what they can do about that. They need to hire people. They need to hire somebody, or they need to outsource and bring in somebody with the actual experience to give the game the, like, I don't even think it's like the animations. It's like the stickiness and like the suction cup combat melee that doesn't really work all that well, right? Like one of the things that Warframe has it, where it's like, here's the enemy and here I am, and then I do my melee and my character like smacks into their character, right? And it makes combat really it works for a game like Warframe because like that game is just like chaos on cocaine. But it doesn't really work for a character action, like much more slower paced game like this, because it makes combat feel disorienting. Everything in Warframe costs money, can be earned by doing that. Well, yeah, that's kind of besides the point. That's really... Currently, Warframe has so many ways to do insane amounts of damage that you can do from halfway across the map, and hopefully it's gotten too much. Well, I mean, but like the community likes the game for being as like over the top and ridiculous as it is. Most people play the game for just how it feels, not the actual accomplishments of playing it. And most people play it for the narrative. I think those are like the two camps of people that you usually have. It's not necessarily like the build depth and variety that people are like really getting dialed into, because let's be honest, when it comes to Warframe, like I've tried different builds and different weapons and stuff, and the game ultimately feels relatively samey. But what works to its advantage is that its combat just feels really good to fucking play. Or both, yeah, but both is obviously another thing as well, right? Like I like playing Warframe because of how it looks, and also, or not, sorry, how it feels, and also because I like their narrative, and I also like fashion. I like you know, earning skins, buying skins, and creating like cool looking frames and stuff like that. This game feels like the step back that they wanted to take. The game that essentially Warframe initially kind of was, which was much more slower pace and much more deliberate. But I absolutely agree that they just seem to not have the experience or the talent necessary to be able to do what a lot of people like, what you would need from a game like this.
Fancy a draft.
And it's kind of hard to fucking talk. I hate talking about this or bringing it up, but like, I feel like I had the ear of a lot of higher up and like influential developers at Digital Extremes. Like, they really, really, really enjoyed my feedback on the game and like watching my playthrough and my experience going through it, and like the criticisms that I had, my hang-ups, the spots where I got frustrated or things that like really excited me. And then like the way that I would then break all of that down and make it digestible and something that they could actually use in like making the game better. And there's the crazy thing is that it's wild for me to even say something like this. And like for people that are like, have like watched the channel since I've played Warframe, there are visible changes that have happened to Warframe as a direct result of the feedback that I gave. Like multiple things, like new, like things that are in the, like one of the ones off the top of my head that I know for a fact is the pop-up message that pops up for people that open up there's a message the first time you play Warframe. When you open the market, there is immediately a pop-up screen that comes up that tells you that you can earn all of this stuff by playing the game. You don't have to use real money, like that whole kind of thing. And it basically just like a little disclaimer so it doesn't make people just like immediately open the game, see all of this shit for sale, and think like the entire game is basically on the market, right? Like that was one of the things. Most of the new player stuff happened because of you. Yeah, like I'm not taking credit for it, right? They're the ones that did it. It was just a lot of it did come based off of the feedback that I had. Your review was so influential. It was kind of fucking crazy how it turned out like that. But I mean, when you're somebody that is as neurotic as I am and tries to put things into like very plain detail like I do, and is also like super passionate, right? Because like I love Warframe, I really do. So I want more people to play it. I want more people to get into it. And they saw that shit and they ran with it and they took it. And there was a lot of people that talked to me, especially like when I went to TennoCon, like they were all over me like fucking flies on shit. Like I had all kinds of devs and people in all kinds of different positions that were talking to me and asking me questions and thoughts on other things and whatnot like that. And I hate to say it, but and it's just the nature of the gig, and I'm completely fine with it because it just is what it is. I don't think that they want to have anything to do with me anymore. Because while I'm very nice to them, I'm an asshole to a lot of other fucking developers. And I think in some cases it probably creates a position in which it seems a little bit too problematic to be involved with somebody that is as critical as I can be at times, and also as blunt as I can be at times with my criticisms. And that's kind of like, it's just the double-edged sword, right? And at the end of the day, I speak for myself, and that's it. You know what I mean? So like, I could trim my words back. I could ignore elephants in the room, but that would go directly against what my, like, who I am. It would go completely against like what I'm interested in talking about. Are devs scared of the journos? It's not that. I think it's a double-sided thing. Like I know that there's a part of the Warframe community that absolutely fucking hates me. Like absolutely fucking hates me because they didn't watch content that I made before Warframe. There's like two sides of it. There's like some that don't like me because of the fact that maybe they saw like I was like a somewhat, I guess at the time I was starting to grow to be a bigger YouTuber at the time. I still wasn't big by any means, but like I think they saw like a new like bigger from their perspective, content creator making content on Warframe, and they want people to promote it, and they wanted somebody else making a bunch of Warframe content. And I didn't have any plans to just constantly make Warframe content. I was just chronicling my journey and talking about the game and why I loved it and why I enjoyed it, right? And then the other side of it is there's people that just really didn't like the kind of content that I made outside of Warframe. And I know this because I've seen threads online in a lot of different zones that all come from Warframe people that are like, oh, he's an anti-woke grifter. He hates fucking gays and shit. Like, they say weird stuff about me that I'm just like, is that what you got from what I said? And the funny thing is, I know more times than not, it's likely that they see like a thumbnail or a title and they're like, he's just like those other guys. And it's just like, it's so sad, man. It's so sad that you see people like kind of take that immediate assumption and then just fucking run with it. And it's like so antithetical to like what I do or what I say or what I'm about. This is a
The
tavern.
dripping flagon. Fossil of a sailor's inn. Not the grandest of rebel enclaves, but the Ode have yet to find it, so call it amnesty. Oh, didn't mind the clarty lot of your tale.
Didn't mind.
They call themselves the Silent Rose. Mostly Aldians, too bloated or deaf to heed the spell song. They remember, Envoy. As do I.
They gotta turn down the fucking lens flare. How has that still not been fixed? They've been showing this for a while. Is this single player? It's single player, multiplayer.
Safe. Tis a safety paid in sin as Sinod's loyal regent. Though, my soul reclaimed, I found a wee thirst for sabotage. And that's a drink we can all toast to, it seems. Ootlin.
Ootlin? What the fuck are these words that they're using? And don't be sad. Haters hate everybody. With a lot of people are capable of even disagreements. And like that's the funny thing is that like I said, like I genuinely do really enjoy the Warframe community. I do like the there's a sizable following that I have that are people that are just straight up fucking Warframe like folks. That's like what they do, and they've stuck with me ever since then. And I know that that's more indicative of the like general community rather than the more like reactionary folks. But the problem is that like I think from like a PR perspective as well as just like their community as well, there probably is like a bit of a cross section where like Digital Extremes probably doesn't really want to have like too much involvement with somebody like me, because I could be seen as like problematic, I guess. There's certain developers that could give a fuck less, where they're like they fucking love me, but yeah, I think they're one of the ones that are like like, thanks for playing. I like the cross flares personally. They're unique, but you can turn it off in settings. Oh, can you? Any community that a developer interacts with, there tend to be voices that don't get heard and they get salty. It happens all the time. Yeah, I know for a fact that there's actually quite a lot of people that straight up like just don't like the fact that I wasn't always making that I like stopped making Warframe videos. Sad, but YouTube the last 5 years, grifter has become the new norm, or at least my algorithm wants me to believe that. It's so weird, and like what it is, it's parasocial. It's people that they're essentially creating headcanon for people on the internet. And here's the thing, is that like that term, the problem is it's just been overused. There are examples of people that are like that do straight up make certain kinds of content because they know like that's going to strike a chord with people, right? And like you can feel the inauthenticity like in the way that they say things or how they present certain topics or whatever it is. But yeah, either way, the problem is that in certain circles that term will stick, which it's like really funny, and it's also sad because the thing is that like I hate the term like ally, right? Because that makes it sound like we're at fucking war. We're not at fucking war. But the thing is that like when I see people that think like I'm some type of like crazy like anti-woke right-wing dude or something like that, anytime that I've ever talked about like diversity or inclusivity or anything like that in video games, my criticism has always been for how surface level it is and how low quality and how low effort it ends up being, or just a general lack in understanding. And it ends up just being like tasteless. And what it does is it only serves to piss people off even more. And I'm like, my only thing that I want when I see that kind of shit and I call it out is saying, do it better. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying, do it fucking better. Like, you can make female characters in games that are interesting, that are, like, without it having to be some type of, like, fucking virtue signal. Same thing goes for anybody of any skin color or gender or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, none of that stuff. At the end of the day, it is only the quality of these games that matter. That's it. It's just the quality that matters. But the problem is that we have all these examples of, like, super insanely fucking low-quality delivery of people that think that they're like, the world's fucking virtuous warriors, and that they're going to be the ones to change the world and tell people how it is and make people understand. And in a lot of cases, I think what it actually ends up being is it's actually more or less just virtue signaling for your own side. It's popularity within your social circle. Like, oh, you're so brave. Oh, I'm so happy you did this. So they can be like happy and popular in their like niche little circles that they have, rather than doing something that's actually like meaningful or interesting or creative. Well, like, so like you say, like, I'm like you, if the quality is there, I'm fine with diversity or woke stuff in games. But if it suffers because of those things, yeah, exactly. People just don't want to be knocked out of their experience. And that kind of stuff will fucking take you out of it, right? Where you're just like, what the fuck is why are you doing this? Why are you saying this? Why are you acting like this? Why is this a storyline? I generally think it was in your best interest to stop making Warframe videos. Warframe as a topic for content creation is so pigeonholed and narrow that it essentially is channel suicide to commit to that. And you already know, like, Andrew, you've been around since like I started playing Warframe, right? I never planned to commit to it, right? Like I'm literally a fucking I'm not a grifter, baby. I'm a drifter. I'm not a grifter. I'm a drifter. Okay, I fucking I wash up on the shore of a game, and then I play it and I talk about it and I fucking jam it out and I enjoy myself, and then I just kind of fucking mosey on to the next one, right? Like, I think there is some expectation from people that, like, if you make videos about a video game that they love, then you need to be talking about that shit all the time. And if you're that guy that just stops talking about it, then you're inauthentic for doing so, right? Like, one of the criticisms that I had heard is that, like, oh, well, you just ride the hype of every game and that's what you do for content. And it's like, yeah, I do, because I'm hyped. Because I'm on the wave. I am the wave. Like, I am the one that's like, man, I can't wait for this game. I can't wait for this game. And then I get my hands on it and I'm like, this shit fucking rocks. Or this shit fucking sucks. It just depends on what direction things go in. Like I'm a consumer like anybody else is. I'm a customer, a video game player. In that aspect, you have to go back and have another look at Once Human. Sad state for that game. I think I'll be fine. I had a sponsored video for those guys. That relatively recent that they wanted me to do. And this is also something that's like really fucking funny, where people are like, like just the idea of like being like some massive fucking hypocrite that's super greedy and just wants to make money. They were like, the payout was fucking good. It was good money. And as somebody that's like looking to buy a house, like desperately wants to own a home, like I am definitely in the mode of like, I'll hear you out. Right? Like I'm the guy. I'll hear you out, motherfucker. Like, what you got to say? Like, I want a home. They were so fucking rigid in what they wanted me to talk about, and I'm like, but that's not the kind of videos that I make. I'm like, you have to let me talk about what I want to talk about. And I'm like, if I can't talk about what I'm seeing or what I'm thinking honestly, then it's not going to resonate with my audience, and they're going to be able to see it immediately and be like, hey, bro, what the fuck is this? Right? They're gonna be, what the fuck is this? What are you talking about? They're going to see that shit immediately. And they were like, okay, fine. So they were like, we'll do an interview. That's what I said. We'll do an interview. I'm like, okay, that's fine. So we go to do an interview. I gave them some like dummy questions of like, hey, this is generally like the conversation that we're gonna have, because it's good to give them some background, especially when they're, you know, English is a second language. They scripted that whole fucking thing. So they just like read the answers. And like, and it's like you'll see some of these you'll see this happen sometimes, where like they say that they want one thing and they say that they want it to be authentic, and then they just go back on that shit immediately. And it's just like, you can't fucking do that, dude. You can't do that. You need to be fucking genuine about that shit. And then like the topic changed, and I was just like, I just don't feel good about this. None of this fits. None of this makes sense, and it's just gonna come off fucking weird. And I just backed out. I was like, I'm not doing this shit. I'm just not gonna fucking do it. It ain't worth the time. It ain't worth the. It's not even like the time. It's just like the headache, and then also on top of that, like, if you're gonna try to pigeonhole me and like set me up, I am all for self-preservation. And when it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm the guy that will straight up just be like, if anything seems like it could threaten my, if anything feels like it could like threaten my, like the channel or the like integrity of it, I'm not gonna fucking do it. I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't matter how much fucking money you're gonna pay me, it's just not gonna work. Finally caught your stream. Finally caught your stream again. What are you doing so late? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've been a night owl lately. I'm gonna play for a little bit longer, baby. I've been following your videos for half a year. I turned it into favorite channel. Turned into my favorite channel. Amazing insight and content. Greetings from Spain. Hey, thank you. Glad you've been enjoying the videos. When they're unwilling to at least attempt to make it more than everyone reading scripts, it's not worth it. Well, like, the thing is that, like, and this is something that I've kind of learned, it depends geographically in a lot of cases, but one thing that I've noticed, and I've turned down a lot of fucking money, by the way. I've constantly turned down a lot of money. And the reason why, it's actually from a marketing perspective. And it's that, like, in a lot of cases, sponsors do not want authenticity. They want you to make a commercial. Essentially, that's what they're asking for. And my response is, that's fine. That's called an ad integration. I'm not going to make an entire video that's a commercial. And I'm like, either it's authentic content or nothing. Simple as that. Like, I'm not like, it doesn't matter how much fucking money you try to throw at me for it. It's just not going to fucking work. I think probably the best example of this is the video that I did for Lords of the Fallen. Those guys straight up just said, check out our game, talk about whatever you want. We've made some changes, we've made some upgrades, we did what we could. That's it. And I was like, I might say some things you won't like. And they're like, that's fine. I'm like, okay. I don't even think they even asked to greenlight it. Like, it was literally like they didn't even want to see it. They just said, fuck it, here you go. Need more channels like this. They need to realize it. Well, yeah, I mean, like, authenticity is really what sells games nowadays. So, like, if you have a good, authentic opinion, that's why in a lot of cases, like, I'm not going to really, like, take, like, full video shit, like a full video. I'm not going to take a full video. Like, not anymore. When I first got started, right, I definitely walked into some fucking pitfalls because you're just learning. You have no fucking idea what you're doing. You're just figuring shit out as you go. So, like, there's definitely shit that I took when I first started that I definitely wish that I didn't. But, yeah. That's why I find it even funnier now, like, thinking about it. Like, to, like, hear somebody, like, to hear, like, people being, like, hypercritical about, like, me taking sponsors and shit like that. And being, like, hypocritical about that kind of stuff because of, like, how much and why I turn shit down and stuff. Honest business, you built your platform around, the honest business you built your platform around is sadly a lost art. Yeah, and that's kind of like the funny thing too, is that like, just because of like the nature of the industry and like the nature of like content creation, I think it's really easy for people to assume the worst. And without any of the added support or without without any of the added context or nuance, in a lot of cases, it's really easy to go to that, like, to go to that, come to that conclusion, right? If somebody's going to criticize me for liking money, I mean, fuck. Guilty as charged. Guilty as fucking charged, baby. What the fuck to say about that? Okay. So I have to build rep with her. Interesting.
Wished! I can't think.
What is all this? Required faction rank 1. Okay.
Go with grace of root.
What am I supposed to do here?
Aye. Stature. Look some themes, those new words. And I don't mean you, Philip.
What's for you will no go by you. The old yins taught me that.
Oh, didn't mind the clarty lot of your tale. They call themselves the Silent Rose.
Just leave the hub?
Mostly
Oh,
old
okay.
yins too bloated or deaf to heed the spell.
You've gotten huge in 2 years without them?
They remember on point. As do I.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't need that kind of shit to begin with.
Garen's
Like the fucking
blessing.
shit. Is there a fast way out of here? It doesn't look like it. It's a lost art because too many people get involved with certain individuals who won't let them be themselves. Money talks. Yeah. Yeah. Put me out. These are, well, I think is one of the reasons why people gravitate towards your videos, because they're just honest, not a lot of sugarcoating. Yeah, I mean, like, the only words that I dress up are maybe like when I'm, you know, maybe using some more like business heavy language, right? And that's more or less just a that's just the nature of the content. So that's just, you know, what I do. But yeah, I try, like, I genuinely do try to do my best. I mean, anytime you're actually going to do anything sponsored, there's going to be some level of like restraint, because it's just the nature of somebody, like, you know, paying for a sponsorship. But like without any, like without that kind of shit, I'm definitely not it's part of a necessary evil, but it's up to you to how you navigate it. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to be doing? Oh, I need to go back to base.
Greetings and greetings.
I don't get it. I don't have any points to spend? How do I not have any points to spend? Oh, okay, that is part of it. Charge shots charge more quickly, directly following a perfect dodge. Arrows stay buried for a little longer. Increase the maximum range of arrow hail. Attack directly after a parry to perform a riposte, dealing devastating damage. How do you parry with a bow? I'm interested in that. You're one with the whole. Your arcane powers recharge more quickly. Well, you got to explain a good exposition somehow. Yeah, I mean, like, just making sure that you're doing your best to, like, provide everybody with the details. That's kind of the point why you'd watch, like, a long-form video to begin with. Check the green spark in the middle of the Nightfold. With Ancient Fakin, reply, where kind darkness honor never be denied. No bashing or trashing. Keep the, oh my god, it's their like online thing. Edgelord. Strength, passion, and victory to us all. Fucking so stupid. I thought it had something to do with him, but I guess not. Huh?
Enough! All this whispering. I cannot focus on my book. Huh?
You sound every time he says that, I keep thinking he's saying I can't fuck us on this book, and I'm like, really weird to say. Okay, so whatever I have to do is still here. There's something else that I have to fucking God. I keep hitting on an accident. All right. Whatever I have to do is still here, I think. No? Do you have to like take bounties with them or something like that? You need to find the blacksmith. Do I have like a quest journal? Oh, okay. Are they gonna have like mounts and stuff in this? Because they've gotten some, they have some pretty solid distances. Pretty solid distances to travel. An opportunity nears. Await further instruction.
Synod is most pleased by your efficiency, Banneret.
Will this be available on Steam? I'm sure it will be, yeah.
Hunt me some gruel. What? Am I not a persuasive spy? Surely you'll manage.
Yeah, I mean, Warframe's on Steam, so I'd imagine Soulframe will also be on Steam. Hello, Mr. Hello, Mr. Pussycat. How do I guard? I can parry with the bow? Should probably have looked at the controls, right? Roll, crouch, melee throw, block is mouse button 2. Oh, you can't block with a bow. Has he tried melee yet, chat? I was gone for a while. How do you melee? I see attack. Oh, melee throw. Well, melee throw is mouse button 3, which is my middle mouse, right? Which is the heavy attack. Right? LD, find the blacksmith. You can, but shorten timing, telegraph, right. You can, in short timing, telegraph right in front of the enemy before you. Bow, not so good with compared to blades. Yeah, I would imagine that's probably the thing. Find the blacksmith and craft a melee weapon. If you want to melee, you use used to be able to do the bow, but they changed that. Well, how do you find the blacksmith? Is that like the quest that I'm on right now? I have no idea. Is there a quest log? There's a journal. These are the people that I've found so far. I guess this is the quest log? I have no idea. Blacksmith is on the east side of the map. Okay, I'll have to figure that out. Either way, it's midnight. I'm done for the night. I am I've played enough. Chatted enough. I'm surprised that even lasted this far. I was up till like 5 o'clock in the morning last night. I don't want to do that to myself again. So, I'll end up playing more of it. I'm not going to be streaming next weekend because I'll be out of town. And then I'll come back and we'll be right back in the fucking swing of it. Though at one point in time there might be a move sometime this year. So if that ends up happening, there'll be another short little break. I'm going to try to figure out how I can navigate that without turning it into a whole thing. But we'll figure it out. But thanks guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the kind words. Thanks for believing in me. Thanks for sharing the videos recently. That's been really nice. I always get tagged when I see that a video gets shared and I actually can see like where videos come from. So I appreciate people have been doing that lately. Thank you guys for watching the video. All the videos. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for your generosity. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And just thank you for being cool. Outside of that, my friends, I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your week and a fantastic rest of your weekend. Stay cool. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. I'll catch you guys next week. Peace.